Chapter 5092. But then, the black-robed old man continued without knowing it. Let me ask the second emperor. How is the great emperor now? Gong Zizhio's face almost became the bottom of a black pot, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. He said in a tone of almost gritted teeth, "Very, very good." Hearing this, the old man in black robe laughed. "It's so good. It's so good. Since the emperor's son is innocent, the old man can leave without worry." "No, you can't go, senior," he hurriedly said. "Changfu was once the elder under the seat given to me by the emperor, and now he has died in order to protect me, and there is no elder by my side. So, please seniors to become my elders." After the prince had finished correcting the words, he sincerely looked at the black-robe old man. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. After talking so much, and going around such a big circle, he originally wanted the black-robed old man to replace Chang Fu and become the elder under his seat. It has to be said that Gong Zizhio does have a certain degree of city government and courage, and can obtain identification with his identity in an extremely passive situation. I am afraid that the black-robed old man will eventually become his elder. For a while, Jian Wushuang faintly worried. If the black-robed old man joins the camp of young Master Jiao, I am afraid that the battle between the emperor and the son will be even more terrible. He would never forget that the alliance of emperors and sons headed by Gong Zizhio had almost wiped out Xiaodajan. Just when Jian Wushuang was suspicious, the black-robed old man spoke and said in a calm voice, "Second Emperor, forgive the old man for his life. After that ancient catastrophe, the old man has irretrievably declined. Being able to exist is unimaginable, so the old man can't stay by your side." The son was startled, apparently unaware that the black-robed old man would refuse so simply. He hurriedly bowed his hands in a salute. "Please, also seniors must agree." The emperor's salute is unthinkable in the big division domain, and the black-robe old man has an inextricable relationship with Xin Wuyang emperor, and it is almost impossible not to agree. However, the ceremony did not go on. The black-robe old man directly stretched out his hand and waved the son to straighten his figure. Then he said quite solemnly, "The emperor should have the prestige of the emperor, and the place where the heaven is located, except for the emperor, does not need to give courtesy. The old man is indeed declining irretrievably and cannot assist any emperor. Please do not read the second emperor." Gongzi Jiao still wanted to say something, but the black-robed old man no longer gave him a chance to speak. He turned around and walked towards Jian Wushuang, and said in a voice that only they could hear, "If the little friend can see Yu Chang again, tell him that the old friend is gone. Don't read it. Also, let him find time to find another sword. No sword will not work after all." When Jian Wushuang heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. Until then, he didn't know that he had made a mistake, including Gongzi Jiao. That is, the old man in black robe was once Xin Wuyang's right-hand man. It turns out that he is not. And Jian Wushuang also realized at this time that Yu Chang also used a sword, but his matching long sword was condensed by air, and it was almost the same as Jian Wushuang's invisible sword. The reason Jian Wushuang used the invisible sword was because his Tailuo divine sword was destroyed, and there was no sword that could carry Wushuang's sword. And Yu Chang also used the invisible sword. It must be because the long sword was destroyed. As the true peak of the great emperor, the black-robed old man who is also a sword spirit, he must be a supreme sword that is beyond bondage. And besides Xin Wuyang, only Yu Chang could be worthy of this sword. A vast domain. A domain with two emperors. Such a secret thing. I am afraid that apart from those veterans who survived the war of Wanggu era, only Jian Wushuang knew. Yu Chang is also an emperor. This sounds incredible, but it is true. And the black-robed old man who is the pinnacle Dayan immortal is indeed qualified to be called the Emperor's Sword. Only Yu Chang is qualified to be his master. This can be seen in the black-robed old man calling himself Yu, and the gift of Jian Wushuang with an inscribed emo Qing Ling Jing. After saying this, the old man in black robe smiled warmly and reached out and tapped on his wrist. Jian Wushuang understood it and subconsciously looked at his wrist. There, wearing a simple and powerful sea bracelet. Bracelet, is it related to Uncle Yu? He shook his head for a moment. The memory from the borderless sea to the upper-facing heavenly court has been fragmented. Jin Wushuang can't recall any clues that have memories at all, and naturally can't know the origin of this Songhai bracelet. Well, the matter is over. The old man will wait for death. The black-robed old man laughed, and then he was about to leave. But at this time, Jin Wu's double-faced color changed, and then he looked at him with a wry smile. I'm afraid, Senior. Can't leave yet. That guy has appeared again. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the master craftsmen Su Tuo and Nan Xian suddenly changed, and they almost said in the same way, how is it possible? 3 times? It really died out 3 times, but all 3 times recovered again. This is beyond imagination and is a fundamentally impossible thing. Even if it is Jin Wushuang, felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the black robe that came out of the bone armor of the sky. Is he really immortal? Immortality is immortal. This concept is too terrifying, almost impossible to exist. Even Jin Wushuang's immortal body could not be resurrected in such a short time as Black Robe. But Hypo did it. Even in the hands of Pinnacle Dian Immortal, he survived and resurrected. The black-robed old man obviously hadn't thought about this situation either, and his brow was slightly frowned. You wait, they'll kill him completely. After he finished speaking, his figure swept directly into the void of vanity. OM. The unparalleled sound Mang trembles, making the dying and nothingness turbulent. The mighty power belonging to the Pinnacle Dian Immortal fully emerged at this moment. The black robe was still resurrected at the place where it had previously been destroyed, and the dark purple brilliance burst out from under the wide black robe. Court death. The black-robed old man snorted angrily, and the giant sound radiated 9 times. Then one party covered the sky with a big palm facing the black robe. At this moment, Tiandao was trembling. Hypo seemed to feel something and looked up at the void. He finally stopped being indifferent and directly reached out to fight. The huge amount of dark purple light beam seemed to be enough to divide the void into 2, carrying the boundless force into the void. The big palm covering the sky condensed from the order of the heavens, and the great avenue of the ages came down. The 2 collided. An immense explosion exploded, and the terrible death blast trembled to 9 days and 10 places. On the top of Sansuan Mountain's only sacred mountain, Jin Wushuang stared at this scene. Then he released his own power without any hesitation and enveloped the entire sacred mountain under the barrier. Chapter 5093. In this barrier, all the disciples looked at Jin Wushuang nervously. Before they knew it, they had pinned their hopes on this young man Yanxian. Seeing the back of Jin Wushuang, who released the strength to stabilize the enchantment, Gong Zhijio's eyes were cold and resentful. He didn't understand why the strongest would have good ties with Jin Wushuang. It would be fine if it was Yanxian, but it happened that Dianxian appeared endlessly beside him. Even rank 6 and rank 9 Dianxian could mix with him. Damn it! How did this guy do it? The sun was almost mad with jealousy. Jin Wushuang, don't be proud. This seat will stomp you on your feet one day. This time, the big palm covering the sky covered by the black robe old man no longer worked. As the light and shadow shattered, the big palm covering the sky was also directly divided. The dark purple bizarre Huamong crazily erode the power in the way of heaven. It was actually a blow from the black robe old man. Okay. The big palm covering the sky shattered into billions of streams of light spilling into the void, and the black robe elder was puzzled, and the black robe that had just recovered seemed to be stronger than before. The first fight did not cause any serious damage to the black robe, which made him begin to solemnly. The black robe elder, who has experienced countless battles since the ancient times, also felt the black robe very different at this moment. He couldn't feel the flow of any derivative force from the body of the black robe, not even the slightest wave of derivative force. This makes the black robe old man extremely strange. Yanli is the fundamental power of the entire big division, even the ultimate evangelism. No monk, or even Yuxian, can get rid of the evangelical power, even for the emperor. But right now, the black robe completely did not drive Yanli. The dark purple Huamong he used was extremely peculiar and fundamentally different from Yanli. For a while, The black-robed old man had many thoughts, but he was quickly forgotten. The danger of living is worth thinking about, while the danger of death is not called danger. The void oscillated, and the heavenly order shattered again. The black-robed old man stepped away, and he stretched out his right palm and pointed like a sword, slashing towards the black robe. Like the immortal black robe, it seemed to be more agile than before. Facing the supremely powerful black robe old man, he actually knew how to avoid his edge. Struggle. At the same time, Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the top of the sacred mountain watching the battle, looked at the black robe solemnly. He noticed that the black robe seemed to be adapting to it, and at the same time stronger than before. Could it be that without touching the source, every time you die, you will get stronger? Jian Wushuang was thinking, and at the same time faintly worried about the black robe old man. The reason why he has been talking about death-seeking is most likely that the situation of the fairy body has really reached the end of the force. Under this premise, even if the black-robed old man is pinnacle Dayan immortal, he is very likely to fall into a passive state. In the void of eternal extinguishment and nothingness, a more violent battle broke out. As a black-robed old man who was already at the peak of the ancient times, his background is simply unimaginable. He can wave his hand at will, and he can create thousands of chains of heavenly order. Chains of order from the heavens, like a broken ancient dragon, emerged from the void and twisted toward the black robe. There are too many hesitations about the chains of heavenly order, and he can't avoid it at all, and he is instantly entangled in it. OM. Looking at the ancient voices, every chain of the heavenly order trembles at this moment, and a series of dark cyan dense patterns appear. At this moment, centered on the black robe bound by the entanglement, 999 chains of heavenly order broke out at the same time. The luck contained in every chain of heaven order is the full blow of the black robe old man. The 999 chains of heaven order are 990 full blows. The emptiness that becomes eternal and nihilistic is therefore discolored. The supreme air luck that belonged to the peak Dayan immortal broke out completely, and the black robe that was entangled in the body and couldn't get out of it began to shatter directly under the suppression of this air luck. Obviously, the body of the black robe couldn't bear so many chain lashes of the order of the heavens at all, and fine cracks quickly formed. And the black robe old man came to the black robe at this moment. His face was solemn, as if he had noticed something, and he said directly, "You are not a fairy in the great division. What is your origin? The remnants of the heavens from the past." The black robe did not speak, and the body under the wide black robe seemed to be broken at any time. The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes, and he realized that even he couldn't see the face under the black-robed hood at all. From beginning to end, he was extremely secretive. "What on earth are you from?" The black-robe old man repeated it again. This time, Hypo slowly raised his head and looked at him. At such a close distance, he couldn't see the face under his hood, only the dark purple haze, which was quite strange. This black robe, who walked out of the bone armor with the sky character pattern and whose identity is all mysterious, finally spoke. The hoarse voice seemed to be separated by countless years and times. "Peep at the ciphertext, die." The black robe old man condensed his brows. "What ciphertext say?" "Peep at the ciphertext, die." Hypo repeated it again. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the black robe old man. Two black lights shot out from under the hood like long swords. Unprepared, the black-robed old man stared at him, and there was a moment of dazzling. At this moment, under the black robe, a purple glow burst out like a sword. This purple light pierced the black robe old man's chest fiercely through the chains of heavenly order. In an instant, the 990 chains of heaven's order broke down, and the supreme luck was going crazy. "Senior!" Jian Wushuang yelled and rushed to the black robe old man without hesitation. Being penetrated by Zimeng's chest, even Pinnacle Dayan's chest was broken at this moment. "You want to die." The invisible sword enveloping the red-gold Xuanhe pattern had already condensed. Jian Wushuang stepped on the void, and suddenly threw the invisible sword in his hand towards the black robe. At this moment, even the monstrous dark purple haze was retreating. Boom! The blazing invisible sword also pierced the chest of the black robe, and the purest Wushuang swordsmanship exploded in his body. The black robe, which was already densely covered with cracks, could no longer withstand this degree of fluctuation, and it was broken into powder. Jian Wushuang didn't even look at the place where the black robe body fell, and raised his hand to protect the black robe old man who was falling. "Senior, how are you doing?" The black-robed old man looked pale, and his supreme luck quickly disappeared from his broken chest. He said in a hoarse voice, "The situation seems to be a little uncomfortable, and now my chest pain is a bit severe." Chapter 5094. Although Jian Wushuang was anxious, he quickly calmed down. He fixed his eyes, and in front of the broken chest of the black-robed old man, there was a lingering dark purple brilliance flowing slowly. Under his thoughts, Jian Wushuang quickly took out 2 D-pin pills. One was stuffed into the mouth of the black-robed old man, and the other was crushed directly to the wound. At the entrance of the pill, the black-robed old man stared suddenly, which belonged solely to the power of the Emperor Pin pill, which was so powerful that it could not be vainly stated. Even the pinnacle Dian Immortal was enough to fully recover. At the entrance of the pill, feeling the extremely powerful medicinal effect, the black-robe old man quickly closed his eyes and began to adjust his breath. But Jian Wushuang didn't dare to neglect, and stretched out his hand to pull out the smog and dust that covered the wound. Nanha craftsman Su Tuo and others also rushed to release Yanli together to protect the black-robe old man. Time passed by, and his trauma slowly stabilized. Finally, the black-robed old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang with bright eyes. Then excitedly said with a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Good boy. Where did you get this pill? How can it taste the same as the old man stealing it back then?" Jian Wushuang was full of black lines, a little messy. He never thought that the first thing the black-robed old man would wake up was actually saying this. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed old man looked proud again. "Good boy. It seems that you have given the old guy's nest." The corners of his mouth twitched. "Senior, it seems you don't hurt anymore." Speaking of this, the black-robed old man is considered a serious face. "The pain doesn't hurt anymore, but that guy pushed me one more step toward death." Jian Wushuang knew that his words were true, and he was inevitably declining, because his luck was too severe and could not be condensed at all and could only be released. Coupled with this battle, it pushed the black-robed old man to his death. Well, now that this matter is over, the old man will continue to wait for death. The black-robed old man uttered his mantra and completely put aside life and death. However, just as his words fell, his complexion suddenly changed, and his gaze also looked into the sky far away. "No, that group of guys are here too." Jian Wushuang instantly became vigilant, but before he could speak, the black-robed old man hurriedly roared, "Little guy, what about the spar I gave you earlier? Run out and let the old man go in and hide." Jian Wushuang did so, and after taking out the black diamond crystal from the Boyang bottle, the black-robe old man plunged directly into it and disappeared. He was wary and wondering, who was the one who would make the black-robed old man so jealous? In the next moment, from the depths of the endless void, a magnificent and supreme luck appeared, covering the sky. These lucks are not just one, but there are dozens of them. "Come back?" Nan Xian was about to be tossed feebly. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and he felt the magnificent luck that covered the sky, and he did not carry any horrible killing intent. He thought to himself, could it be someone from heaven? It seems to be to confirm his conjecture. A total of 10 roads carrying the light wheels of Yanli, carrying the treasures of supreme luck, stepped into the air. Really come from heaven. Jian Wushuang frowned, and soon realized that it must have been the aura of destruction emanating from the sky that had disturbed the heavenly court, so he sent the veteran to investigate. But in a short while, the 10 treasures came here. Their faces are majestic, full of photographs. With their arrival, the unspeakable order of heaven was reconstructed, becoming an eternal void of nothingness and beginning to stabilize. Everyone is careful. These people are all celestial elders. The craftsman Su Tuo reminded in a low voice, his eyes solemn. So this is the veteran of heavenly court? Nan Xian whispered thoughtfully. And Gongzi Jiao was completely relieved. As the son of the emperor, there is no elder who is closer to the heavens than him. Headed by the 10 treasures, is a glaring figure, clean face without need and full of cold breath. He took a step forward, his gaze slowly swept across Jian Wushuang and the others, and after staying on the figures of Jian Wushuang and Gongzi Jiao for a moment, he withdrew his gaze again. Who did it here? Angrily asked in a cold voice. Unimaginable oppression followed. Rank 9 Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang first determined that these veterans who have survived from the Wanggu era to the present are all 9th rank Dian Immortal, and there is even a pinnacle Dian Immortal. In the face of these terrible existences, wanting to resist is sheer nonsense. At this moment, all were silent. The cause of this devastation was too complicated. The black robe of the initiator had completely disappeared, and it was impossible to dialectically. What's more, the heavenly court is not a good person, and if it causes such damage to devotion, it may be restrained by the heavenly court. This was Jian Wushuang's worry, so he didn't intend to speak, and Nan Xian also shook his head and looked around, with an unaware expression. The craftsman Su Tuo also gritted his teeth and remained silent. He knew that such terrible damage had been caused to the heavens. Once found by the heavens, Yu Kanshu www.ukanshu.com would inevitably be exiled to a deserted place for years. At this time, the son who had not spoken to correct took a step forward slowly. Zhenyao Xianjun I. Without finishing a sentence, the angry figure called Zhenyao Xianjun directly interrupted him and said coldly, Your Highness, did I let you speak? The son suppressed the sound. His face turned blue and red, the anger in his eyes flashed away, and then he returned to the original place. Xianjun Zhenyao continued to patrol, and finally stopped on Jian Wushuang, who was watching his nose and his heart. Jian Wushuang, tell me what's going on here. Jian Wushuang's figure stiffened slightly, rather helpless. He didn't know why this Zhenyao Xianjun knew his name, but he could faintly guess some of the connections. After pondering for a while, he said, I originally came here with my companions to experience and visit the senior master craftsman by the way, but some unexpected big changes have taken place. An evil object suddenly arrived here and began to wreak havoc, and it was quickly destroyed. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, the senior master craftsman and I took action together and began to resist the evil object. But the evil thing is too cruel. We are not his opponents at all. Just when we are all invincible and are about to die, the evil thing suddenly fled from here, and just after that, you are here. Now that I think about it, the evil thing suddenly fled. It must be because of fear of the supreme luck of the immortals, and thus quickly fled. After speaking, Jian Wushuang sighed in relief. With these words, while dripping water, he slapped another wave of flattery from the celestial elders, which made Nan Xian a thumbs up in secret. Chapter 5095 Guardian of the Secret Text. In this realm, all disciples watched Jian Wushuang with intense anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, they had already placed all their hopes on this young yin immortal. As they watched Jian Wushuang stabilize the barrier with his yin power, Prince Jiao's gaze grew cold and resentful. He could not understand why the most powerful individuals were all friendly with Jian Wushuang. If it were just yin immortal, it would be one thing, but even 6 and 9 revolutions grand yin immortal seemed to flock to him. Damn it, how did this guy manage to do it? Prince Jiao was consumed by jealousy. Jian Wushuang, don't get too cocky. One day, they'll crush you beneath my feet. This time, the all-encompassing palm that descended from the black-robed elder failed to have the same effect. With shattered light and shattered shadows, the palm was directly dispersed. A strange, dark purple radiance aggressively consumed the yin immortal power and even defied the heavens, withstanding the black-robed elder's attack. As the sky-breaking palm shattered into countless streams of light in the void, the black-robed elder looked puzzled. The previously weakened black-robed figure now seemed even more formidable. Their first confrontation hadn't inflicted any significant damage on the black-robed figure, causing the elder to grow wary. The black-robed elder, who had experienced countless battles since the ancient era, now sensed something entirely different about the black-robed figure. He could not sense any flow of yin immortal power from the black-robed figure, not even the slightest ripple of it. This left the black-robed elder extremely perplexed. Yin power was the fundamental force of the entire Great Sea region, even the ultimate force of the grand yin immortal realm. No cultivator, not even emperors, could escape the influence of yin power, let alone yin immortals. But now, this black-robed figure appeared to have completely and utterly avoided using yin power. The strange dark purple radiance he emitted was unique and fundamentally distinct from yin immortal power. For a moment, the black-robed elder entertained many thoughts, but he quickly pushed them aside. There was only value in contemplating when one was in danger of losing their life, and there was no danger in death. The void trembled, and the order of the heavens shattered once more. The black-robed elder moved through the air, extending his right palm with finger-like blades, striking toward the black-robed figure. The seemingly indestructible black-robed figure appeared even more agile than before. Faced with the supremely powerful black-robed elder, he somehow managed to avoid the full force of the attack. The fierce battle raged on. At the same time, Jin Wushuang, who stood atop the divine mountain, gazed intently at the figure in the black-robed figure. He could sense that the black-robed figure was adapting to the surroundings and growing even stronger than before. Could it be that without touching the source, each death makes one stronger? Jin Wushuang pondered out loud, all the while harboring concerns for the old man and the black-robed figure. The old man's constant mention of seeking death may very well have indicated that the condition of his immortal body had truly reached its last stand. In this situation, even if the black-robed elder was a peak grand yin immortal, he might find himself at a disadvantage. A more intense battle erupted within the eternal void, becoming a relentless clash. The black-robed elder, who had been a peak grand yin immortal since ancient times, possessed an unfathomable foundation. He could casually conjure thousands of chains of heavenly Tao with a mere wave of his hand. Countless chains of heavenly Tao, resembling ancient colossal dragons, emerged from the void and entwined around the black-robed figure. There were simply too many of these chains of heavenly Tao for him to avoid, and in an instant, he found himself ensnared by them. Buzz! A resounding roar echoed through the ancient heavens, and in that moment, each chain of celestial order trembled, giving rise to intricate ink-blue patterns. At this moment, with the black-robed figure at its center, 999 chains of heavenly Tao simultaneously erupted with unparalleled force. The destiny contained within each chain of celestial order was equivalent to the black-robed elder's full-powered strike. 999 chains of heavenly Tao meant 999 full-powered strikes. Even the eternal void of endless annihilation was perturbed by this. The unparalleled fate energy of a peak grand yin immortal erupted completely, and the black-robed figure, bound and unable to escape, began to shatter under the crushing force of this fate energy. It was quite evident that the body beneath the black-robed figure couldn't withstand the relentless lashings of the heavenly order chains, rapidly developing fine cracks. At this moment, the old man in the black-robed figure arrived in front of the black-robed figure. His expression grew solemn, as if he had sensed something. He spoke directly. "You don't belong to the Great Sea region? Who are you really, and what is your origin? A remnant of the ancient heavenly court?" The black-robed figure remained silent, and it seemed that their body under the wide black-robed figure was on the verge of breaking apart at any moment. The old man in the black-robed figure narrowed his eyes. He could not even see the face beneath the hood, not even when it was himself attempting to do so. Throughout, this figure remained enigmatic to the extreme. "Who are you really?" the old man repeated. This time, the black-robed figure slowly raised their head to gaze at him. Even at such close proximity, their face beneath the hood remained hidden. All that could be seen was layer upon layer of dark purple mist, which was rather peculiar. Finally, the black-robed figure, who emerged from the heaven-patterned bone armor and whose identity was shrouded in mystery, spoke. Their hoarse voice seemed to have traversed countless ages and eras. "One who gazes upon the secret text shall perish." The The black-robed elder furrowed his brow. What secret text? Speak. One who gazes upon the secret text shall perish. The phrase was repeated once more, and the figure suddenly raised their head, locking eyes with the old man and the black-robed figure. Two jet-black rays shot out from beneath the hood like elongated swords. Caught off guard, the old man momentarily lost focus as they stared back. In that very moment, a sword-like purple radiance burst forth from beneath the black-robed figure and pierced the old man's chest. In an instant, the 999 heavenly Tao chain shattered, and the fate energy vanished rapidly. Senior, Jian Wushuang shouted, without any hesitation, as he lunged toward the old man and the black-robed figure. Even the chest of a peak, grand yin immortal like the old man was shattered by the purple radiance. You seek death. The invisible sword, enveloped in blazing golden divine patterns, had already materialized, and Jian Wushuang, with his feet suspended in the void, hurled the invisible sword towards the black-robed figure. At this moment, even the overwhelming dark purple mist retreated. Boom! The incandescent, burning invisible sword also pierced through the black-robed figure's chest, and the purest form of the Wushuang sword Tao erupted within. The already heavily cracked black-robed figure couldn't withstand such an impact, and it shattered into fragments. Jian Wushuang did not look at where the black-robed figure had fallen. He raised his hand and caught the falling old man. Senior, are you all right? The black-robed elder's face turned pale, and the supreme fate energy quickly dissipated from his shattered chest. In a hoarse voice, he said, "The situation seems a bit dire. My chest is hurting quite badly now." Chapter 5096. Jian Wushuang nodded his head hurriedly. I also ask Xianjun to take action as soon as possible. This evil thing is too shocking to the world. In order to prevent future troubles, please do it quickly. Destroy? The old man can't be killed naturally. He has to be caught alive and handed over to the emperor. Zhenyao Xianjun made a decision and then looked at the black robe again. Confused, Jian Wushuang shook his head, but he could no longer attract the attention of the veterans. Facing the black robe, the 10 Wangu veterans who walked out of the heavenly court released their own treasures. 10 veterans of the ancient times, 10 nine-turn great yin xian, boundless luck directly in the nirvana, forming the supreme luck. This kind of luck is even beyond the scope of comprehension. Even Dian Immortal is like dust under this kind of supreme luck. Emperor's luck? Jian Wushuang was startled slightly. Looking at the sky-covering luck, he quickly understood. The reason why this kind of supreme luck is extremely terrifying is because there is the flow of Emperor's luck in it. The so-called Emperor's luck is the supreme thing, flowing in all things invisible. Only the Emperor can control. As the elders and immortals who have followed the Emperor since the ancient times, although they cannot control the Emperor's luck, they often accompany the Emperor's side, and they will naturally be moistened by the Emperor's luck. After endless years, the luck of these elders and immortals naturally carried more or less the luck of emperors. Under this supreme atmosphere, all immortals tremble. There was the birth of the Qi luck that was pressing against the heavenly Tao, turning into branches and tangling around the black robe. It is foreseeable that once war starts, it will inevitably be even more tragic and terrifying. Jian Wushuang swallowed his throat and subconsciously shifted his figure. If it were to go to war, he would be tied into a zhengzi. He would never escape. Evil thing, put your hands together. Zhenyao Xianjun said loudly, trembling through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Under the boundless atmosphere, the black robe slowly recovered, and he seemed to adapt to this suppression quickly. Then, from under the wide hood, 2 dark purple lights suddenly appeared. Looking for death. Immortal King Zhenyao was angry and waved to cover him down. Void shocks, along with his shot, the other 9 veterans also shot together. The huge palms of the 10 directions that contained the meaning of supremacy came down. Facing these 10 giant palms, the black robe was alone, lonely and treacherous, and did not make any escape movements. He slowly raised his head, then his arms were in a gesture of supporting the sky, and he chose a hard shake. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, even the nirvana trembling to the point of unspeakable, and Jian Wushuang and others were knocked into the air by the sound wave, retreating thousands of feet. The boundless Qi luck faded in an instant, and the branches of Qi luck shattered. Okay. All the elders, Xianjun, were asking questions, and after a glance, he stared at the black robe. Under the boundless and supreme luck, the giant palms of the 10 directions that contained the meaning of supremacy did not cover it, but were abruptly caught by the black robe. The 10 big palms with light golden aura cracked fine cracks. At the cracks, wisps of dark purple huamong like mist were covered. Jinyao Xianjun looked dignified. He looked at the other 9 veterans, and then squeezed his right hand again and suddenly patted the black robe. The 9 veteran Xianjun didn't hesitate, and also slapped it. The 10-sided giant palm, which had been densely covered with cracks, seemed to have received some kind of blessing. The cracks were instantly repaired, and bright golden glow appeared. Under the giant palms of the 10 directions, the black robe, which was holding the sky, could not bear the weight and instantly fell apart, and his body was crushed. Jinyao Xianjun said in a deep voice, "You guys need to stay alive." The 9 veteran immortals simultaneously retracted their strength and stood with their hands behind them. Immediately afterwards, Jinyao Xianjun jumped to the center of the boundless luck. His arms were broken, and the black robe sat on the ground, resisting the terrifying pressure brought by the luck. He frowned and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the sky?" He Pao said nothing, but slowly raised his head, shooting 2 cold glows from under the wide hood. Xianjun Zhenyao was slightly startled, and he couldn't see the face under the black robe from his realm. "The one who looks at the ciphertext die." It was that sentence again. The black robe repeated, and then fell silent. "Who is watching the ciphertext?" Jinyao Xianjun continued to ask, but no matter how he asked, the black robe fell silent and said nothing. For some reason, subconsciously, he turned around and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was thousands of feet away. Jian Wushuang, who was struggling to untie the chains of the heavenly order on his body, hurriedly calmed down when he felt the gaze coming from him, and continued to observe his nose and heart. It must be the trouble caused by this kid, Jinyao Xianjun thought to himself, and then put aside these problems for the time being. Seeing this black robe that could even shake the 10 veteran Xianjun, Jinyao Xianjun didn't have the slightest support. He waved his arm, and suddenly the boundless luck began to condense into chains. There are 10 chains in total, and each chain is formed by the luck of a veteran, Xianjun, and binds the black robe together. Then Jinyao Xianjun took out a small cauldron from his waist and took the black robe directly into the cauldron. After all this was done, the void resumed its final state of nihilism. After looking back at Jian Wushuang, Jinyao Xianjun looked ahead. Back to heaven. The fairy cloud shrouded, and the force flowed and rose. Because it is so pure that it becomes a liquid source of derivation, it converges to become a torrent waterfall flowing in the fairy mountain sky stream. The cycle goes back and forth, endlessly. This is the supreme wonderland that one party can't speak arrogantly or look directly at it. Hidden in the misty clouds, Zhao Yuntai has never been stepped by the emperor for hundreds of millions of years. It is a relatively secret place in the whole heaven. At this moment, on the calm platform, in the misty clouds, Jian Wushuang, who was tied into a zungzi by the order of heaven, said helplessly, "What are you talking about? I just don't understand." "Really don't understand?" Jinyao Xianjun squatted in front of him and said with a smile. Jian Wushuang said firmly, "I really don't understand. Even if you throw me into the sea of no edge, I still don't know what happened, and there is no result if you ask again." "Good boy, you still don't speak at this time. Do you really want the emperor to speak in person?" A veteran with black eyebrows and white beards couldn't help but persuade him. "Explain as soon as possible, you know? Destroy the universe to that extent, the consequences would be disastrous." Jian Wushuang hurriedly said, "Don't talk nonsense. I really didn't destroy that great sky. You have seen who destroyed it. You can confront him." "You." The elder Xianjun with black eyebrows and white beards was suddenly angry and didn't know what to say. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5097. Looking at Jin Wushuang, who was unable to make progress, even Zhenyao Xianjun was quite a headache. If you don't eat the soft ones, you can't come with the hard ones. If you want to know some secrets, I'm afraid you have to dig from other Yanxian. Thinking of this, Zhenyao Xianjun looked at the craftsman Su Tuo and said, "Old man, you should always know something, right?" Su Tuo shook his head without hesitation. Everything happened too fast. Even if I want to know something, it's too late. Zhenyao Xianjun offered a condition. You speak out, and I will ask the emperor to return you a heaven that is more perfect than Sansuan Mountain. Su Tuo shook his head, and then said nothing. You old fellow, I see when you hold back, he said angrily. Nanshin quickly put aside the relationship. Don't look at me. I don't know anything, it's just a passing by Xianxian. It has nothing to do with me. Zhenyao Xianjun got up angrily and didn't ask anything at all. Immediately afterwards, the cloud and smoke around the Zhao Yuntai suddenly had a gilt color flowing over, full of a sensational trend. The veteran Xianjun's complexion changed slightly at the moment, and they all looked out of Zhao Yuntai with a serious face. A pure golden light broke through the layers of clouds and cast onto the huge dojo in Zhao Yuntai. Then, the two treasures stepped down the clouds and came to the platform of Shaoyun. Seeing these two figures, Jin Wushuang was quite speechless. The craftsman Su Tuo was shocked, so he closed his eyes and stopped looking. Gongzi Jiao was both surprised and happy. Although Nanshin had never been to the heavenly court, as dying immortal, he could naturally feel that kind of aura fluctuations, with incredible expressions in his eyes. As for the disciples of Sansiyuan Mountain, they had already passed out, and they didn't even have a chance to see the true face of the emperor. Those who came were Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chong, the lord of the whole heaven. I have seen the emperor. Headed by Zhenyao Xianjun, the 10 veteran Xianjun saluted. Zhen Wuyang waved his hand, then slowly glanced at Jin Wushuang and the others. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How is the situation in the sky? Zhenyao Xianjun slightly nodded. Returning to emperor, the situation is not very good, and 1/6 of the heaven has been beaten into nothingness. Zhan Wuyang's expression condensed. 1/6 of the heaven has been beaten into nothingness? It's true. They did it. I don't know at the moment. Zhenyao Xianjun looked rather embarrassed. However, the destroyers have been found. Upon hearing this, Zhen Wuyang looked at Jin Wushuang again. With a deep and majestic voice, Jin Wushuang, why is there you in the sky? Shouldn't you be in the 6-day realm? Jin Wushuang's mouth trembled slightly, and then he said, That, I'm going to relax. Relieve? Why didn't you go with Yenner? Zhen Wuyang frowned slightly. Zhenyao Xianjun hurriedly said, Emperor, little emperor is the emperor, and should not walk around at will. Only then did Zhen Wuyang realize that the meaning was wrong, and after a light cough, he looked at Zhenyao Xianjun. Since the destroyer of the heavenly emperor has been found, let it out on the spot. He nodded, and then took off the small tripod around his waist and threw it into the air. In an instant, the great light of the Chinese Dingzhong burst out, and the chains of atmospheric transportation came out, and then a black robe fell on the ground. With the appearance of this black robe, the peaceful and quiet Zhao Yuntai quietly took up a dangerous atmosphere. At this moment, Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chong stared at the same time. The emperor's luck that belonged to the emperor came and directly suppressed the black robe. Bound by chains of atmospheric transport and suppressed by the emperor's gas transport, the black robe that was originally strong enough to fight the peak Dian immortal collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhen Wuyang condensed his eyes, waved his hand to lower the emperor's luck, and smashed the chains of the atmosphere on the black robe. Without the restraints, Hey robe got up directly, and an unspeakable treacherous aura burst out instantly. However, Zhen Wuyang just moved his palm to directly shatter the breath. The entire Shaoyun typhoon was surging and dark clouds appeared. Zhen Wuyang looked solemn and stared at the black robe closely. After a long time, he said slowly, Where did you come from, and why would you destroy my big division? The black robe raised his head, and a dull and barren voice came from under his hood, peeping at the ciphertext, Death. Zhen Wuyang frowned. Are you from Tongtian Buddha realm? At this time, Yu Chong, who had not spoken, shook his head slightly. It is unlikely that they are monks in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. They are very cautious and rarely break into the Great Division. Indeed, they also don't have hair. Jin Wuyang followed up with a teasing, and then solemnly, but why can't he understand his realm cultivation? Isn't he a fairy? Peep at the ciphertext, die. Hypo repeated the same words again. Peeping at the ciphertext? Jin Wuyang looked directly at Jian Wushuang, then waved his hand to carry him directly. What is a ciphertext? Did you go to Damation to find a ciphertext? Jian Wushuang was dumb, and immediately after the chains of luck on his body were wiped off, he stood in front of Jin Wuyang and Yu Chong. That, I don't know too well. I haven't figured out any clues yet. The reason you went to Damation is probably to find Su Tuo, to find some ciphertexts? Jin Wuyang pointed out the crux of the problem. At this point, Jian Wushuang didn't want to hide too much. Yes, it's because of this. It is possible to destroy 1/6 of the world of Demetian into nothingness. I am afraid it is just something he can't do. Jin Wuyang stared at him closely. Is it caused by your fighting? Jian Wushuang shook his head. With my strength, I just barely protect myself. Who is at war with him? Chong Fu. Chong Fu. Yes, he dragged the black robe at the cost of death. Jin Wuyang frowned, which was bad news for him. Chong Fu is the 9-turn Dayan immortal who came out of the Wanggu era. He has been following him for countless years, and after countless blood battles, and finally opened up the Desiyu, is the veteran hero of the heaven. But right now, the elders under his seat, Chong Fu, died silently. Slowly breathing out, Jin Wuyang looked at Jian Wushuang and said, where did this black robe come from? Regarding where the black robe came from, apart from Jian Wushuang, even Nanxian and the craftsman Su Tuo could not guess. As long as he didn't say it, no Yin Xian would know where the black robe came from. But now, Jian Wushuang faintly realized that the heavenly character bone armor was not as simple as imagined. It is even out of control in a sense. So far, Jian Wushuang has been convinced that the ciphertext hidden in the bone armor of the Tianzi pattern is related to Xuani. But everything has not been solved. It is still confusing, even dangerous. What is the origin of the black robe in the bone armor of the sky? Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5098. Why is there such a terrifying existence in Xian Yi's final secret Tianzi pattern bone armor? Moreover, even Emperor Jin Wuyang could not detect the realm of that black robe. In what form did he exist in the bone armor of the sky character, and how many years did he exist? Everything seems to surface, but everything involves more. Like a mess of thread, there is no way to start. Jian Wushuang was silent for a moment and said, I walked out of a bone armor. Bone armor? What bone armor? Jin Wuyang looked solemnly. A bone armor that contains ciphertexts is very mysterious, but it has now been destroyed, he said, and this black-robed man came out of the bone armor. It was unbelievable to walk out of the bone armor with a black-robed man whose strength was comparable to that of the peak day immortal. You know, even the 9th-rank Dayan immortal is the closest to the great Emperor Dao, to feel the existence of the Emperor's luck, let alone the peak Dayan immortal? The peak Dayan immortal is already in extreme existence. They have found and have been immersed in their own avenue for countless years, almost equivalent to the existence of a half-step emperor. And who can seal such a pinnacle great Yin Xian in a small bone armor? Or, he was sealed in it voluntarily? After hearing Jian Wushuang's remarks, Jin Wuyang's eyes changed several times, and finally returned to calm. In other words, you take such a bone armor and go to Demetian to find the fairy who can untie the ciphertext above? Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes, but I didn't expect that there would be such an existence in that bone armor. Jin Wuyang Qi is extremely, it is purely nonsense. If there is more terrible existence in that bone armor, what do you do? Is it to ruin my big division? I'll settle the account with you later. Jin Wuyang left this sentence and looked at the black robe. Then, the chains condensed by the Emperor's air luck directly confined the limbs of the black robe and hung it in the center of the Zhao Yuntai, hanging in the air. Emperor Wei Huang, so that no fairy dared to look directly. Jin Wuyang walked slowly in front of the black robe, and the emperor's eyes showed supreme might. Where did you come from, and why do you stay in a bone armor? The clouds are rolling in the clouds, and the wind is blowing suddenly. There was a dead silence in the Xiaoyun Tai, and the black robe said nothing. Jin Wuyang frowned. If you don't tell me, do you know what the consequences will be? Diwei descended, completely covering the black robe. Under the imperial prestige, a large amount of dark purple mist overflowed from under the black robe and quickly dissipated. Seeing this kind of energy that is not Yanli but equally tyrannical, Jin Wuyang waved his hand to pick up a ray of dark purple huamang. Such a tiny strand of dark purple huamang pulsated in his palm, and it lasted for a long time, but it seemed to be extremely repulsive and eventually dissipated. Jin Wuyang closed his emperor's eyes tightly and seemed to feel the source of this light. The Zhao Yuntai was extremely silent, and no one dared to speak. And at this time, Yucheng looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Little friend Jian, you are in trouble this time." Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. "I never thought of this kind of result." "It's okay, the emperor will have a way." Yucheng said with a smile, "Little friend, what adventure do you have when you go this time?" He was startled slightly, and then said, "No, all that is left is the thrilling, and Chi Yu has never met before." When Yucheng heard the words, he nodded, and said no more. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time faintly confused. Could it be discovered so soon? He quickly suppressed this idea again. The Boyang vase was the product of the emperor and the sheep. It could hide the heavens, but how could it not hide a pinnacle great emperor? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes and secretly became anxious. "No, it's okay. They want fight, right?" For a long time, the Poyang bottle has served as his pocket of treasures. No matter what the treasures he has obtained, it is stuffed into the Poyang bottle together with his whole cards. And the dark blue diamond crystal that stored the black robe old man was also easily stuffed into the Boyang bottle by him. As the sword spirit in Yu Cheng's emperor's sword, the black robe old man must have participated in battles after another. In other words, the heavenly court where the three emperors were destroyed is very likely to have Yu Cheng's participation. This is a blood feud that cannot be reconciled, and there is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation. If you really fight in the Boyang vase, the three emperors who have only the true soul will definitely fall behind, and may even be defeated. Regardless of the situation, this was something Jian Wushuang didn't want to see. However, with two real emperors around him, Jian Wushuang couldn't open the Boyang bottle to check it, so he could only secretly worry. At this moment, Jin Wuyang opened his eyes, and a touch of golden light appeared in the emperor's eyes. He seemed to have realized something, frowned again. After a while, Jin Wuyang said, "You don't belong to the big division domain, or even this era. Who are you?" In a word, even Yu Cheng was solemn. The weight of this sentence is really too heavy and contains too much content. From that long time to the barren Wangu era, and swept through the heavens of Zhenliang. If you don't know the meaning of this sentence, the Wangu era is an era that I can't even imagine. There is even an era that is even more distant than the Wangu era, and the black robe at the moment has actually existed since a more ancient time. Only then did Jian Wushuang discover that he had far underestimated the existence of the sky character bone armor, and at the same time he was filled with an unspeakable emotion. Has the news of Master Xuani become secret in an era where even time and years have no meaning? Who is he? What did you do that fell to where it is now? Jian Wushuang was shocked in his heart, and at the same time looked solemnly at the black robe, eager to learn some news from him. However, under the suppression of the emperor's luck, the black robe was on the verge of extinction again. "You don't belong to this era. Who are you?" Jin Wuyang took the trouble to repeat this question again. The black robe, who had been silent for a long time, raised his head at this moment, and shot two dark purple cold glows from under the wide hood. That was his gaze, looking at Jin Wuyang. Then the old hoarse voice sounded again, peeping at the cipher text, "Die." "Except for this sentence, don't you have anything else?" Jin Wuyang frowned. "If you are willing to say it, I will let you go once, so that you no longer suffer, and let you go." Chapter 5099. Immediately afterwards, He changed his head again. If you still don't say anything, I have many ways to make you more painful than staying in that little bone armor 1,000 times, 10,000 times. However, Hypo turned a deaf ear to what he said, still stubbornly repeating the sentence. The one who looks at the ciphertext, die. Jin Wuyang was angry and directly waved his arms. In an instant, the chains condensed by the emperor's luck lashed against the black robe fiercely. With a whip, the whole body of the black robe instantly cracked a hideous crack. Then, the 9 chains fell down together. The dark purple huamong that was enough to cover the sky was disintegrating, and the body of the black robe disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you don't say it will not do you any good, if you say it, it will feel better. Jin Wuyang said slowly. Even at the edge of life and death, the black robe still repeated the previous sentence. The one who looks at the ciphertext, die. Death. Jin Wuyang sipped, and a total of 9 chains fell together. It is foreseeable that once all the chains are dropped, the black robe will inevitably disappear. Jian Wushuang's heart was stunned, and he wanted to save the black robe. But Yu Chang took a step ahead of him. He waved his hand to stop the 9 Dao Monarch Qi Luck chain and stood in front of Jin Wuyang. Yu Chang, what are you? Jin Wuyang frowned in confusion. Yu Chang arched his hands and said, going back to the emperor, he can't die. This involves a lot of things. If you act rashly, it might be detrimental to many things. Jin Wuyang frowned, thinking about the meaning of his words, and then said after a moment, it's okay, imprison him. When Yu Chang heard the words, he nodded, then turned to look at the black robe, stretched out his hand and stroked it. Layers of black and blue aura appeared. Then he was wrapped in a black robe and put it back into his sleeve. As the black robe disappeared, the unspeakable depressive breath disappeared completely. The entire Zio Yuntai was restored to the state of Yunjuan Yunshu. He didn't get any useful news from Hypo's mouth, which made Jin Wuyang quite upset. He turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Only resentment was left in the emperor's eyes. Then what ciphertext is hidden in the bone armor of Rosh, so that you can't even ask the news? Nothing, mainly because when we were about to see the answer, the black robe rushed out and destroyed the bone armor. Zhun Weiying's voice rose sharply, that is to say, after having tossed for so long and ruined me half of the sky, I finally got nothing? Jian Wushuang was quite embarrassed. You can say so? Jin Wuyang was extremely angry and turned his head to look at the craftsman Su Tu. Su Tua, this emperor must listen to the truth. What is the ciphertext on the bone armor? The craftsman Su Tua slowly opened his eyes. Hui Dijuan indeed. As the little friend Jian said, Su Tua doesn't even know it. When Jin Wuyang heard this, he felt nothing to say. At this time, Yu Chang said, every dust in this big division, every celestial plane has gone through countless catastrophes to form the current prosperity. And the significance of the existence of the heaven is to protect the countless horizons of heaven and eternal prosperity, and protect the countless heavenly arrogances toward their own avenue. However, this unnecessary battle has turned nearly 100 heavenly planes and endless creatures into dust, and everything in it may be destroyed. This is beyond what the heavenly court can tolerate. The last Dayan immortal who erased nearly 10 celestial planes has been imprisoned in the sea of boundlessness and endured endless nothingness. Now, your damage to Tianyu far exceeds that of any previous war, and punishment is inevitable. After the sentence was pronounced, Yu Chang looked at Jin Wuyang. At this moment, the disciples of Sansuan Mountain, the master craftsman Su Tua, Nan Xian, and young master Jiao all looked extremely nervous. In the Sea of No Edge, the punishment of the emperor is the most serious punishment. Once these responsibilities fall, it is almost equivalent to a death sentence. At this time, Jian Wushuang took a step forward and said, this battle was caused by me alone. They are all victims. It has nothing to do with them. I will bear it myself. Who said they should be punished? Jin Wuyang looked at him and said in a deep voice, this emperor will only fine you today, heavy punishment. Willing to take it? Jian Wushuang arched his hands and said firmly. Jin Wuyang said in a deep voice, you said, what kind of punishment do you want? Any punishment is fine. Okay, happy boy. The emperor will punish you to go to the wasteland to move bricks. Move bricks? Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded. Yes, let me go to Da Huang and stay honestly for 10,000 years. 1,000 years. The blazing and warm Yanli disappeared, and the clouds of Yunju and Yunshu gradually disappeared, replaced by low black clouds. Thunder and lightning, thick as a dragon, brewed in the dark clouds, and accompanied by a huge vortex. It was a scene of destruction. It was in these void clouds that even Yin Xian dared not wait any longer, and there was a giant bird that spread its wings and jumped. Ukanshu. This giant bird is completely black and blue, and under its wings, it can even cover several celestial planes under its wings. It is so huge that even the dragon-like lightning in the dark clouds is extremely small. On top of this giant bird's beast, there are two figures sitting upright. One of them is Yu Chong and the other is Jian Wushuang. Even Yanli can swallow the frozen gang wind raging in the void. Even Jian Wushuang felt a deep chill. This is a void that has never been seen before, and the heavenly plane does not exist at all, not even a trace of derivation, and some are only barren in nothingness. This is a very dark void. Even the stars have not been born, except for the burst of lightning. There is no other color. Sitting on the bird's head of the giant bird, Jian Wushuang no longer knew where he was. The giant bird can span hundreds of celestial planes between the wings, and it can be inferred that it has been completely far away from the center of the big division. Could it be that the so-called Great Desolation is the border of Desiyu? Jian Wushuang trembled in his heart as he thought. At this moment, Yu Cheng suddenly looked back and looked at him with a warm complexion. That's a good guess. The so-called Dahuang is indeed the border of Desiyu. Jian Wushuang felt a shock in his heart. How do you know what I think in my heart? Yu Cheng smiled slightly. Of course it is a guess. If you are not thinking about this problem, it would be strange. Jian Wushuang was silent. He didn't understand why these emperors could always see what other Yinxian was thinking. After a while, Yu Cheng spoke first. We are now far away from the center of Desiyu and rushed to the border. He was a little stunned when he heard the words. It took 20,000 years to unknowingly it has been nearly 20,000 years since the divine power universe. And for nearly 20,000 years, he has been surrounding Desiyu. Chapter 5100. The vast expanse, including countless celestial planes of the Great Division, even began to make Jian Wushuang doubts. Desiyu, is there really a boundary? Now that he got the exact news from Yu Chong, this made Jian Wushuang feel slightly worried. It's just that Desiyu is so vast and vast. So in what way should the real ultimate development be displayed before his eyes? And Xian Yi, Lao Zun and the others, where and in what form should exist in this ultimate development? Just when Jian Wushuang was a little startled, Yu Chong said leisurely, you have also seen that not all celestial voids can be born out of planes. The more you reach the boundary, the less planes there will be. And the boundary of the big division domain is the limit that the emperor can expand to, and there is no power here, and it is meaningless to continue to expand. Therefore, we set the boundary of the Great Division as the Great Wilderness. A brief language sketched out the outline of Desiyu for Jian Wushuang. Let him know something. Then, he got up, faced the wind that was enough to make the fairy body tremble, and looked at the endless nothingness through the layers of dark clouds. Outside of the big division domain, is it even more expansive? It may disappoint you. Outside the Great Division, there is an endless wilderness. Even Dian Immortal will be lost in the wilderness and eventually become dust. Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Could it be that there is only an endless great famine outside the Desiyu? Of course not, Yu Cheng smiled. Although the great wilderness is endless, it has a boundary after all. Beyond that boundary, there are many large domains that are the same as those of the Great Division. Jian Wushuang's heart was hot, and his silent heart felt a little restless. With infinite existence, there are infinite possibilities. Everything is within reach. At this moment, what did he think of and look towards Yu Chongdao? Uncle Yu, I can ask, what is the name of the nearest big domain next to the big division domain? Yu Chong looked at him and said with a smile, ask what this does. Do you want to leave Desiyu? No? No? I'm just curious to ask. This is not something that can't be said, but the Yinxian known in Desiyu is indeed poorly understood. The big domain adjacent to the big division domain? It is the infinite border of the great wilderness, and that big domain is called the Tongtian Buddha realm. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. Through the heavens? Why? Do you know there? No? I don't know. I just think it's a bit novel. Yu Cheng looked ahead. It seemed to be reminiscing. Where? I wandered once. All the monk capitals are more stubborn and extreme. They gave me some not-so-good perceptions. It's a coincidence. The neighboring Desiyu is actually the world of Tongtian Buddha? Jian Wushuang was shocked secretly. The experience of the past reappeared in his mind. Although he had never been to the so-called Tongtian Buddha realm, the Tongtian Buddha realm had some contact with him unconsciously. In the Sand Demon Cave, encountering a sea of blood, the cause and effect are killed off. Sha Qing, the lord of the Sand Demon Cave, surrendered to his death, saying that the only way to resolve the catastrophe was to go to the world of Tongtian Buddha. Only then did Jian Wushuang have some connection with the Buddha realm that Tongtian. Now that 20,000 years have passed, the Tongtian Buddha realm, which is about to be sealed in memory, has once again come to mind. After all, do you want to go to the world of Tongtian Buddha? Jian Wushuang hesitated in his heart, and at the same time worried about the causal massacre he was carrying. The so-called cause and effect massacre is a crack. Although it is not too harmful, it is a hidden danger after all. This hidden danger will continue to grow with the owner and eventually reach the point where it cannot be ignored. At present, Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with this big killing, but he knows that if it is not cleared in time, his mellow spirit will be completely destroyed. So he can't ignore any clues about the world of Tongtian Buddha. Because of a woman, a large-scale killing and robbery made Jian Wushuang and Tongtian Buddha realm contact. Of course, these are things that Yu Cheng didn't know, and naturally he wouldn't think about it. Yu Cheng continued to speak, so, I don't have a good understanding of the world of Tongtian Buddhism, including emperors who are more repulsive there. When he said this, he looked at Jian Wushuang and continued. So what you have to do when you come to this border wasteland is to move bricks and move bricks hard. Ah, no. Isn't it really moving bricks? There can be fakes. The emperor has no jokes. I don't know how long it has passed, how long it has transitioned into the void, and even the years have no meaning, until Jian Wushuang is numb. Everything has new progress. Ahead is the great wilderness. Yu Cheng said. Jian Wushuang's heart shook. Then he got up and looked forward. He saw that the originally extremely dark void had a dim light and a solid earth. Wait, the earth? How can there be a solid ground in this vast wilderness that is so barren that even dust can't exist? However, Jian Wushuang was truly convinced when the giant bird below him steadily landed on the solid ground. Here, the boundary of Desiyu, which belongs to the void of the great wilderness, actually exists in the form of the earth. The earth is boundless, extending to every emptiness in sight. The giant bird standing steadily on the earth raised its head and sighed, then turned into a palm-sized chasing bird and flew into Yu Cheng's palm and disappeared. No, not land. The sword with the soles of the feet on the ground did not change slightly in both sides, and soon I noticed that the ground under my feet was not the real ground, but was composed of dense bones. Yu Cheng glanced at him quite appreciatively, and then said, yes, there is really no land on this wild border. This solid ground is actually paved by the bones of Dingxiu, Xianxian, and Dianxian. Are these all the bones of the cultivators and immortal yin in the Great Division? Jian Wushuang's eyes were solemn. There are too many to an unimaginable level. How many bones of monks and immortals are needed to cover the vast wilderness and emptiness? Yu Cheng nodded, as if narrating a small matter. It is indeed all the bones of the monks in the Great Division and the bones of the Yinxian, of which the bones of the Yinxian accounted for 70%. Jian Wushuang was shocked and completely covered the border of this great wilderness. What kind of battle he had experienced in the age of Wangu? Does the establishment of a heavenly court require so many killings to become immortal? He also understood a little bit why there are so few fairy cultivators in Dasiyu nowadays, and Dian Celestial being almost non-existent. Multi-source app. Mimi reading the reason may be traced back to the Battle of the Emperors in the ancient age. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5101. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. It has been nearly 20,000 years since he reached the ultimate Yin Huan, and in the 20,000 years, Jian Wushuang also knew a lot about those ancient secrets that were unknown to Dayan Immortal. The Wanggu era belonged to the era of coexistence of all emperors, and countless stunning arrogances came into being, creating their own supreme road. Just what Jian Wushuang knew, there were 5 emperors. The 5 emperors are the 5 heavenly courts, coexisting in the big division domain, dividing domains to rule. Yang Jun, Su He, Dao Gong, Feng Hua, Lu Crou. And these 5 emperors can be regarded as representatives in the big division, and there are several emperors. The Wanggu era was a brilliant world, with so many emperors, let alone Dayanxian. However, with the emergence of Zhen Wuyang, everything eventually turned into dust. Just what Jian Wushuang knew, nearly 10 emperors died in Zhan Wuyang's hands. And Yinxian, Dayanxian seems to be countless. He also understood why there were very few bones of Xianxian left in the Desai domain. It turned out that all the bones were pushed into the wilderness to fill the border of the wilderness. This is a dusty secret. Whether it is known or not, it has not much meaning. Stepping on the ground paved with the infinite bones of Yinxian, Jian Wushuang walked slowly along with Yu Chong. The great wasteland is endless, and the bones under this foot are also endless. The emperor is now punishing you to the great wasteland. It is really helpless, otherwise it will not be enough to warn or convince the crowd. Furthermore, the emperor asked you to come to this great wilderness, which is also the result of our joint discussions. There are 2 reasons for this. One is to warn the public, and the other is that this great wasteland really needs to be repaired. Repair? Jian Wushuang looked at him, a little puzzled. Yu Chang nodded. It's true. This vast wasteland. It's time to fix it. Jian Wushuang felt a little uncomprehending. Could it be that there will be an immortal existence in this place where even the power of extinction can't exist? It is indeed impossible for Yinxian to come here. Even Dayanxian will never set foot in this great famine. But there are always exceptions in everything. As Yu Chang said, he waved his arms, and suddenly mad dust was rolled up on this fairy bone road. With the sudden rise of Quangshan, some subtle auras began to appear on the Xingu road. Jian Wushuang subconsciously looked at the immortal bone road under his feet, only to realize that a pair of footprints appeared. What are these footprints? It's trouble. Yu Chang smiled slightly and said, apart from those monk heads, you are the first Yinxian to come to the great wilderness. Those monk heads? Why did they appear in the great wilderness? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Yu Chang said, they used their feet to measure the earth, and they tried to save all the eternal immortals, and went to their heavenly Buddha realm to worship. The most important point is that they regard this great wilderness as a place of experience, and they will come forward one after another. Jian Wushuang was a little dumb when he heard the words. The idea is really unique, so you should use it as a place of experience? Yanli cannot be retained at all, and it is boundless. I am afraid that even Dayanxian will be lost here. It is more appropriate to compare this great wilderness to a tomb. Yes, even I never thought that they would have such a firm determination. Yu Chang said, and then looked at him, Wushuang. All you have to do is to stay here and reinforce the barriers of the great wilderness. Stay here for 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. 10,000 years is a period of retreat for the immortals and even the top cultivators, not long at all. But for Jian Wushuang, it was different. His growth rate was too fast, and 10,000 years was enough for him to do too many things. Right now, he was going to be exiled in the wilderness for 10,000 years, which greatly restricted any of his actions. Yu Chang seemed to see the sadness in his eyes and smiled. 10,000 years is not a long time, but it is just a rhetoric. If the emperor didn't say that at the time, I am afraid that the second emperor would never let it go. After all, it was destroyed. It's his greatness. In 1,000 years, I will come to Dahuang to pick you up, but of course it depends on your performance. Jian Wushuang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 1,000 years of time is not too far away for him. Quandang has experienced this great wilderness. Yes, what do I do next in this great famine? Of course it is building the wall to reinforce the barrier. Ah, it turned out to be really moving bricks? Of course. As they continued to talk, the two figures moved forward at a gentle speed, until a wall that almost halved the void appeared before they stopped. It's not so much a wall, it's a real fairy trail. It is as if the road to the bones of the bones is rolled up by some supreme power. It rises high, almost isolating the entire void, and it is divided into two even if it is Dian. Standing here is like the supreme under the fairy trail-like barriers. Everyone will feel their own insignificance. Here is the real border of Desiyu, and it is also the edge of the great wasteland. Yucheng looked at Jin Wushuang, who was already fascinated, and said in a slow voice, "And what you have to do now is to repair this border barrier a little bit." "Shio, repair here?" Jin Wushuang swallowed his throat with some difficulty, and bitterness flashed in his eyes. "Yes." Yucheng nodded slightly. "This border barrier was built by me and the Emperor. It can stop all enemies and will not be destroyed for endless years. However, on the other side of the great wilderness, those monk heads from the world of Tongtian Buddhism used certain methods to damage the border barrier, allowing them to enter the Great Division. What you have to do now, Wushuang, is to completely seal the border barriers and block all enemies from the wilderness." Jin Wushuang nodded. "Okay, I will." At this time, Yucheng put a smile away and became a little serious. "Remember, Wushuang, this is a punishment. This is the most dangerous place in the entire Desai region. Even Dian Immortal is nothing here. At the moment you set foot on the border of the wilderness, you have to make any preparations. You are not only facing the weakness of the immortal body, but also the enemies hidden in the wilderness." Jin Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. "Enemies in the great wilderness. There are other immortals in the great wilderness?" Yucheng nodded. "To be precise, they are no longer evangelists, they are just a certain obsession, wandering and lost in the wilderness. After I leave, any evangelists and monk heads that come out of the great wilderness will be your enemies. All you have to do is to completely block all enemies outside the border, and don't miss one." Chapter 5102. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign Yucheng left. After entrusting Jin Wushuang for a while, he left. Only Jin Wushuang was left on this fairy bone road, the border of the great wilderness. He stood in place, feeling the endless aura of ancient times, and at the same time thinking about the meaning of Yu Chang's words. In this great wilderness, can there be a fairy cultivating approach and walking in it? And what kind of existence is the so-called Tongtian Buddha realm outside the great wilderness? And those guys actually use the end of the great wasteland as part of their own trials? Jin Wushuang thought of the great monks he had seen in the Sand Demon Cave, and he also got some news from the discussion forum with Kong Luan. The heads of monks who haunt the Sand Demon Cave are indeed from the world of Tongtian Buddha. Moreover, after experiencing the incident in the Sand Demon Cave, Jin Wushuang had no favors with the monk heads, especially the few Dian immortals. But only the monk Kong Luan, Jin Wushuang had some feelings for him. He gained a lot from the conversation under the Blood Sea. All in all, in the world of Tongtian Buddhism outside of the great wilderness, Jin Wushuang didn't have much favor. After roughly clarifying some clues to the conclusion, Jin Wushuang began to walk forward. The boundless wilderness, without borders, everything seems to be shrouded in dense dust, without a heavenly plane, without a big sun star. Yes, it's just dim and gloomy. What Yu Chang said was right. Even if Dian Immortal came here, he would eventually be lost. But Jin Wushuang did not have anything unusual. His mind, spirit, and thoughts had long been melded to a terrifying degree. For him, Dahuang was actually a good place for cultivation. Stepping on the Xingu Road, Jin Wushuang looked at the boundary barrier that divided the void in two, and quickly understood what Yu Chang wanted him to repair. In the center of this vast border barrier, there is a gap, only a line. It's like being torn apart by external force, making the boundary barrier no longer complete. This gap seemed to have only one line, but when Jin Wushuang really went to check the gap, he knew what the abyss was. The entire boundary barrier is too vast and infinite, So even if only one line is broken, it is an irreparable crack. Jian Wushuang stood in the center of this crack, unavoidably getting big for a while. This rift is too vast. I am afraid that it may not be able to completely fill it if it is packed into thousands of celestial planes. Today's Jian Wushuang, it is not difficult to move an ordinary heavenly plane in the Daisai domain. But the difficulty lies in the fact that this is a great wasteland, and everything is barren. There is no celestial plane, and there is no growth force to supplement, only rely on oneself to slowly restore the growth force. In this way, repairing this border barrier is tantamount to a disaster. Since there was no Tianyu plane to use, Jian Wushuang turned to look at the Xingu Road under his feet. This boundary barrier, like the Xingu Road, was built with the bones of Yinxian, but if you want to repair it, you can only fill it with the Xingu Road. Do what he said. After Jian Wushuang roughly calculated the gap between the cracks and the boundary barrier, he suddenly released his own power. This great famine, I don't know how many billions of years of time there has been no development. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang released his power, the entire endless void and Da Huang directly burst into vortexes. The thick dust was absorbed by the vortex, but hovering in the void, making everything tremble. Thunder and lightning that is as thick as a dragon looms in the eddy current, and may tear the void and fall at any time. Here, there is no heavenly order. Everything is chaotic, the original state. Then, in the next section, thousands of thunder and lightning that resembled a giant dragon, all blasted towards Jian Wushuang, who exuded power. Boom! Even the Xingu Road trembled, and the fragments of the fairy bones became a fan. As for Jian Wushuang, who resisted the sky thunder with his body, he was severely blasted into the heart of the earth. These heavenly thunders could not have much influence on Jian Wushuang, who possessed the immortal body, but they still made him embarrassed to the extreme. When the thunder and lightning subsided, he walked out of the heart of the earth quite embarrassed. No, don't you have to be hacked even to release Yanli? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. He decided to try again. The majestic and surging force once again flowed in the meridians and escaped. But this time, it did not trigger the void vision. Jian Wushuang quickly understood that the original vision was caused by an accident. However, in this great wasteland, it is indeed impossible to condense and derive power, and it is a completely barren land. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang directly set about repairing the boundary barrier. Since the heavenly plane was not born in this great wilderness, he could only start to cut off the road of immortal bones and use the piled bones to fill the gaps between the boundary barriers. The invisible sword quietly condenses Jian Wushuang, rises into the void, and then cuts it down with a single sword. Rumble. Xiangulu was cut open by a crack, and then under the cutting of the invisible sword, a square trace was cut out at the center of Xiangulu. Then, Jian Wushuang put away the invisible sword, and his figure also fell on the road of Xianbone. He suddenly stomped his foot, and in an instant, the Xingu Road was sinking and shaking, and a square road block the size of a sacred mountain rose directly from the ground. Jian Wushuang's arms were supporting the sky, and he directly held up the road block the size of a sacred mountain, stacked in the center of the boundary barrier. Although the roadblock is bigger than the sacred mountain, it is as small as dust when compared with the cracks in the boundary. But Jian Wushuang didn't care about these, silently began to carry out the next move. In this way, in this vast wilderness, a figure tirelessly cuts the road of immortal bones, and at the same time piles the cut road blocks the size of a mountain in the gap between the boundary barriers. In the border wilderness, there is no concept of time. Everything is in a primitive state of chaos. Die an immortal with a weak mind and spirit will be lost in this. There is only one figure, doing his own thing firmly, constantly mending the gaps in the boundary. My big companion, where do you think Wushuang will be now? I heard that Demaxian has been seriously damaged. The cloud smoke curls up, and the heavenly palace lies quietly among the clouds, which is quite mysterious. In a warm pavilion, Xiao Dijuan leaned against the window, looking at the swimming sea of clouds with some wonder. The purple-robed old man who had been standing behind him looked up at him and said, "Your Highness, you have already passed." Xiao Dijuan returned to his senses, looked at him sideways and said in a condensed voice, "Why? Can't I even say this now? Chapter 5103. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. The thin purple robe bowed his head and nodded, and said in a steady voice, His Royal Highness is the prince, and these should not be issues that the prince should consider. Xiadigen's voice rose sharply. Then what should I consider? Should the emperors kill each other? He was silent, and said after a moment, I can't influence His Highness' judgment, but His Highness should be considered for the future. Okay, I see. Xiadigen was rather impatient, and a lonely flash in his eyes. The thin purple robe continued, His Royal Highness, don't rely too much on Jian Wushuang. You must know that he is not dependent on His Highness. He has his own purpose. I don't think he will be restrained by any immortal. Once he finds his own way, it's not far from leaving. Xiadigen couldn't bear it. Enough, go out. But he did not leave and continued to say, In order to prevent your highness from going on like this, I have already met the emperor and asked the emperor to send a great heaven official for his highness, and he will be able to come soon. Boom! Xin Chuang was directly shot to pieces by Xiao Dijuan. He stood in the warm pavilion, angrily to the extreme. What are you talking about? Let the emperor send me a great heaven official? You don't know my heaven official is Jian Wushuang? The thin purple robe looked calm. Jian Wushuang doesn't want to be a heavenly official of His Highness, and he is not moistened by the blood of the emperor, so he is not a heavenly official of His Highness. Okay, if you have you, then I have to take a good look. How long does that great faculty live under me? After leaving these last words, Xiao Dijuan left Nuan Pavilion straight away. The thin purple robe slowly turned around. A touch of firmness flashed in his eyes. In the endless wilderness, under the borderless barriers. At this moment, in the gap like the abyss of the sky, there are millions of square roadblocks like sacred mountains. Each roadblock is comparable to a sacred mountain, and millions of sacred mountains are stacked on top of each other, and it has long been impossible to imagine its grandeur. But in this way, compared with the border barriers, they are as small as dust. In the center of the crack in the boundary barrier, on top of a million sacred mountain-like fairy bones, sat a free and easy figure. He is Jian Wushuang. In a very short period of time, the boundary crack was filled with an edge. Although it is not a big deal, it is quite good. Looking at the still unimaginable cracks, Jian Wushuang was already thinking about how to plug the cracks the fastest. If the Xingu Road was cut out like a sacred mountain to fill it up as it is now, I am afraid that it would not be possible to plug the boundary cracks in 1,000 years. What should I do to quickly repair the cracks? Or should I try to push with Wushuang Kendo? Jian Wushuang thought to himself, but soon all his ideas were rejected by him. In this great wasteland, there can be no generative power born at all, and this means that he can't draw generative power from the void. However, Wushuang's sword Dao is extremely depleted of power. Once the immortal Bodhi's recovery cannot make up for the loss, then he will be extremely passive. Jian Wushuang would never do such a risky move. What's more, here is the border of the wilderness full of unknown desolation. No one knows what exactly exists here, not to mention that beyond this border barrier, there is an even more endless and dangerous famine. So Jian Wushuang still acted honestly according to the previous method. With a sword down, thousands of sword intents surged, and then every sword intent seemed to give birth to spiritual wisdom, spontaneously cutting the fairy bone road at the fastest speed. Then Jian Wushuang shook the ground and piled the roadblocks into the cracks in the road boundary. I am afraid that even he himself had never thought that Wushuang Kendo would be used to do these things one day. The sacred mountain-like roadblocks are piled up in the boundary cracks, and the sacred mountain-like roadblocks are actually the corpses of a fairy. Countless bones of Yanxian finally lay in the great wilderness, becoming a part of the ancient Baron. Jian Wushuang also finally understood that Mingming Xianxian had already transcended the order of heaven and became an immortal existence. Why is there so sparse Xianxian in Desiyu? It turns out that those Xianxian from the ancient times have long been turned into dead bones and discarded in the wilderness. It was extremely boring to repair the border in this great wilderness. Originally, Jian Wushuang thought that he would encounter injustice, but never thought that this great wilderness would not even have any fluctuations. If nothing happens, he will not encounter a catastrophe in just 1,000 years. And when Jian Wushuang repeatedly moved the bricks, something unexpected happened suddenly. Under the fairy bone road that has been dug deep gully, the pure Wushuang sword intent is even harder to dig down. As if it has touched some restrictions, so it is difficult to make an inch. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, with a bad premonition in his heart. He knows the point where Wushuang Kindo's sword intent is tyrannical, and it is precisely because of that bad premonition will grow stronger. Could it be that there is hidden under this fairy bone road what? Jian Wushuang quickly walked down from the void and came to the edge of the pothole dug out of deep gully. Through the layers of celestial bones, his eyes turned to the deepest part of the pit. But at the same time, a thick black smoke that could not be ignored was like a black dragon, suddenly gushing out from the deepest part of the pothole. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't ignore this kind of energy that burst out in an instant. The black smoke gushes out, covering the sky instantly, making the void even more extremely dark. Due to the surging and rising of black smoke, a vortex once again appeared above the void. The more violent vortex was spinning, echoing with the black smoke, and it seemed that a supreme punishment was brewing. Jian Wushuang secretly said a bad sound. Without thinking about it, he directly released the invisible sword and slashed towards the black smoke pillar like a black dragon. Sneer. Like tearing brocade and silk, the black smoke was cut off from it forcibly and finally dissipated in the void. But Jian Wushuang did not relax his vigilance. He did not think that the black smoke would disappear like this. What is it that emits black smoke? Is it some kind of prohibition? You know, this fairy bone road in the great wilderness was formed by Zhen Wuyang and Yu Chang hand in hand in that ancient time, and its span of time is unimaginable. If there is a certain restriction under this fairy bone road, I am afraid that once it is born, it will inevitably cause some kind of catastrophe on this fairy bone road. Jian Wushuang frowned. He never thought that digging a road would actually dig a catastrophe. Immediately afterwards, the black smoke that was cut off unexpectedly spewed out again, and with an unimaginable aura, covered the entire fairy bone road. This must be a disaster. Chapter 5104. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. As if to confirm the anxiety in Jian Wushuang's heart, Xiangulu suddenly trembled. Along with this tremor, a voice that seemed to have come from the Wanggu era resounded with a sense of decay. Kill, kill. A line of shouting and killing came from under the Xingu Road, causing the entire Xingu Road to start a turbulence. Jian Wushuang's gaze was completely solemn, and he could feel the terrifying existence under the heart of this earth. Accompanied by the sound of shouting and killing, it shook the void, as if countless immortals were fighting on the battlefield in a battle, draining the last drop of blood. The entire border wilderness seemed to have been transformed into a battlefield, returning to the ancient time. The fairy bone road under the feet was trembling, as if these fairy bones would wake up at any time, and everything was shocked beyond words. Kill, kill. At the next moment, under the abyss, the black smoke suddenly became stronger than at any time before, almost reaching the level of obscuring the void. Jian Wushuang stepped back slowly, frowning tightly. This kind of supreme aura is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary Yanxian. There must be a catastrophe on this fairy bone road. It seemed that just as he thought, in the black smoke that was enough to obscure the void, a pair of true eyes like the stars of the sun appeared quietly. Dark smoke, real eyes suddenly appeared. With the appearance of this dual true purpose, Jian Wushuang immediately noticed it. With eyes facing each other, thousands of black, mist-like arrows burst out of the black smoke. Jian Wushuang was startled secretly and almost retreated 100 steps before he even thought of it. At the same time, holding an invisible sword, he slashed the black mist arrows from the violent shooting. "I'm still alive. I'm still alive." Amidst the black smoke, a rotten and barren voice came out, as if the pain that had suppressed the endless years was released. "Zhen Wuyang, I'm still alive. I'm still alive." The black smoke trembled violently, and the bones on the uppermost layer of Xingu Road began to shatter into dust. Jian Wushuang stepped back slowly, and he already felt a desolate and lonely breath from the black smoke. Plus what he said, it can be concluded that it is living with Zhen Wuyang for an era, and those who live with Zhen Wuyang for an era and can call Zhen Wuyang directly can only be hostile forces. Who can run through the long river of time and is still undead? Who is not the strongest? After thinking about these things clearly, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate to prepare to retreat to the border of the great wilderness. After all, once Yinli was consumed here, he would truly die. However, before he started, the black smoke covering the void suddenly gathered, turned into a heavy hammer enough to cover the sky, and hit Jian Wushuang heavily. He was shocked, naturally feeling the terrible power of this kind of power, and hurriedly avoided. Boom! The heavy hammer condensed from the black mist hit the Xingu road heavily, causing a huge shock. Those immortal bones that have existed for hundreds of millions of years without decay simply cannot withstand such a heavy pressure, and are instantly blasted out of the potholes of one party after another. And Jian Wushuang didn't love war at all, and quickly left Xingu Road with the gods and the mountains and rivers. But Xingu Road is too vast, almost as endless as the great wilderness. With his departure, the heavy hammer condensed by black smoke changed again, turned into hundreds of chains, and shot down frantically. Zheng, zheng. Every chain made of black smoke can easily break a fairy bone road. However, Jian Wushuang, who used Shuti Mountain and River to escape, was unable to pull the distance, and chains descending from the sky blocked any possible escape directions. He frowned, and the invisible sword was quietly held in his hand, directly bursting out thousands of sword intent. Every sword intent exploded with unparalleled momentum, slashing towards the chains. When the two collided, light and darkness existed for only a moment, and then all disappeared. Jian Wushuang no longer rushed to escape, but turned and looked towards the void. In the void, the monstrous black smoke has gathered together, swimming slowly. As the black smoke continued to dissipate, a pair of true eyes hidden in it finally fully condensed. It was a body that was 10 million feet tall. Even though it was hidden under the black smoke, it was difficult to conceal the magnificence of the figure. The mottled and gloomy beetle was broken, and it was not even visible that it was a battle armor, because it was so broken that it could not cover the body that was as high as 10,000 meters. As the black smoke dissipated, the body that was as high as 10 million feet stood on the road of Xingu. He wore a shattered armor, big ears, disheveled hair, and a pair of true eyes that were made of divine blood, exploding with supreme power. In his hand, he held a broken sword that had been broken in half. Along with his appearance, a violent vortex reappeared above the void, and lightning like a dragon descended from the vortex, wrapping around the body of the battle armor. If I am still alive, I will not live in vain. I will destroy everything and bury it for my lord. The battle armor figure roars with a sword, and a pair of true eyes are eager to drip blood. He has been dead for countless years, but he woke up again, waking up in the great wilderness novel. Everything that he was familiar with has turned into dry bones, and everything he sees is barren. And the first time he woke up, there was only Jian Wushuang around him, and he naturally regarded Jian Wushuang as an enemy. The eagle dog under the true Wuyang seat? The armor body exclaimed, and his hand cut the sword and pointed it straight down. Jian Wushuang took a half step back. His eyes solemnly said, I have nothing to do with Zhen Wuyang. You admit it wrong? I will never admit my mistake. I can feel his breath in your body. You must be inextricably linked to Zhen Wuyang. The armor roared, Since I am alive, then Zhen Wuyang's I will destroy everything. Jian Wushuang heard a bad cry secretly, and then exploded the power of the fairy body to its peak without any hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme generative power broke out in this great wilderness where the generative power could not be born. Unexpectedly once again aroused the void vision. The vortexes are converging, and a breath of depressive silence is engulfed. The battle armor figure stood on the road of Xingu, and the body was as high as tens of thousands of feet, full of coercion that could not be seen directly. Then, holding a broken sword in his hand, Shun cut down to Jian Wushuang. Void couldn't withstand this sword, so it began to fall apart with unparalleled weight. Jian Wushuang's eyes were dignified, and he suddenly stomped Xian Bone Road under his feet. With him as the center, a million swords in tint rose up instantly at this moment. Purely, the sword in tint surrounding the scarlet gold pattern illuminates the void. Wushuang Kendo and Kanjian collided heavily, directly erupting an infinite sound wave. Xingu Road was even opened up layers of corpses, shattered into powder in the void. And Jian Wushuang piled up in the boundary cracks. Those roadblocks that looked like sacred mountains, all turned into a handful of flying ash. Chapter 5105. Wandao Sword Sovereign. In other words, everything Jian Wushuang did before was in vain under this first confrontation. A remnant sword was cut down, and even the sword intent of Wushuang Kendo began to quickly collapse. Million Dao Wushuang sword intent can only look at the broken sword that resisted this cut. This battle armor figure with an ancient, desolate, and lonely aura is really terrifying. Just the drop of this sword, all with the aura of the ancient tyrant. Million Dao Wushuang sword intent also suddenly turned into a fan. The remnant sword fell unabated and directly tore out a crack in the Xingu Road. Jian Wushuang quickly backed away, panting slightly. His eyes were completely solemn, and only in this first confrontation, he felt the shape of this battle armor. He was a 9-ranked Great Yin Immortal. Regarding rank 9 Dian Immortal, even in the Sea of No Edge, Jian Wushuang had no chance of winning at all. Only when the Emperor's luck is added can he erase the 9-turned Dian Immortal. But how can the Emperor's luck be easily obtained? The Emperor Jinwu hiding in the ring has disappeared, and the last ray of the true soul of Emperor Six Crows in the text of Emperor Six Crows is also in the deepest sleep. It is impossible to provide the Emperor's luck. And even if it can provide the Emperor's luck, Jian Wushuang today will probably not use it again. Because of the Emperor's luck, the damage from overdraft was too terrible for him, who was still a fairy. The immortal body was born from an ultra-perfect chaotic creature, and a physique more profound than an ultra-perfect chaotic creature. And the immortal body will be transformed with Jian Wushuang's growth. But after using the Emperor's luck in the Sea of No Edge, he discovered that the immortal body actually contradicted the foreign Emperor's luck very much, and would be silent because of it. Therefore, Jian Wushuang realized that although his fairy body is like a container, which can accommodate and absorb the luck of the godless king, the damage to the fairy body is also huge. Therefore, Jian Wushuang now can only rely on his own strength to defeat this armored figure. The boundless wilderness, reckless and vast. There will not be any Yanxian, even Dianxian will get involved here. He can only rely on himself. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has faced the 9th-ranked Dian Immortal, and he is from that ancient time. He has almost no chance of winning, and the possibility of wanting to escape the border of the wilderness is quite low. After all, this great wilderness was too vast. Jian Wushuang didn't think that rank 9 Dian Immortal would not be able to catch up with him. The remnant sword fell, without hurting Jian Wushuang any minute, which made the battle armor figure out of surprise. He could naturally see that Jian Wushuang was just a little Yanxian, and because of this, he didn't put it in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang was unscathed. This made the armor figure instantly angry, and his true eyes were extremely red. If I recover today, all the eagle dogs under the seat of Jin Wuyang will be buried for my lord. The vortex in the void exploded into an immense momentum, and the thunder and lightning like a giant dragon all penetrated the whole body of the battle armor, making him even more unable to look directly at the extreme. Then, the figure of the battle armor waved the broken sword in his hand and cut down again. This made Jian Wushuang a headache to the extreme, but he could only deal with it. Facing such a huge behemoth, agility became his advantage. When Duanjin cut down again, Jian Wushuang's figure quietly disappeared. When his figure appeared again, he was already at the waist of the battle armor figure. Jian Wushuang shook hands with the extremely dazzling invisible sword, and then stabbed the weakest part of his waist with all his strength.
Zhang.
There was a sound of golden and iron strikes, and the silver armor on the waist was directly shattered, and the invisible sword surrounded by the Xuanhe pattern only stopped for a moment, and then pierced into the armor-shaped fairy body without any hindrance. Yanli erupted from the wound on his waist. His battle armor figure was dull and roared, and endless violent growth spewed from his waist. Then, the battle armor figure danced his left hand and slammed it to the waist. Jin Wushuang had noticed it early, and his figure was ready to flee. Boom, boom, boom. The body shape of the battle armor was a dead hand, and he spared no effort to rush to the waist. But Jin Wushuang did not hit it, but hit the invisible sword that was still on the waist. This punch directly embedded the invisible sword deeply into his waist. Ugh! Even if the armor was the 9th-rank Dian Immortal, he couldn't bear such pain. The 10,000-meter-long body began to tremble, and then fell backward uncontrollably. Jin Wushuang's eyes condensed, his heart moved, and he silently recited Wushuang's sword art. The invisible sword that had been deeply embedded in the waist of the armor body suddenly exploded with an incomparable Xuanhe pattern at this moment. Unparalleled Kendo, Zingahu Hai Jiani. River. The river-shaped sword intent is majestic and surging, with the same force as the sky and the earth. At this moment, in the fairy body of the battle armor, it completely exploded. Using the invisible sword as the medium, the brilliant sword intent cannot be looked at directly, and finally converged into Tianhe. Feeling the anomaly in the immortal body, he half-kneeled in the battle armor figure on the path of the immortal bone, roaring dully, raising his palm to draw out the invisible sword in his body. Jin Wushuang was startled, and hurriedly released 1,000,000 chains of Yanli chain around his arm, trying to stop it. However, between Yinxian and 9 ranks Dianxian is an insurmountable abyss. How can it be blocked? This is a collision of physical immortal bodies. The chain of millions of powers was only clamped for a moment, and then instantly torn apart. Divine blood poured out of Jin Wushuang's ears and nose instantly, and the fairy body was hit hard at this moment. However, Wushuang Kendo was also completely released at this moment in the body of the battle armor. The towering Tianhe sword intent broke out completely, and the uncountable sword intent was like a real sword with a handle, rushing and cutting across the fairy body. Even rank 9 Dian Immortal would never be able to bear this kind of pain. The extremely large body of the battle armor instantly sprayed out layers of blood mist, and at the same time, the inexhaustible red-golden sword intent pierced his skin, drilled out of the fairy, and then burst open. He roared in pain, and his huge body crashed onto Xingu Road. It was the road of the bones that was cast from countless mortal bones. They couldn't bear this kind of pressure, and they cracked open the abyss. The immortal body with a 10,000-meter figure finally crashed into the heart of the Xingu Road. Feeling the violent shaking under his feet, Jin Wushuang gave a light cough, then wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. It is impossible for him to erase a 9th-rank Great Yinxian with Wushuang's sword Dao. Jin Wushuang didn't believe that the battle armor's figure would die so easily, so he did not relax his vigilance. Chapter 5106. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Although the armor figure of the 9th-rank Dian Immortal could not die so easily, Wushuang's sword Dao could at least severely damage it. Jin Wushuang slowly ascended into the void, and his gaze then looked at the place where the armor body had fallen. The Xian Bone Road was already badly damaged, and one of the potholes reached the level of a bottomless abyss, and even Jin Wushuang could not see the situation. As Xingu Road no longer trembled, everything returned to dead silence. No way, is he really dead? Jin Wushuang was still a little unwilling to believe it, and his figure gradually went into the pothole. However, the next moment, the void suddenly became viscous and stagnated, as if it had become a solid. He was shocked, but his figure was no longer able to move, as if 1,000,000 chains of Qi Luck had entangled him, making him unable to move. Then, black smoke quietly rose from the pothole, covering the sky and the sun. Along with the appearance of the black smoke, there was also a body that was as high as 10 million feet. A pair of true eyes are like 2 rounds of blood in the sky, only filled with endless hatred and resentment. Despicable Yinxian, today you will die for Zhenwuyang first. The battle armor was roaring, and then he stood up from the abyss and slashed towards Jin Wushuang. This sword is full of determination and killing. But Jian Wushuang, who was trapped in his figure, couldn't avoid it at all, and could only watch the sword fall on his fairy body. Sneer, divine blood spewed out, and Zhu Tian Yixian burst out with the most brilliant blue meaning, protecting his immortal body from being cut. However, this sword was a full blow from the ninth rank Dian Immortal. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't cut Jian Wushuang into two, it still broke his meridian every inch and turned it into powder. Zhu Tian Yixian then dimmed, and Jian Wushuang also fell back and fell quickly like a big sun star about to extinguish. The border barriers have been standing in the great wilderness for countless years, and despite being devastated, they still stand tall. Right now, Jian Wushuang, who was falling like a big sun, slammed into the boundary barrier. The boundary barrier is really too vast and magnificent. Even if the millions of celestial planes are added together, they can't be compared at all. Naturally, Jian Wushuang slammed into the boundary barrier and couldn't cause much disturbance. After the bang, a trace of the boundary barrier was knocked out, and Jian Wushuang, who had passed out, fell under the boundary barrier, which happened to be in the middle of the crack in the boundary barrier, surrounded by the dragon-like thunder and lightning. And the black, smoky armor figure slowly got up, and then walked towards the border barrier. He came to the crack in the boundary barrier and looked at Jian Wushuang, whose fairy body was not broken, and doubts arose in his heart. But soon, he directly waved his arm, and the endless gust of wind wrapped Jian Wushuang in a portable manner and blew it into the endless wilderness beyond the boundary barrier. Inside the border barrier, it belongs to the scope of the big division, while outside the border is the real waste. Even the unsatisfied Dian Immortal will get lost in the wilderness. That is a real forbidden place for one party, and there is no immortal involvement, except for certain specific existences. Jian Wushuang, who had passed out, naturally couldn't notice where he was now, and collapsed motionless in the thick dust. The figure of the battle armor was roaring dully, as if to vent the resentment that had existed in the past. He raised his head and stared closely at the magnificent border barrier, as if trying to identify where it was. Here, where? Why am I here? Is my heaven really broken? As the voice from eternity is full of sorrow, the violence has disappeared. The body shape of the armor is not as terrible as before, only confusion is left in his eyes, walking aimlessly on this fairy bone road. On the other side, Jian Wushuang, who had passed out in the great wilderness beyond the boundary barrier, was gently picked up by the palm of both hands at this moment. Master, look here. There is actually an immortal in the great wilderness. The still immature voice resounded in the thick dust. Then a dull but majestic voice resounded, "Quickly throw it away. It must be a dead body that has long been lost here." "No, master. He is still alive. I heard his heart beating." "What? It's still alive? How is this possible?" As the noisy voice sounded, a total of 6 diamond-like figures appeared in the dust. These 6 Vajra-like figures are all dressed in pure monk clothes, and will be majestic without anger. And at the center of these 6 figures, there is a little novice monk with red lips and white teeth, and a very smart eyebrow. At this moment, the little novice monk was full of anxiety, and wrapped his thin arms around a figure, not caring that the falling blood wet his monk clothes. "Masters, quickly save him. I feel he can still be saved," the little novice said, anxiously looking at the figures. As for the 6-dimensional diamond-like figure, calm and glanced at each other, and they all looked awkward. They set foot in the great wasteland, walked out of the great wasteland, and saw countless great crises. Now they have gone through all kinds of obstacles and walked out of the great wasteland. But when they encountered such a strange thing, they had to be vigilant. Among these figures, one of the most stable and old monk heads frowned slightly, as if he was hesitating. None of the fairy tales, and even Dian celestial creature, was able to survive such severe damage. And it seemed that this young man Yanxian, who had passed out, seemed to have just experienced a desperate struggle, and it was very likely that he was the source of danger. All the worries had to make the monks hesitate. At this time, the little novice monk became anxious. "Didn't you usually say you want to concentrate on doing good? How come you hesitate now?" Concentration on goodness also depends on the situation. Huiqing, You are still young and don't understand this, said the monk with a rough face and thick eyebrows. I'm not young. I've been listening to the sermon for 30 million years just under the mulberry tree. The little novice monk argued angrily. Master, you are not doing this right. You obviously have the ability to save people, so why not save? Because we don't know him? The steady old monk head who has not spoken for a while said helplessly, Okay, Hui Qing, calm down, let's save it. The little novice nodded quickly. Hui Qing thanked Master Father. After deciding to rescue each other, the 6 monks gathered together in the capital. The little novice hurriedly lifted Jian Wushuang, who was still unconscious, in his arms, and placed it in front of the 6 heads of monks. They looked at each other and then shot together. Huamong, with infinite luck, appeared one after another, covering Jian Wushuang's body one after another. Obscure and incomprehensible ciphertexts began to appear and slowly rotated. Chapter 5107. Wan Dao's sword sovereign, with layers of ciphertext flowing and covering. It was covered with mist-like dust in the wilderness, and began to recede away. And in this extremely dark wilderness of ancient times, a bright color began to appear. Under the joint treatment of the 6 monk heads, Jian Wushuang's state also began to stabilize. The blood was not gushing out, and the broken meridians began to repair quickly. The immortal body was originally the supreme physique against the sky. After being protected, it recovered almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. After seeing Jian Wushuang's terrifying recovery speed, the steadily old monk head who has become the Master Father couldn't help but be surprised. Earlier, he felt that Jian Wushuang, who had passed out, was no different from a dead body. There was no breath in his body, and his body had been broken into powder, and even Xianyuan had disappeared. How can such a body be saved? Unexpectedly, but only a few dozen breaths of time passed. He has already recovered, and he can even breathe weakly. The 6 monk heads were naturally aware of this situation, and after seeing each other, they were a little surprised and disbelieved. Could it be that what we saved was really a shocking arrogance? The great elder was a little puzzled, and at the same time the vigilance in his heart slowly receded, because he didn't feel any uncomfortable breath from Jian Wushuang's body. After a few hundred breaths of time, the 6 monk heads stopped at the same time, and then the master and father proceeded to explore Jian Wushuang's breath. How about master? Are you out of danger? Little novice Hui Qing asked nervously. The master nodded, then retracted his palm and said, It's not a major problem, and I'm recovering very well. It seems I will wake up soon. The monk with a rough face and thick eyebrows was quite exclaimed. This is really a miracle. It was so badly damaged in the Great Famine that it still survived. This is not easy. The master put his hands together. Good. Saving his life is a good fate. I hope that all the immortals will no longer suffer from the Great Famine. At this time, there was also a rather thin, clean-faced monk head, frowning slightly, and said, Brother, we have all passed through the great wilderness now, and we should be in the realm of the Great Division in front of us. There should be no great crisis anymore. But why is there still a very strong and manic killing intent here? The master did not speak, but slowly turned around and looked at the direction of Desiyu. There was an extremely dark void that was almost connected to the great wilderness. There was no big sun-shining star, and there was no celestial plane. Some are just border barriers that can't be looked directly at or spoken. The border barrier was too magnificent and vast, almost isolating everything and protecting the big division well. The master frowned slightly. His eyes revealed doubts. Could it be that the murderous aura came from the Great Division? Immediately afterwards, facing the rough, thick eyebrows, the monk head said in a deep voice, I'm afraid this murderous aura is also inseparable from this kid. Do you want to wake him up and ask? No, he is still recovering, so I can't treat him like this. Little novice Hui Qing hurriedly protected Jian Wushuang. The master said calmly, We have all walked through the desperate wilderness, so why are we afraid of these killing intents? Another monk with a 3-flowered seal between his eyebrows nodded and said, Big brother is right. How can a mere killing intent stop us? This time we come We must find other senior brothers. Finding them is not the goal. What we have to do is to realize the process. We can get out of the great famine, and it is not ourselves. After speaking these last words, the master turned and walked in the direction of Disiyu. The other monk heads also followed closely. Facing the rugged monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes, said, Hui Qing, since he is no longer a serious problem, we will leave him here. We have more important things to do. The little novice Hui Qing shook his head and said, No, three masters, he is still in a coma, and he will definitely lose his life if he is thrown into this great wasteland. I think he must be an immortal in the Daisai domain, so it is better to bring him back to the Daisai domain. In it, seeing persuasion not to move, he had to give up. A group of monk heads walked out of the great wilderness and walked towards the great division. The killing karma is too heavy. No wonder the killing intent is so strong. This big division is really not a paradise. Stepping on the road of immortal bones made of countless immortal corpses, a crowd of monks frowned. They saw that everything that was cast in the great wilderness was a fairy bone. These celestial bones used to be a celestial being who had the ability to penetrate the sky and the earth, but now they have lost everything and stood miserably in the wilderness for endless years. Stepping on the endless bones of immortals, a group of immortals have already come to the border barrier. Is this the passage opened by the predecessors? It is really a person with great perseverance. Facing the rugged monk with thick eyebrows and eyes, he exclaimed, and then folded his hands together. Indeed, it is already unthinkable to be able to break such a vast border barrier through a gap. Well, we have to go now. There is still a long way. We are all focused. After the master said, he walked into the border barrier. However, the thin little novice Hui Qing, carrying Jian Wushuang on his back, hung at the back of the masters. The border barrier is so magnificent to the extreme. It takes quite a long way to reach the Daisai domain. Headed by the master father, the team moved forward in the shape of a product. All around them, there was a faint radiant light of Buddha shrouded in them to protect them. They all looked solemn and seemed to be quietly prepared to respond. Brother, do you feel that your blood is getting stronger and stronger? How can it be that this great wilderness will remain the same forever, and even the power of growth can't be produced at all? How can it be possible to retain blood? At this time, the little novice Hui Qing, who carried Jian Wushuang on his back, raised his head and said very seriously, But Master San, I also feel a powerful, very clear vitality approaching us. As soon as Hui Qing's words came out, all the monks' faces became slightly solemn, and they looked up at the deserted surroundings. Be careful and vigilant. We have already walked out of the great wilderness. How can we be blocked from the great division? Grand Master frowned, his eyes solemn. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been in a coma, slowly awakened. Hui Qing noticed that Jian Wushuang was awakening behind him and was very happy. Ah, are you awake? How fast? He was at a loss first. Looking at the strange monks in front of him and combining the previous things, he quickly realized something. Yes, you saved me? Of course, but don't take it seriously. This is what we should do. Chapter 5108. Wan Dao's sword's sovereign little novice Hui Qing smiled and said, the kindness in his eyes was like a clear spring, pure to the extreme. Saving the life of a benevolent person is also a practice for us, a great kindness. Jian Wushuang's frowned brows slowly stretched and then solemnly thanked him. Hui Qing smiled again. I really don't need to thank you. If you must thank you, thank my masters for saving you. He nodded solemnly, and then as if he realized something, he asked, You guys are from the world of Tongtian Buddha? You, how do you know? Hui Qing opened her eyes wide and looked at him incredulously. However, just when he wanted to say more, a monk turned his head and shouted with a solemn expression, Enough, Hui Qing, don't say much. Hui Qing was startled and nodded quickly, shutting up. It wasn't until the monk turned around that he lowered his voice and said, I can't say too much. The masters are very strict with me. Jian Wushuang nodded, then walked away from Hui Qing's thin back. He looked around. and soon realized that it was extremely familiar here, and he was secretly surprised. You have come to the border? As soon as these words came out, all the monk capitals stopped and stared at Jian Wushuang like a glaring King Kong, as if they were ready to do anything. But Jian Wushuang didn't care about their gazes and shouted anxiously, "Leave soon. If you don't leave, it will be too late. The boundary has changed." The master's brow furrowed, his eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang, as if trying to figure out the truth or falsehood of his words. And at this moment, a body that was as high as 10,000 meters, with the killing intent to obscure the void, quietly stood on the edge of the boundary barrier. Those red eyes, almost crazy and paranoid, looked at the monk heads with boundless anger. Jian Wushuang was the first to discover the existence of the battle armor figure and shouted anxiously, "Go! He is here." But it's too late. The killing intent that was enough to obscure the void swept across in an instant, and the 10 million meter thousand foot body of the battle armor also blasted fiercely. A huge remnant sword, tearing through the void, slashing down. A group of monk heads also noticed in an instant, and they shot at the same time without thinking. The extremely dazzling Buddha's light is accompanied by the power, and at this moment, it completely blooms with endless light and forms an enchantment to resist that sword. A sword tore through the void, sinking down with endless killing intent. The gloomy remnant sword of blood slashed on the barrier, and the face of the Master Father, who was the first to face the brunt, suddenly changed, and then directly spit out the blood of the gods. The situation of the other 5 monk heads was not good. All of them were spit out a mouthful of divine blood, and their breath instantly wilted. And the Buddha light barrier was also instantly fragmented. "Master!" Hui Qing shouted out of color. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and directly released more than a dozen power trainings. After wrapping around the waists of a group of monk heads, he suddenly pulled them out of the range where the sword was cut. Boom! Xingu Road instantly shattered, a crack of millions of feet, and the immortal bones that had never been transformed have become fans. Under the dust of the sky, the heads of monks who were able to escape from the danger were pale, and their eyes filled with incredible expressions. Jian Wushuang gasped slightly, "Go fast, don't stop, go as far as you go." All the monks in the capital did not speak, but looked at the calm Master Father. Immediately afterwards he spoke, already making a decision. "No, you can't take a step back. When we came here, we can't take a step back." Jian Wushuang was stunned, unable to speak for a while. Earlier, he felt that the strength of these monk heads was very terrifying, except for a little novice. All were in the realm of Dian Immortal. Such a group of terrifying existences, even one, are terrifying existences capable of destroying countless universes. But there is something more terrifying than them, that is, the figure of the battle armor who has already entered the realm of the 9th rank Dian Immortal. He came from that ancient time. He has fallen asleep to this day, and awakened from his long sleep, with an endless violent killing intent, an unimaginable existence. This is simply a very unequal battle. Facing such a 9th rank Dian Immortal, the 6 heads of monks are just looking for death. You figured it out, he is rank 9 Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang frowned and reminded, "Even if it is rank 9, we can only move forward, not retreat." The master said in a deep voice. His eyes swept to the other monk heads. A group of monks in the capital nodded slightly, facing a 9th-ranked Dian Immortal who had come out of the Wanggu era. They did not even have the slightest intention to retreat. "Are you crazy? Do you know what the 9th rank represents?" Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. It's like sending you to death. Even if you die, you can't retreat." Grand Master said calmly, facing the figure of the armor that came. He greeted him. It belongs to the unique power light wheel of rank 6 Dian Immortal, and at this moment it blooms pure Buddha light power. Every time he took a step, the treasure face behind him solidified a bit. With his footsteps, the other 5 monk heads did not hesitate at all, and moved forward firmly. One person has 6 turns, and 5 has 3 turns. Facing the figure of the battle armor who had already climbed into the 9th rank, Chi released his pure Buddha light. Are you all crazy? Jian Wushuang looked at this scene in disbelief, knowing that it was a mortal situation. Why did he seek death? At this time, the little novice monk Hui Qing, who had not spoken, seemed to have made a decision and moved forward with firm eyes. But before he could take 2 steps, Jian Wushuang was pulled back with his collar. Are you going to die? Hui Qing was grabbed by the collar and argued blushingly, Good man, please let me go. This is a decision I made with the masters and will never change. Jian Wushuang said angrily, Your masters are going to die. Instead of stopping you, you want to die with them? What stupid decision did you make? Hui Qing flushed and continued to argue. We are not going to die. The great wasteland is so terrible that we have all walked over. How can we fall on the border of Desiyu? Jian Wushuang looked solemnly. I tell you, do you know what they are aware of? It's like a chasm, and there is no way to make it up. He opened his mouth and still stubbornly said, Good man, please respect our decision, and please put me down. This is disrespect to the monk. Looking at the bean sprouts like little novice monk, Jian Wu was solemn on both sides, and then solemnly said, I don't care about these monks or not. Since you saved me, I will never see you die. Saving a group is saving. Saving one is also saving. Hui Qing opened his mouth slightly. For some reason, the obsession in his heart was loosened at this moment. And this is the first time he has had doubts since he had enlightened him for 30 million years. Chapter 5109. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. There is no mulberry tree under the enlightenment for 30 million years, which has strengthened Hui Qing's Buddha heart. The purity and firmness of his heart made everyone who saw him sigh like a Buddha. He has never had a stage of doubt, and even any passage of scripture cannot confuse him. But now, facing such a big life and death situation, facing a young man Yin with firm eyes and the same purity, facing the startling question he issued, for the first time, Hui Qing couldn't hold onto her heart. Could it be that the actions of the masters are wrong? Shouldn't they make such a decision? But my other masters, in order for us to be able to get out of the great wasteland, have already died in the great wasteland. If we return, how can we be worthy of them? After asking big questions, Hui Qing could no longer remain calm. He was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to plan. Seeing that Hui Qing was no longer impulsive, Jian Wushuang let go of him and turned to look at the situation where he had fallen into a battle. He frowned. At this moment, a small hand quietly grabbed the corner of his clothes and said in a trembling voice, Good man. You said that saving one is saving. Saving a group is also saving, and will save my master. Are you? Jian Wushuang turned around, looked at this little novice who still had some timidity in his eyes, and nodded his head. Since I have said it, I will do it, but I may not be able to save them all. Then there will be a good worker. The little novice Hui Qing folded her hands, and then looked at the masters who were in a battle in the void, and finally couldn't bear it. After making the decision, Jian Wushuang raised his palm subconsciously and touched Hui Qing's bare head. He reacted instantly, his face turned red, and he quickly apologized, then turned and rushed into the void without any hesitation. Hui Qing pursed her mouth, then subconsciously twisted her bare head. What? I must save my master. Border barriers. The void has been shattered and torn apart by the supreme derivation power, and the escaping derivation power has formed the most violent supreme vortex, a series of thunder and lightning as thick as a dragon, raging in the vortex, and then violently shot down. The boundary of the big division has been completely chaotic. All kinds of colorful divine blood spilled, because it was too pure to fall, hovering in the void, making the battlefield more tragic. The figure of the battle armor that is as high as tens of thousands of meters has completely fallen into violent madness. At this moment, the 6 monk heads are in a more miserable situation, relying on their physical advantages to barely deal with them. The gap between them is too unimaginable, like a chasm. Even if the treasures came out together, it would not cause much damage to the armor body. Once boarded the Dian Immortal, every major turn in it could not be compensated by any means. At the moment, among the 6 monk heads, There is only one 6th rank Dayan immortal. How can he fight the ninth rank? This is also something Jian Wushuang can't understand. Wielding a broken sword that can cause heavy damage to Dayan immortal with every sword, the figure of the battle armor roared. All Zhen Weiyang's eagle dogs will be buried for my lord. Above the sky, the calm and old master father almost relied on his own power to withstand most of the offensive of the armor figure, and the precious appearance behind him had already dimmed to the extreme, and it seemed that it might disappear at any time. A series of extremely bright magic arts guarded him, and at the same time attracted most of the offensive of the armor figure. With a sword cut horizontally, Qin Jian directly blasted hundreds of magic formulas, including the Master Father. Moreover, the remnant sword was cast down unabated. Once it hits, even if he is rank 6 Dayan immortal, he will definitely die instantly. Brother! The other 5 monk heads yelled, but they had no time to give aid, so they could only watch the sword fall. The next moment, a figure quietly appeared under the remnant sword, and then raised the sword to respond. Zhang! The big sound of gold and iron strikes through the eternal void, and the extremely pure sword intent is also sprayed out, so that the extremely dark void is reflected. All monks' eyes were rounded and looked at this scene in disbelief. That Xiao Ziro Yangxian, who had fallen into the wilderness like a blood man before, almost knew his life and death, at this moment, used his own power to resist a sword. You know, that sword is the sword of rank 9 Dayan immortal. But this scene actually happened. Time seemed to stand still, and Jian Wushuang's brows trembled slightly under that sword. His right hand holding the invisible sword was already shattered, and the blood of God was spilled into the void. If it weren't for the terrifying defensive power of the immortal body, I'm afraid this sword would be able to make Jian Wushuang shatter into dust. But he still did it, facing up against the full force of the 9th rank Dayan immortal. The figure of the battle armor was also shocked, as if he had seen something impossible. You are not dead? Jian Wushuang pressed his eyebrows and quickly threw a D-pin pill in his mouth, thinking, it's not that easy to miss me. Then I will let you die again. The armor was furious, and at the same time, he wanted to raise his left hand and hit him. But at this moment, the 6 monk heads shot at the same time. A total of 6 pure Buddha light chains, layered around the left hand of the armor figure, making it difficult for him to lift it for a while. Good man, go! The master yelled loudly with a solemn expression. Jian Wushuang naturally didn't stay too much, and his figure instantly disappeared under Broken Sword. However, when he appeared again, he was in front of all the monk heads. Leave quickly and leave it to me, he said in a condensed voice, showing his unquestionable majesty. Facing this young man who was just a fairy, all the monk heads did not underestimate it. They looked at each other, then looked at the master and father together. The Grand Master's expression was firm. Although hesitated in his eyes, he quickly disappeared. You can't retreat. You can't retreat. You can only move forward. Can't you see where the situation is now? Do you want to die here? Jian Wushuang shouted in a deep voice. The master looked at him. Even so, we can't retreat. We will never retreat into the wilderness. Even if we die, we will die in the big division territory. Boom! When they talked, the battle armor figure slashed down with a sword, directly dispersing all the monk capitals. Jian Wushuang could not help but curse an idiot secretly. At this time, the master said again, My brothers, I will open the way for you, and go to see you. As his voice fell, a treasure phase condensed from pure Buddha's light, reflecting the emptiness. The injuries on the master's father's immortal body all recovered, as well as his luck in an instant. Layers of hazy Buddha light ciphertexts flowed slowly around him, as if the moon was setting and the sun was rising. His hands clasped together, a pair of true eyes released the supreme true power. The fairy body and the treasure image seemed to be completely integrated at this moment. Chapter 51:10. Wan Dao's sword sovereign at this moment. The 5 monks had sad faces, and the Buddha's light was sad. Master! On Xingu Road, Hui Qing knelt down heavily, tears streaming down her face. The master, who has merged with the solemn treasure, is calm to the extreme from beginning to end. At this moment, there is only one enemy in his true eyes. Senior brothers, go to see you together. Go to see you. The majestic Baoxiang bloomed with the supreme brilliance, reflecting the void that has never been shining forever. His face was solemn, his hands folded, facing the figure of the battle armor. He resolutely released the tactics. The dazzling ultimate magic formula blooms in the void, and the emptiness reaches the extreme. The figure of the battle armor that was as high as tens of thousands of feet also whispered at this moment, and the blood in his eyes was violent to the extreme. Facing the Buddha's light technique that covered the sky, he raised his sword to greet him. This is a sword that surpasses any previous style, the broken sword that has withered and even began to shatter from the blade. However, the sword intent that could not be arrogantly slashed towards the master and father, as well as the layers of the Buddha's light technique, with the intention to obscure the heavens. When the two collided, the immeasurable power that erupted directly sent Jian Wushuang, who wanted to rush to the rescue, as well as several monk capitals, and slammed into the vast and magnificent border barrier. The void was directly shattered, and the violent vortex was instantly torn to pieces. At this moment, the endless power was scattered in the void. The pure milky white Buddha's light, the pure sword intent, and the violent power are all intertwined in the void, so that the silent void of the eternal world is no longer silent. The little novice Huiqing, who was kneeling on the Xingu road, couldn't bear such a pressure at all, and directly drew out a large mouthful of divine blood, and his thin figure flew upside down. Immediately afterwards, a gentle force training protected Huiqing and drew him towards the void. Good. He barely opened his eyes, and after uttering 2 words, he passed out in Jian Wushuang's arms. Jian Wushuang nodded, holding Huiqing tightly in his arms, and then he looked into the void ahead. The void has collapsed and shattered, and there are 2 figures standing upright. The armor figure did not suffer any substantial damage, but the broken sword in his hand was completely shattered. Even the armor on his body was already broken, and the Master Father, who had already turned into a treasure-like image, was also severely injured, and the Buddha light enchantment around him had reached the extreme. The divine blood filled with Buddha's light spilled into the broken void, causing the void to slowly light up. The Master Father, with a calm light in his eyes, looked at the figure in the battle armor, and the whole body was surging again. His hands clasped together, and the prestige and majesty bloom forever. One thought of Buddha. At this moment, all the heavens in the void are shaking, and billions of Buddha's lights are rising like wisps of tassels. Including Jian Wushuang, all monk capitals opened their eyes wide. At such a moment, the master, who was shrouded in the light of Buddha, seemed to transcend his own shackles and reached an unprecedented realm. One thought of the Buddha brings about billions of changes. Everything becomes dust, but the mind is everlasting. With him as the center, a billion-dollar treasure appeared, and then quietly opened his true eyes. In the true eyes like a bright moon, it seems to be full of endless compassion and supremacy. The supreme Buddha light obscures everything. Jian Wushuang only felt that his eyes were empty, as if he had entered a certain kind of nothingness, and he didn't even know how to avoid it. At this moment, the sky is dead, and there is no sound. I don't know how long it has passed. The extinguishment lasted for a long time. Jian Wushuang seemed to be on the ethereal waters, and only the sound of long water flowing like tides was heard. It wasn't until Huiqing in her arms moved anxiously that Jian Wushuang recovered from the emptiness. The emptiness in his eyes disappeared, and the border wilderness reappeared in his eyes. Looking around, the endless void has turned into dust. The gray material like a tassel fell from the void and sprinkled to the wilderness. And under the shattered void, where the original master and father were, there is no longer any figure. Even the Buddha's light is already dim and weak. And the figure of the battle armor, which is as high as 10 million feet, is also quite miserable at this moment. A rotten battle armor has been completely shattered, and the exposed fairy body is almost torn apart, and the blood of the gods is thrown on the road of the bones, crumbling. This scene was too shocking. A rank 6 Dayan immortal actually forced the Nineth rank Dayan immortal to stop and even suffered a severe blow. If this matter spreads to hundreds of millions of heavens, it will surely cause great shocks. This was also the first time Jian Wushuang had seen Yin Xian who was able to cross the border to fight apart from him. However, the price paid by the master and father was even more severe. The immortal body turned into powder, and the divine consciousness was all melted away, only in exchange for the opportunity to severely injure the Nineth rank Dayan. The light of the Buddha in the sky finally melted, and the figure of the battle armor slowly turned around, looked at Jian Wushuang and the others, and then walked towards them. But just took a step, and the body like a sacred mountain fell heavily on the Xingu road, couldn't stand up for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Jian Wushuang turned and looked at the monk heads solemnly. Why on earth do you have to enter the Desai domain? The rugged monk with thick eyebrows and big eyes opened his mouth. Because I am waiting to find the brothers who are living in the Desai domain. Do you have to go? You must go. In that case, you can go in here, and he'll block it for a moment. After speaking, Jian Wushuang directly sent Huiqing back to the heads of monks, his expression beyond doubt. The 5 monks hesitated and finally decided to leave. Thanks to the good people, there is no retribution. If you can meet again in the future, you will be reported. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, then turned around. A group of monks hugged Huiqing, who was still in a coma, and stepped into the Great Division domain from the Xingu road. But Jian Wushuang was alone, facing the battle armor figure lying on his back on Xian Bone Road. His eyes were extremely calm. Brother, are we really going to keep him and enter the Great Division? He is an immortal. Leaving him is tantamount to letting him die. There is nothing we can do. If we don't do this, everything we have done before will be defeated. I hope he can leave alive, otherwise it will be a disaster for us. No, I don't think he is like a fairy tale. How could ordinary fairy tales wander along the border of the great wilderness? I'm afraid that even the Dayan fairy in the initial realm can't stay in the great wilderness, right? Could it be that he deliberately concealed his true strength? He has the confidence to fight the 9th rank Dayan immortal? If there is no foundation, who would dare to face an existence that is too much stronger than oneself? I hope so. I only hope that the good people can leave safely. Chapter 51:11. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. The armor figure knelt down on the Xingu road and seemed to have suffered the most severe damage, and he couldn't even stand up. He closed his eyes tightly, and a series of hideous cracks appeared on his 10,000-foot body, and countless gray silk threads poured out from the cracks in his body and then scattered on the road of the bones. Standing in the void, Jian Wushuang frowned and watched this scene. He had an intuition that for a while, the figure in the battle armor would never have the power to fight. He hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether he shot a fatal blow to the armor shape or left. After thinking for a moment, a cold light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the invisible sword reappeared between his palms. He has decided to take this opportunity to erase the figure of the battle armor. He slept for countless years, and went through a battle between emperors and kings in the Wangu era. His existence is a huge factor of instability. If he enters the Great Division from the Great Wilderness, it will inevitably cause irreversible damage to the ordinary heavenly plane. Loss. So at this moment, Jian Wushuang, standing in the border wilderness, made a decision. The invisible sword in his hand was already dazzling to the extreme, with divine patterns lingering. The battle armor is the 9th rank Dayan immortal. Even if he sleeps for countless years, his strength is still terrifying to the extreme. The realm gap between Jian Wushuang and him is really too big, almost an unimaginable gap. If you want a sword to cause real damage, or even obliteration, only one sword can do it. Wushuang Kendo, the 3rd style of Xingahu Hai, the lake. The sword intent in the form of a lake character, ignoring any realm restrictions, ignoring any laws and orders, even facing the emperor, can burst out a sword that can't be said. This sword is a sword that Jian Wushuang is comparable to Jian Xian, and has only been used a few times since he realized it. At this moment, the invisible sword is already shining to the extreme. If it were not for the lack of a sword body, it would inevitably sound like a Wushuang sword. Jian Wushuang stood far away in the void, his eyes closed tightly, and a general trend that could not be arrogantly condensed around him. This is the front of that sword, filled with an unstoppable breath. However, in a flash, the sword power under Jian Wushuang disappeared, and then he opened his eyes and shook his head slightly, no longer intending to use that sword. It is true that the Wushuang Kendo third style lake is his strongest sword, but the price of using this sword is currently he cannot bear. Once one's own power dries up and cannot be replenished in a short time, then in this great wilderness, it is almost sentenced to death. Therefore, Jian Wushuang could not bear this price. Facing the battle armor figure kneeling on the Xian Bone Road, another sword surging up to obscure the void. It was shining invisibly, and a little bit of cold light bloomed from the tip of the sword, full of an indomitable force of decisiveness. This is a sword of the sword fairy Dingbai, a superb sword. This is a sword for death, but also a sword for life to death. At this moment, Jian Wushuang asked for a sword. Ding! The extremely crisp sword sound resounded under the void, like a ring of ding-dong, with a crisp sound. The invisible sword burst out of pure milky white meaning, and hundreds of millions of sword intent were all in one. Although this sword was an absolute sword, it didn't have any fancy meaning, only a counterattack erupted from death. The void trembles, and the general trend is here. Facing the battle armor figure who was kneeling on the Xian Bone Road, this type of absolute sword pierced his head. Boom! Void couldn't bear this sword, and was quickly fragmented. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice, and his eyes were red. This sword was so exhausting that he couldn't control it faintly. The void is broken, and a sword is here. But almost at the same time, the figure of the battle armor that was kneeling on the Xingu Road suddenly raised its head, and at the same time, it swung its big palm covering the sky and hit Jian Wushuang. When the two collided, this type of absolute sword directly pierced the giant palm of the armor-shaped smashing sky and slammed it into his head unabated. This is the absolute sword. The long sword arrives, and the cold light comes. A sword pierced into the brow of the battle armor figure, only to pause for a moment, and then all fell into it. Jian Wushuang was also exhausted. His right arm holding the invisible sword was already dripping with blood. The battle armor roared in pain, centered on the eyebrows, and the cracks instantly covered the body of thousands of feet. He was uneasy, screaming in pain, and tried to stand up from Xingu Road. However, with each shaking of his body, the fragmentation became more severe. In the end, with a bang, the body that was as high as tens of thousands of meters turned into powder, covering the Xingu Road. The endless dust spreads and obscures the void. Jian Wushuang panted heavily, his chest undulating. This time, he paid a very small price to wipe out a 9th-rank Great Yin Immortal, which is really unimaginable. However, he was still a little worried that the armor figure would not die so easily. After all, the realm between them is like a chasm. Each level is a big change, a big leap. Jian Wushuang knew that he could face rank 3, and even rank 6 Dian Immortal, but he was very clearly aware that facing rank 9 Dian Immortal, he did not have the slightest chance. Above rank 6 is rank 9. The so-called rank 9 is a kind of detached existence, because rank 9 can perceive the Emperor's luck. It is an absolute existence that cannot be arbitrarily stated. It is precisely because of this that Jian Wushuang would not believe that the shape of the battle armor would die so easily. Could it be that he is really gone? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, still a little unbelievable. After thinking for a while, he descended on the Xingu Road, staring at the location where the armor figure had died. By this look, his expression became steep and solemn again, because he saw that above the position where the body of the battle armor had died, there were inexhaustible gray silk threads in a very regular rhythm. Jian Wushuang secretly set his target. With the lessons learned before, he did not dare to keep his hands at this moment, and went all out to release his majestic strength. The blazing power was violent and surging, and quickly covered every inch of the fairy bone road like sky fire. After touching the strength of Jian Wushuang, the gray silk thread directly turned into a wisp of blue smoke, but more gray silk threads got into the road of Xingu. Click, click. A loud and noisy voice quietly resounded under Xingu Road. Jian Wushuang stepped back subconsciously, his expression completely solemn. With the fine and noisy sound resounding, Xiangulu began to tremble. This tremor began to become more and more intense, and the road surface of Xingu Road began to collapse, and a strong breath suddenly rushed out from below. Jian Wushuang was shocked. That strong aura turned out to be an extremely familiar force. The great frontier wilderness, which was unable to give birth to a generative force at all, has unexpectedly emerged a generative force that has never existed before. Chapter 51:12. Wan Dao's sword sovereign. Moreover, the strength that rushed from under the Xingu Road was so strong that it was almost as solid as the essence, which surprised Jian Wushuang. This was originally the road forged by the bones of the Xianxian who died in the past. They have all died for countless years, and the source of the Xianyuan belongs to the world, and there is no possibility of recovery at all. But at the moment, such a majestic and strong strength can never be released by a fairy. Looking at the Yanli that almost obscured the void, Jian Wushuang suddenly realized that something was resurrecting under the Xingu Road. Boom! Xingu Road collapsed, and countless dead bones were turned into powder and dissipated. In the place where the body of the battle armor had been destroyed, a skinny palm appeared from the pit of the abyss. Then, a ragged, lustrous skeleton without a body walked out. In the chest cavity of the skeleton, a mass of gray matter was beating. As this bone came out, more bones began to come out continuously from under the abyss. 5 ways, 10 ways, 20. More and more fairy bones recovered and walked out. The substantive strength is released by them. Jian Wushuang slowly backed away, horrified in his eyes. The army of immortal bones he had met once in the endless sea, under the river of blood of 10,000 immortal bones. However, the two cannot be compared at all. Most of the bones of the immortal bones under the river of blood of the 10,000 immortal bones are immortal. Only a very small number of the immortal bones of Dian. But right now, in this border wilderness, every revived fairy bone carries a majestic trend. This general trend is impossible for Yinxian to possess. Only Dianxian can control. In other words, at this moment, every revived bone is Dian. Jian Wushuang kept retreating, and there was already a big crisis in his heart. Under Xingu Road, it seems that all the gods are resurrecting and appearing constantly. Every fairy bone seemed to maintain the fighting posture on the eve of the death. They either hold long swords or hold various magic weapons, and their circulation is surging to the extreme. Go. This was Jian Wushuang's only thought. He couldn't deal with so many fairy bones at all, and could only escape at the fastest speed. However, the scene that appeared next made his complexion even more ugly. He saw that in front of the fairy bones, countless gray silk threads quietly gathered into a body. The body was extremely strong, and a rotten silver armor still reflected mottled cold light. Even though that body had become smaller, Jian Wushuang still saw at a glance that he was in the form of a battle armor that was as high as 10 million feet before. At this moment, instead of dying out, he turned into a normal-sized figure, seeming to have recovered from the heavy damage. All the fairy bones were standing behind him, seemingly waiting for an order. The armor figure looked at Jian Wushuang. His true eyes were already bleeding. He held a long sword of unknown material in his hand and pointed straight forward. Zhen Weiyang's eagle dog will surely turn into a skeleton today and cannot escape. Jian Wushuang's secret path was bad, so he turned and fled. The long sword in the armor figure volleyed with a finger, almost trembling, and the voice resounded. Former generals, go to Xinjiang Imperial Court together. All the fairy bones responded, and then rushed towards Desiyu, towards the departing Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only felt that there was an unreasonable general trend behind him, and he didn't know how to resist, so he tried his best to escape. But before he escaped the border, the appearance of the oncoming body surprised him. Why are you back again? Those who came back were just the heads of monks who had entered the Desai domain before, and at this moment all of them had returned. They also looked anxious, and seemed to have gone through a big battle. and their whole body's strength was fluctuating violently. The head of the monk looked hard to see the extreme, and seemed to be seriously injured. In the front, there are countless bones suddenly appearing. They are powerful. We can't break in. We can only turn back and find a way. Hearing what he said, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. I was also chased by the army of bones. What? The heads of monks looked shocked, and then they saw countless celestial bones stepping through the void, chasing them. How is it possible that there are these bones before and after? Are we destined to be unable to enter the main domain? The head of a monk with a three-flower seal inscribed between his eyebrows said with a sad look, "There must be a way. These skeletons are not a concern." The rough-faced monk head said firmly. The slender head of the monk frowned. "But there are too many, and I can feel the strength of these bones is terrible." The head of the monk with a rough face and thick eyebrows said without hesitation, "Second brother, you just leave with Hui Qing, and I'll wait to make the way for you." The other monks nodded without hesitation. However, this decision was directly rejected by the head of the monk, who does not need to clean the face. "If you want to open the way, I should do it, and you should take Hui Qing and leave. There are too many bones, and the second senior brother can never stop it, and I will stay too," said a monk with a tough face and a strong figure. The head of the monk with a three-flower print between his brows also said calmly, "I will stay too." The monk with a rough face and thick eyebrows tightened Hui Qing in his arms and said anxiously, "Leave them all. Who will send Hui Qing? Hui Qing, who will send it?" For some reason, at this moment, all the monk capitals looked at Jian Wushuang. Then, the slender monk with a clean face and no need put his hands together, "Good man, can you send Hui Qing safely to Desiyu? I will make a way for the good man." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He had already seen in front and behind him. He was surrounded by countless celestial bones. If you want to go together. These fairy bones are definitely not something you can resist. The head of the monk who cleans his face and does not need to put his hands together again. I also ask the good men to agree. I am willing to open a way for the good men. Seeing more and more immortal bones, Jian Wushuang was very anxious. If you continue speaking, you really can't go. If you want to go together, I can take him away. Goodness! The five heads of monks put their hands together at the same time. Immediately afterwards, the monk head with a rough face and thick eyebrows and eyes quickly came to Jian Wufang and handed the little novice Hui Qing, who was still sleeping, into his arms. After doing all this, a total of 5 monk heads released their respective powers at the same time. 5 Dian Immortals, 5 3-turn. Facing the seemingly endless army of bones, they calmly shot. The milky white Buddha light suddenly appeared in the void like a stellar sun, and its surging power was also revealed at this moment. Chapter 51:13. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign Song. Boom. Call. Kill. Wang Long, a dull and depressed shout, burst out from the void. One after another came from the shining sound of ancient times. The sound was like a long, narrow, and simple sharp blade. The gray and simple armor had long been broken, and the rotting and rotten body at this moment renewed the breath of the ancient times. Jin Wudo looked at the immortal bones that struck in front of him expressionlessly, and his body was wrapped in the light of the 5 monks' heads. This soft light was gentle, but extremely sharp, and even affected the strands in his body. Karma kills robbery. Good person, just take the opportunity to rush out. With my support, no need to worry. The rough monk has a golden light on his back. Although he is only the 3rd-rank Dian Immortal, his face can match the 6th-rank Dian Immortal. With the blessing of the 5 people, there is an unmatched power. You are sending death. Jian Wushuang's voice trembled. These monk heads were as stubborn as Yu Chang said. They didn't want to join forces to rush out. They really wanted to desperately protect him and the young novice monk from the skeletal army and enter the big division domain. He was originally the great Siyu Immortal, and he was ordered to come to the great wilderness to repair the boundary wall, but knew that even if the skeletal army in front was highlighted, he would face an infinite wilderness. Without Yu Chang's guidance, it would be a dead end. and there was a truly unrivaled existence under the pile of bones. To be able to explode such a majestic power in the great wilderness, the strength of the opponent is not what they can match. You have been saving my life when you wait, and I will do it when I promised you, without your life being protected. The sword intent within Jian Wushuang rose, and the sudden appearance of Yinli restored his strength to its peak. At this moment, the combat strength was no worse than the combined strength of the five of them. Suddenly roars came from the void. True Wuyang! True Wuyang! True Wuyang! With a piercing cry, the army of bones in the void was stunned. Then he stopped. All turned to face the direction of the sound, and knelt down. Welcome, my lord! Welcome, my lord! Welcome, my lord! As soon as the corpse army knelt down, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed, and he immediately said, "It's now! All follow me!" The five monk heads who had originally planned to go to death to resist only froze for a while, and then followed Jian Wushuang and quickly escaped into the void. A few of them are extremely fast, shaking the void and making ripples. On the way to escape, the rugged monk had already put away the faxiang, frowned and quickly asked, "Why do you wait for a good man to flee in the opposite direction? I am in front of the Buddha realm." The little novice was holding Jian Wushuang's arm, and also raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang. "I am waiting to come here from the Buddhist realm, but I have traveled through the entire wilderness, which is perilous, and obviously more than half of the corpse army is here." Several monks in the capital were uneasy. They were not afraid of death. They were just afraid that death was worthless. Even if all of them died, it would be worthwhile for one person to survive. But if they all died in the wilderness with Jian Wushuang, and it is a great sin to flee in the direction of the world of Tongtian Buddha, originally came from the world of Tongtian Buddhism, went to the remote Desiyu to save the supreme merit of transforming immortals. At this time, abandoning thousands of years of Taoism, just to survive, this has run counter to their Tao. Unknowingly, Jian Wushuang strayed away, making them feel a little uncomfortable. But thinking back to the countless corpse army just now, they also knew in their hearts that no matter which way they ran, there was no chance of survival. Jian Wushuang, holding the little novice monk in one hand, looked back with a stern expression, and then rushed towards the great wilderness without any reduction in speed. "Don't you feel the pressure of Tao and you are waking up?" The heads of several monks were shocked. They were all three-ranked Dayan immortal level monk heads. How strong the sense of power was, but the coercion was just like nothing. No, that coercion is not an army of corpses, nor is it the armored powerhouse. The white-faced and needless Jingshou monk tremblingly said, "Second brother, I feel it." It came from the void on the side of Desiyu, under the corpse. Not only did several people take a breath, the coercion of the awake existence that was awakening could actually be comparable to countless corpses. How powerful this would be! Such a terrifying coercion already has great freedom. Fortunately, there are good people to guide me. Otherwise, when I encounter such existence, I am afraid I will be annihilated in an instant. When several monk heads went to look at Jian Wushuang's figure again, their hearts were fixed. The other party was definitely a top monk in the big division domain, at least a powerful existence comparable to rank 6 Dayan Immortal. Click. Just after a few people were surprised, after a brief silence, a corpse comparable to the Dayan Immortal suddenly turned his neck and looked at the few people who were fleeing. The dark eyes instantly turned scarlet. In an instant, all the kneeling corpses turned their heads. The headed few withered armor warned. Their eyes turned. "Don't wait for my lord here. You wait to kill Zhang Weiyang's lackeys. Don't let go of Oni's." The bodies of countless corpses underneath turned stiffly, but the terrifying aura that erupted subsequently damaged the entire void. The hideous crack in the boundary wall is also accelerating its expansion. Although it cannot completely tear the entire boundary wall, it has also become dilapidated. Countless corpses followed one after another, attacking Jian Wushuang and others. The head of the 9th-ranked Dayan immortal headed by him was badly damaged, leaving only one scarlet eye and a few pale fangs. Ordered to kill the rebel. Boom. A skeletal war repairer, holding a piercing spear with dark blood stains on top. Looking at the people who fled, he leaned back, and then threw his spear to Jian Wushuang and others heavily. The terrifying gray-white spear exploded in the void, first shattering the mirror-like void, and then smashing pieces of broken void mirrors, only to instantly change to everyone's eyes. Jian Wushuang, carrying the little novice monk in one hand, stopped abruptly, then stood in the void, holding the divine sword upside down with one hand, and suddenly turned his head. His long hair covered his eyes, but he could still see that the handle had arrived. The spear in front of you. The Wushuang divine sword suddenly slashed out, and a wave of violent sword aura burst out, but it was not able to master the sharpness of the spear. Good man, I will help you. The rough monk raised his palm first, and the giant palm suddenly appeared golden, first entered the void and then shattered the void. This rough palm of the monk head exerted his full strength. He knew that this was not the time to preserve his strength. First, there was a palm, and then another palm. In an instant, hundreds of millions of palm prints spread all over the void, and then they overlapped one by one, with thousands of palms facing the spear. Buddhism and thousand hands are one. This is great comfort. At this moment, the rough monk exploded with unprecedented momentum. Chapter 51:14. Wan Dao's sword sovereign. The dying power of the boundless wilderness has long since erupted, and the entire wilderness has begun to shake from the moment it erupted. Those Yanxian who lost their consciousness in the great wilderness seem to have recovered their previous consciousness, but they shattered their bodies in panic. In the corpse valley, corpses kept flying out of it to join the ranks of the army, and the existence under the corpse opened his eyes at this moment. His figure is not so huge, but a small golden figure. Skeleton. This skeleton is perfectly preserved. Even the mark in the dent on the center of the eyebrow is well preserved. It's just that there are several scratches on his neck, and these marks are being repaired in visible form. On Jian Wushuang's side, the battle between the two sides turned the deadly wasteland into hell. The revived army of corpses blocked the water surrounding them, and these were just part of the army of corpses. More corpses rushed towards the place of strong pressure, but they didn't dare to move forward, but they stopped after being 10,000 meters away, and then bowed down and bowed. And among these kneeling corpses, there are 7 giants in battle armor. They are holding battle axes or battle knives, long swords, and formation flags. Each of them has the strength of the previous battle armor figure, and they are all at the level of the 9 transformation immortal. Maybe the strength is a little bit different from that of the veteran of Heavenly Court, but it is also a genuine 9-ranked Dian Immortal. In addition to the one who was chasing Jian Wushuang and others, it was a total of 8 rank 9 Dian Immortals. What a terrifying force this is. Besides, there are countless corpses that are recovering. It is not possible that there are some powerful ones among them. The combination of these corpses and the master in their mouth may be enough to sweep the entire wilderness and march into the great sea. You was afraid that Heavenly Court could stabilize them, and their mortal enemy is heaven. Jian Wushuang looked at the direction of Desiyu with his eyes. He also didn't know whether the distant Desiyu Heavenly Court had discovered anomalies in this place, but these had nothing to do with him. They didn't have the confidence to stop the spear in front of them, and countless immortals comparable to Dian were all around them. The possibility of their escape was less than 10. Wang Gu, who had a broken head, was overhauled. At this time, looking at the desperate people, his teeth burst, and he roared, "Zhun Weiyang's running dog, remember the name. I want you to die for hundreds of millions of years. Prestige." Gu Yuan, boom. The brilliance of the ancient period makes them exist like heaven. Except for the emperor, they are the strongest and the top monks worshipped by billions of monks. However, Zhun Weiyang turned them into dry bones, piled up in this dead wasteland, and were trampled under their feet like wasteland. Along with countless years of unwillingness, Gu Yuan's figure exploded, and he shuttled through the void to the spear, holding the spear in his hand, and shouted angrily, "Break it for me!" The golden giant palm, like a blow from the Lord Buddha, resisted the moment and began to fall apart. The rough monk suddenly rushed out, and at the moment his palm was broken, he stood in front of Jian Wushuang with his back to the two, just grinning. "Good man, don't force it. With only such a brief sentence left, he rushed towards Gu Yuan, who was holding a spear, regardless of the backlash of serious injuries. Send to me. At this moment, the rough monk's Dharma phase suddenly changed, and the Buddha's master Dharma phase behind him changed suddenly, turning into a Buddha bell. Several monk heads who were resisting the army of corpses were all sad when they saw the rough monk offering a Buddha bell. Senior brothers, I will go one step ahead. The clean-head monk with no white beard folded his hands, closed his eyes, and said sadly, "Brother." He also broke out, surrounded by 3,000 Buddha beads in the Buddha world, crushing countless corpses of Yenxian. I don't have the strength of your second master. Even the use of these 3,000 Buddha beads is so reluctant. Huiqing is not to blame for his poor strength. Boom, 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 boom. Buddha bells, beads, ancient Bodhi trees, mustard seeds, sky-covered robes. At this moment, the 5 monk heads are all desperate. A good man am not famous. I don't know if I can tell. Surname Jian Ming Wushuang. Jian Wushuang put down the little novice Huiqing, just took his hand, looked at the 5 desperate monks, and bowed slightly. To see you, monk Jian Wushuang. Send you a gift? Haha, Dashin. The faces of the 5 monk heads became calm and extraordinary at this moment, and the avenues for thousands of years poured out at this moment, and the besieged corpses shattered and turned into countless black energy, completely disappearing in the void of the great wilderness. Gu Yuan stood standing above the void, and although his armor was broken, the unstoppable coercion of his whole body made his fighting spirit rise. All enemies in the world are only his enemy with a spear. This unmatched fighting spirit was caused by the grievances accumulated over the years. Maybe he is no longer the top-level overhaul of the Wangu Bright period, and his realm has stagnated for hundreds of millions of years, but the genuine 9 ranks power still trembles in the void, like of war. The bald donkey was turned around 3 times, but I didn't give the bell. At the moment when the huge phantom of the Buddha bell descended, calm he suddenly shot. Break for me. The quaint gray spear splits out thousands of afterimages and stands upright against the Buddha's bell. Its original, unrivaled aura, when it comes into contact with the pressure of the Buddha's bell, it begins to break. How is this possible? Even Jian Wushuang was shocked at this moment. Turns 3 body, suppressed the overhaul of turn 9. If this spread to Dasiyu, it would be enough to alarm hundreds of millions of ethnic groups. Even the top special life, Dian Immortal, who is born with a strong body, is not so strong. Turning his head and looking at the other monk heads, they also exploded with power far beyond imagination, suppressing an army of withered bones. In the endless time and space, in the distant world of the Buddha, sitting firmly under the ancient Bodhi tree of the Buddha world, a pair of Buddha eyes slowly opened. Hundreds of thousands of illusions in a pair of eyes scan all beings with just one glance. The 3,000 worlds in the world of Tongtian Buddhism encompass the avenue of sentient beings, and billions of small worlds carry ancient remains. The world of Buddhism surpasses 3,000 big worlds and billions of small worlds, because he alone elevated the Tao of Buddhism to the Tao of heaven. Therefore, even though there are worlds that are comparable to or even surpassing the DC domain in these 3,000 great worlds, the world of the Tongtian Buddha must still be respected. You all existed so majestically. You just saw the scene in the great wilderness at a glance. Good. This being sighed, then closed his eyes. The void across the thousands of worlds is also concerned about the abnormal changes in the great wilderness, but this existence does not care about the besieged ants, but observes the existence under the corpse. Jejia, I have given up such great efforts to make you come back to the great wilderness. I wonder if you can take the first few steps on the road of the Emperor. This existence hidden in the endless darkness hides his figure without paying attention to the abnormal changes in the great wilderness. Chapter 51:15. Wandao Sword Sovereign. The big division domain wireless is wide and bounded after all. Universe Wireless also has a cage. Controlling one domain and one realm is nothing for being on top of the universe. The Heavenly Court of the Great Division region controls the entire Great Division region and Emperor Jin Wuyang has taken the first step. To be able to get to this point is to surpass the brilliance of the ancient times. Although these corpses did not recognize true Wuyang, in fact, true Wuyang had already mastered the entire Daisai domain and had successfully taken that step. Even if the existence under the corpse recovered, it would not be true Wuyang's opponent. Unless he also controls a complete boundary avenue and takes that step, he can stand shoulder to shoulder. How spectacular are the 5 emperors in the ancient period? In other adjacent realms, emperors were all born in different eras, and there were even no emperors in some eras. But these emperors still couldn't master the realm avenue, and eventually died. But Jin Wuyang was different. Not only did he tremble the eternal tribes time and time again in the age of the 5 emperors, but in the end he was able to break through the ancient heaven, win the great road of the Great Division, and become the first step among the emperors. The sea domain, heaven? Jin Wuyang looked at the peaceful, colorful clouds, his golden eyes turning. At this moment, he no longer cared about Jian Wushuang, but stared at the resurgent existence. The times have changed, so what happened to you? Jin Wuyang was calm, not caring about the changes in the great wilderness, and still stood proudly on the top of the heaven. Great wasteland, outside the boundary. Jian Wushuang and others did not know at all, and several powerful people had already paid attention to it. The phantom of the Buddha bell became more and more real, but the aura of the rugged monk gradually dissipated. Gu Yuan, the of war under the Buddha's bell, opened his single eye wide, and in a short time, he could not break the Buddha's bell. Jian Wushuang took advantage of the eruption of a few monk heads, and he was already far away. If he didn't leave at this time, he would have failed these great karma. The light of the Buddha erupted from the heads of the monks greatly reduced the strength of these corpses. Such threatening power naturally caused the few in the center of the corpses. Qianhe, you take people to kill them. I don't want to see the people who see Jin Wuyang after the Lord recovers. The blue armor sitting still in the highest position exists, and the whole figure is very well preserved, but the face has already melted away, leaving only empty darkness and a pair of blue fire mouth. Qianhe is the only female overhaul among these 9 ranks Dayan immortals, and it is also a top-level overhaul who has been brilliant in the Wangu period, and is the top powerhouse in the Nineth rank Dayan immortals. Wang. I will go back. Qianhe's voice is slightly hoarse. She is not as crazy as Gu Yuan, but she is wearing scarlet armor, and there is this hideous opening in her chest. The facial defect is somewhat similar to Gu Yuan. It is a huge wound, but there was no loss of her bones. Although she is a female, she has a bald head, and the skin on her face is extremely smooth, but the broken part is still terrifying. The huge sword behind it was even more incomplete. She was very fast, flashed a few times in the void, and came to the center of the battlefield. Gu Yuan was trapped under the Buddha clock and still saw the Ganha standing in the void, which made him even more angry. Damn worm, you irritated me completely. Boom, boom, boom. The spear kept hitting the Buddha bell, but the pressure remained unabated, but his strength gradually weakened. His eyes were cold. What an idiot! She has already discovered the strangeness of the Buddha clock in the outside world. If you want to crack, unless the power surpasses the Buddha's bell 10,000 times, break the law with force. Obviously now the strength of Gu Yuan is constantly being weakened, and there is no power to crack it. Even she can only break the Buddha bell with the strongest blow. If one blow is not broken, her explosive power will fill the entire Buddha bell. It is 100 times more difficult to break the Buddha bell. Of course, this Buddha bell also has its weaknesses. That is, even if it suppresses an enemy stronger than itself, it can only be trapped and cannot threaten the opponent at all. Moreover, a Buddha bell of such a strength, he is blessed by a 3-ranked Dayan immortal. I am afraid that I can only bless the time for a stick of incense. The Buddha bell will be broken by then, and the rough monk head may fall because of the backlash of the Buddha bell. I saw the essence of the Buddha bell in an instant. Qianhe turned around and left directly, regardless of the Gu Yuan trapped in the Buddha bell. After all, there is no worry about her life, and it will take some time for her to break open in the outside world. Go to the other people. Jian Wushuang held the little novice in one hand, and entered the land of no one among the thousands of corpses in the other with a sword in his hand. Most of these corpses were ordinary Dayan immortals, and most of them were stopped by a few lifeless monk heads, and their strength was weakened a bit by the Buddha's light. This made Jin Wushuang the perverted killer in it. No one can stop him. Even if a few of them have the existence of rank 3 Dayan immortals, they are forced back by his sword aura. Jin Wushuang's eyes looked straight ahead, and a rank 6 Dayan immortal had already attacked him. His body has long been exhausted. Facing the 6th rank Dayan immortal, he also never slowed down. The ultimate kendo points directly to the heart, and Xinghe Lake Hygiene intention begins to separate at this moment. Under the great adversity, Jin Wushuang's heart was like a sword. His mind began to change, and his kendo began to change. What is the ultimate? At this moment, Jin Wushuang asked the original heart directly. Galaxy, Xinghu, Xinghai. Jin Wushuang enlightened in countless corpses at this moment, and his Tao is as fast as his, expanding rapidly. Countless corpses in front of you? Cut it with one sword. Rank 6 Dayan immortal? In a narrow road, will kill with one blow. Boom. Jin Wushuang had seen this scene in his eyes, as if it had happened countless years ago. There is his Shura field. Heart sword test. My heart is the only one. The sword of faith in the heart, this is kendo. This sword exploded in the depths of the great wilderness, and no one could feel its power, because they had no heart. At this moment, the great road was in front of him, and the cage of Yin Xian was completely broken. At the same time, the 4 monks who had completely erupted under the pressure of one person were defeated. This was the power of the 9th rank Dayan immortal. Even though the 3rd rank Dayan immortal was desperate, it seemed insignificant. Jin Wushuang. Surrounded by 3,000 Buddha beads, the white pure monk lowered his eyebrows and muttered, "It's actually mental strength, and there are mental strength practitioners besides me. Before parting, I will give you another chance." The head of the white monk yelled angrily after he changed his normal state. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows and the King Kong glared. A huge Buddha appeared behind him. I would like to pass on this inheritance to Jin Wushuang and implore the Supreme Lord to complete it. The appearance of the towering Buddha instantly suppressed the entire battlefield, and the top notch in the center of the corpse was overhauled, and even they could not move. This is the blue armor sitting still in the center of the corpse existed, and his hand holding the battle axe trembled. The towering colossus, looking at a short piece of wood flying out of the white monk's head, the face of the Buddha moved slightly. Cause and effect, killing calamity, mental strength, rare, good. Chapter 51:16. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Suddenly on the battlefield, the immeasurable Buddha suddenly descended into the Dharma body and suppressed everything. The strength of this majestic monk head is definitely an emperor, and he is not an ordinary emperor. He is definitely able to match the existence of Jin Wuyang. The other monk heads even worshipped the towering giant Buddha. This existence is their supreme being in the world of Buddha. Even under the ancient Bodhi tree, this mighty person can rank in the top 3, second only to the existence of the Buddha. Qianhe and Gu Yuan, trapped in the Buddha's bell, froze on the spot at this time. If it were said that these monk heads exploded desperately, and the light emitted by them made their strength drastically reduced, then the appearance of this majestic Buddha would directly freeze them in the void, unable to move at all. This is still the situation where the great Buddha has no intention of killing. If the existence wants to deal with them, it may be able to silence them again in this great wilderness in an instant. The blue-armored giant at the core of the corpse in the distance slowly got up under the great pressure. His eyes were like a copper bell, and he held a mountain axe. No matter who it is, there is no way to stop the recovery of our Lord. The brilliance of the ancients will shine again in the great division. Boom. The corpse army rushed towards Jin Wushuang and others. Interesting. The towering Buddha has a kind eyebrow and good eyes. With a slight movement of his fingers, the truncated wood flew towards Jin Wushuang. No matter how much the corpse army resisted, he could not stop him. It was not until Dan Mu flew into Jin Wushuang's eyebrows that the towering Buddha stopped. However, As soon as he closed his hand, a wave of waves from a remote and desolate place came fiercely. The gloomy sky trembled, and the towering Buddha suddenly collapsed. This scene made everyone feel a chill out except Jian Wushuang, who was immersed in the enlightenment. This is a completely different force, a force that can invade their bodies at will. Click! When everyone was exclaiming, the Buddha bell suddenly broke. Originally still at the bottom of the Buddha clock, Gu Yuan was trembling in a daze. Then there was a harsh sound. In the famine matter, I will wait for you to intervene. This voice came from under the corpse, spreading throughout the great wilderness, and even the top of the universe was shaking. How come? How can you? At this moment, the head of the monk without a white beard, there was endless fear in his eyes, and the faces of the other monk heads were ashen ashes. Because of the Bodhicitta mind would obtained by chance, the white pure monk head can bring the Bodhicitta mind Buddha of the world of heavenly Buddha to come, but it was unexpected that the existence under the corpse could actually collapse the mind Buddhism. The Bodhisattva Buddha is a mighty person who has already reached the realm of emperor, and he has controlled one of the 3,000 great worlds of the mind demon world, and has saved the mind demon for hundreds of millions of years. Cannot be broken in a short time. Unless you mobilize the power of the entire dojo in the real Wuyang dojo, you can be invincible and easily annihilate the phenomena that exist at the same level. Could it be here? After that wave, the generative power became more intense, and this generative power was constantly devouring the deadly force of the entire great wilderness. No, not only these corpses are recovered, but the entire wilderness. The great wilderness, which has existed for so many years, is actually recovering, and a majestic hall rises from the corpse valley. The whole ancient temple is bronze-colored, with countless cipher texts inlaid on the outside. If Jian Wushuang was sober at this time, he would definitely be shocked to disbelief when he saw the ciphertext of the ancient temple. Inlaid on the exterior of the ancient temple are the secret texts of the gods he had spied on. A trembling strange sound sounded, and the remaining Buddha's light was instantly dispersed. The 5 monk heads vomited blood one after another, and the Dhamma collapsed. Ganha proudly stood in the void. At this time, she did not take the opportunity to kill these monk heads. Instead, she looked at the ancient temple, with an obsession with the ancient times in her eyes. My lord, finally recovered. Silent in this great famine for hundreds of millions of years, finally recovered. With the rise of the ancient temple in the Wangu era, the entire great wilderness was completely boiling at this time. Everyone, kill the rebel with me. No longer under the suppression of the Buddha's light, Gu Yuan rose into the sky, holding a spear in his hand as if a fucking descended. Wait, die. At the core of the battlefield, the rugged monk opened his chest, and the blood donated dripped down the corner of his mouth. The poor monk is one step ahead. The rough monk closed his eyes, and then a huge golden wave burst out of his entire body, bursting in the center of the battlefield. Boom. Second brother. Not waiting for the white monk head to struggle, the other monk heads blew the road one after another, and instantly swept the entire battlefield. But in today's great wilderness, the army of boneless corpses is endless. Even if these 3-turned Dayan immortals explode, they are just sinking into the sea, unable to shock any waves. But the void that was emptied in an instant was once again surrounded withered bone battle armor. Huh, you messy pieces. How dare you hurt my sacrament? Gu Yuan held a spear and pierced the undecided white monk's head with one blow, then rushed out, pinching the white monk's head who wanted to explode. He looked down, his icy eyes turned, and he whispered, "Don't play. There is another one who is about to escape. Jian Wushuang, who has struggled on the edge of the dead bone army several times, is enlightened. Aoli void no one can enter him, but he can't go any further, rushing out of the bone cage. And his avenue has already reached the limit of Yinxian, and the avenue is also the limit." Both the extreme realm and the extreme realm began to break through, and countless bones comparable to Dayan Immortal shattered under his divine sword. The bones of the 3rd-rank Dayan Immortal had awakened all their consciousness, and their strength was not inferior to the deity of the ancient period, but they still broke under a sword. and the heart sword trial unknowingly, has long been integrated with his ultimate swordsmanship, and today's sword is enough to destroy the 6th rank Dian Immortal. I am afraid that this kind of power can only be resisted by rank 9 Dian Immortal. Mental strength, illusory. Jian Wushuang forgot to fight, and he was trapped in his own cage. This emptiness is no longer silent now. The sky is surrounded by stars, forming a starry sky. Me, where am I? At this time, there was no corpse around him, and the little novice Hui Qing he was holding was also gone. He was alone under the starry sky. The meteor slid down, splashing water like a galaxy. In the endless void, the universe hangs on the starry sky like lakes and seas. The Tao of the ultimate Kendo is not created in a domain, a realm, or a certain universe, let alone a certain space. Jian Wushuang was a little messy, lost in his own way. Where is my way? Silence. On the battlefield of the great wilderness, Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped, and his whole body stood still on the void. The eyes of the surrounding corpses turned, and the hands holding the swords all fled, and then swarmed up. The far-reaching dry union is also coming soon. The little novice Hui Qing, holding the prayer beads, bowed his head and meditated silently. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 51:17. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. In the endless starry sky, Jian Wushuang was sitting cross-legged on a desolate star, where he could not feel the loss of time. Maybe hundreds of millions of years have passed, maybe just a moment. Hey, I don't know what happened to the outside world. Maybe I have fallen. Trapped in his cage, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. In this silent starry sky, he tried his best and couldn't break it. And he also found that he was invincible in this starry sky. Following the guidance of cause and effect, he could even sense that Desiyu was also in this starry sky. It's just very far away. He has been flying continuously for a long time, but he still didn't find any realm. He can only follow the induction of cause and effect and keep walking. It was not until the star stopped that he realized that no matter how he flew, he couldn't get out of the starry sky at all. I don't know how long it has been cross-legged on this star until life appeared on this star. Hey, huh. A towering giant ran on the ground, and the original desolate and chaotic star gradually became clear with the disturbance of the giant, revealing its original appearance. Jian Wushuang, sitting cross-legged on the top of a mountain, was very new to all of this. You must know that after flying for some time, he didn't find any realm or planet with life. But this stellar giant gave birth to the first life. The life of this gigantic giant is a unique and special life between heaven and earth. His entire body has been bestowed by this star. He is extremely talented. In just 1,000 years, he has cultivated to the supreme realm. However, he has the realm and physical strength, but his understanding of Tao is not as good as an ordinary little monk. The turbidity between heaven and earth was dispersed, and the giant also discovered the existence of Jian Wushuang. He raised his head and roared at Jian Wushuang as a punch. Jian Wushuang, who had already reached the limit of Yanxian, just glanced at him and ignored him. The huge shadow of the fist struck, and before it reached Jian Wushuang's eyes, it had disappeared, and the giant also retreated far. But he was not afraid at all, and still rushed forward without fear of death. The two faced each other for several years. Seeing that Jian Wushuang had nothing to do with him, the giant turned his head and walked towards the towering forest. Jian Wushuang's eyes were a little lost, and then they closed again. He was comprehending the Bodhisattva tree, and since he entered here, the truncated tree flew out from the center of his eyebrows. The secret text on the short wood was impenetrable, and he didn't know where it came from. He was just curious, so he kept playing with it or comprehending the secret text to calm his heart. Otherwise, the infinite sense of loneliness would have tortured him crazy. Inside the towering forest, the giant grinned while holding the stone axe in his hand. This was the treasure bred from the chaos when he was just born, when the world was first opened, but he obviously didn't know the purpose, but it was very easy for him to cut trees with an axe. After felling the giant tree, he forgot in the forest. After playing for so many years, he remembered that he still had this axe, and then returned to the forest to find it. At this time, after getting the axe, he turned back again to find Jian Wushuang's trouble. Boom, boom. The giant's footsteps were like thunder, and the ground smashed loudly. Sitting on the top of the mountain, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Big man, you dare to come?" The giant was shirtless, with a few pieces of bark wrapped around his lower body. Maybe it was the last time I saw Jian Wushuang wearing clothes. This time he also made a few pieces of bark and simply wrapped his body. I learned it quite alike. Jian Wushuang slowly got up and glanced at the bark of the giant man's body. The towering giant man was a little angry, raised his axe, and struck Jian Wushuang. The giant axe slid down Jian Wushuang's brows and could not touch him at all. He cultivated to the limit of cultivating immortals. How could it be comparable to the special life that was just nurtured by the giant man? Moreover, the giant man is not guided by a teacher at all, and every move is very heavy. Snapped. This time Jian Wushuang didn't dodge, and caught the giant man's axe with one hand, and then suddenly exerted force. The huge impact force was transmitted along the axe to the axe handle. Thumping. The handle of the axe shattered, and by the way, the giant man was shaken out of the battle. Puff. A mouthful of golden blood came out of his mouth, and the giant man touched the corner of his mouth and stood up again. Jian Wushuang, holding the huge axe, threw the axe towards the giant with a light wave. Looking at the axe that fell under his feet, the giant man's eyes flashed. This axe was born with him, but at this time numerous cracks appeared on it, one after another like a secret text. The giant man cautiously underneath his body, his messy long hair hanging down, and a few leaves on it. After picking up the axe, he glared at Jian Wushuang, stepped away with a roar, and ran towards the towering forest. Jian Wushuang scratched his head and whispered to himself, "Is this angry?" The giant man left this time, and never went to find Jian Wushuang again. He was alone in the forest, learning what Jian Wushuang looked like. I don't know how many years have passed. The endless turbid air descended on the earth again, and the whole earth became turbid again. But these turbid airs are nothing to Jian Wushuang. It's just that in these years, he still couldn't break through his own cage, and even a few times he wanted to be far shielded again, but the silence around him he stayed away. This star has life. Although the giant man is not paying attention to him now, he knows that there is a living company with him. This stupid man is too stingy. I really don't come to see me. Jian Wushuang played with the short wood in his hand. This time he decided to take the initiative to go to the towering forest to see what that stupid man was doing. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of chi burst came from the forest. The giant man swung his arms to disperse the turbid chi around him, but it was a pity that his axe was damaged. Standing on a branch of a tree, Jian Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him with a little amusement, and he summoned the axe at random. The giant man went mad to dissipate the turbid energy, and did not realize that his axe had already been taken by Jian Wushuang. Reduced the axe several times. Jian Wushuang held me in his hand. This axe is not a treasure, but it was bred by this star, and its power is still not small. Holding the hand of the axe, a little bit of force was injected, and the cracks on the axe were repaired one by one, but there were many lines on the original smooth surface of the axe. The axe was repaired, but the axe handle was completely broken, and it was a bit difficult to repair it. There is nothing on him now, and he doesn't know what to replace for a while. Jian Wushuang, who has no clue, is thinking about going to other planets or territories quietly to see if he can come along with some treasures to restore the axe. After all, it is just a treasure born innate, and restoration may be difficult, but it should be easy to repair. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to leave, the piece of Bodhi mind wood he held in his other hand trembled slightly and even merged with the axe. Chapter 51:18. Wan Dao Jin Zun. The Bodhi wood and the axe are perfectly integrated, and the lines on the axe burst out with rays of light. Picture after picture squeezed into his mind. The towering Buddha with kind eyebrows and good eyes. The rough head of the monk went to death quickly. The head of the white and clean monk was pinched, and the little novice Hui Qing lowered his eyebrows and closed his eyes, pinching the beads. The scenes came into my mind until I saw my deity standing on the battlefield of the Wangu era. As he received these images, the stone axe suddenly flew out of his hand and flew towards the giant man. You. The giant man saw the intact axe, grinned, reached out and grabbed the axe floating in front of him. At this moment, the axe is like one with the giant, exerting its greatest power in the giant's hands. The lines above have also become secret texts, and he learned how to use secret texts by hacking again and again. He didn't stop until the muddy air was higher than the giant again. The turbidity disappeared, the world became brighter again, and the giant also saw Jian Wushuang in the distance. This time he did not rush forward, but bowed his head and touched the axe in his hand, roared at Jian Wushuang, and left. Looking through all things in the forest, Jian Wushuang saw the giant man sitting cross-legged in a tree hole, and he closed his eyes to comprehend the lines on the axe. This, losing the Bodhi mind is nothing, but why does the Bodhi mind actively merge with the axe and then fly to the giant? All this contained too much. Jian Wushuang thoughtfully decided to start observing the giant's every move. The giant was cross-legged in the tree hole. After an unknown period of time, the muddy air sank again. This time, the giant made the turbid air rise by just one axe. In just a few breaths, his exhaustion of tens of thousands of axes was stopped before he stopped, and the turbid air also rose by tens of thousands. The tired giant fell and continued to comprehend the lines cross-legged, although the lines above were very simple for Jian Wushuang, but only the faint traces of the road when his extreme power exploded. But even these faint scars are still comparable to the ordinary avenue of immortality. Although the giant has no guidance, he can understand how fast the lines on the axe are. The muddy air sank several times, and the giant relied on the axe to chop it until it was exhausted. From the first million axes to the last million axes. But the faster he splits, the faster the muddy air sinks. Jian Wushuang, who was observing the giant, secretly had an answer in his heart. As for the lines on the axe, it was originally left by him, and naturally it was clearer than anyone. At the beginning of the texture, there is wind, and the pursuit is speed. Therefore, every time the giant smashes the muddy air, the amount of it will increase several times. Avenue to Jane. The quantity is easy to add up, but the difficulty is to shorten the quantity and pursue qualitative change. Sure enough, after reaching the realm of the million axe, the giant began to stagnate. Fortunately, although he was simple and honest, he was not a dead brain. He began to try to penetrate some of the essence of the million axe. The muddy air sank again. Call. The giant axe cleaved for the first time, and a thick breath struck, directly raising the turbid aura to 100 feet high. Jian Wushuang, standing in the distance, flashed his eyes. As the top evangelist, his memory is so powerful. Of course, he can see that this axe is the 3,600th of the giant's previous million axes. At this time, he was a little surprised. Call. What? Drink. Every time the giant cleaved, the turbid chi rose by 100 meters. This time he only hacked 100 axe, which made the turbid chi rise for 10,000 battles. If he splits a million axe, the turbid chi will rise to 100. Wanzhan, but he didn't do that. Putting away the axe, he returned to the tree hole again and continued to comprehend the lines on the axe. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed and entered the muddy air. Call. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of muddy air. This turbid gas is similar to fetal gas. It is left after the birth of life. But why does it stay after the birth of life? Emperor Zhen Wuyang, after taking that step, expanded the big division domain and expanded the border into the great wilderness, which can be said to have expanded to the limit. Will this turbid air be the same as the situation in Desiyu? Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, boldly guessing in his heart. There is a limit to how high the turbid air can rise. It is about 100 million battle height, and then it will not sink anymore, and the sky and the earth will always be clearly visible. The strength of the giant nowadays is probably able to make the turbidity rise 10,000 battles, and it is still far away from the goal. Jian Wushuang, who had no clue about the starry sky, once again landed in the towering forest to observe the giant man. When the turbid air came again, the giant didn't get up this time, but with a random attack, the turbid air rose to the height of 10,000 battles. This scene shocked Jian Wushuang a bit. I can't help feeling, is this giant still a rare genius? He couldn't help but was going to accept disciples, but when he thought about his situation, what is the difference between him and the giant now is that he is trapped in a cage, but the size is different. After the turbid air rose 10,000 battles, the giant in the tree cave was not taking action, but continued to comprehend. This guy has changed a lot of his personality, and he can actually hold back his full strength. In the past, the giant always got tired to get down before stopping, but now it is just an axe, not even a tree hole. The principle of the simple nature of the Great Road, the giant has already understood a little bit. At this time, he is not only comprehending the lines on the axe, but also using the axe to create his own techniques. The giant himself didn't know. Where did he begin to transform? Maybe because of this axe. Maybe it was his heart. You reading www.ukanshu.com. His original intention from birth may be to solve the turbidity. Not only did he think of this, even Jian Wushuang had seen the operation of the entire star through space transformation and discovered the secret. But the giant didn't care about these things. He faced his own mind and was born to resist the turbid air, so he kept fighting. In the following years, every time the turbid air sinks, it is split by the giant in the tree cave at will, from the first 10,000 battles to the later 1,000,000 battles. On this day, the turbid air sank again, and the giant finally walked out of the tree hole, wearing messy long hair. Facing the muddy air, his expression was calm. Lips moved slightly, not yelling, but faintly said, "One." I don't know when he actually learned to speak, which surprised Jian Wushuang. Immediately after he spoke, the axe swung out lightly, but it was able to tear the space apart. Although this was the space of this star, with such strength, Jian Wushuang was still shocked. The axe that tore through the space slashed across the sky, and the turbid air collapsed, rising to 3.6 million battles with one axe. Following the second axe, the turbid air rose to 9.6 million battles. 11th. Every time he swings the axe, his voice is high, and the 11th axe cleaves, and the turbidity rises to 100 million battles. Jian Wushuang knew he could do it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. After the turbid chi rose to 100 million battles, it was as expected and gradually stabilized, not sinking. But the giant below frowned slightly, looking at the turbid air. Although he knew that the turbid air was not sinking and the world would always be bright, but he didn't want that. What he wants is freedom. He will completely disperse the muddy air and rush out of the cage. Chapter 51:19. Wan Dao Jin Zun. The burst into the sky made the whole star tremble. Giants are like gods and demons left over from the desolate ancient times. The original thick muddy air has faded a lot, but the height of billions of feet has reached its limit, making it impossible to hide, and can only resist the giant axe. The brightness of the heavens and the earth made the giant grin, and his eyes became clearer, losing the turbid air he once had. However, if the turbid air does not dissipate for a day, he will not stop. He and the turbid air can stay in this star only. This fate seems to have accompanied him since his birth. Call. The giant waved his sturdy arms again, and his body was also undergoing transformation at this moment. A light yellow luster slowly appeared on his chest, and a powerful force was gathered in his body. 14th. The roar just sounded, and a huge shadow of axe raised the forest of the group to the ground, turning countless towering giant trees into dust. The shadow of the axe rushed through the towering forest and flew into the sky without stopping, like a real dragon, roaring into the clouds. Crackling. Within the turbid air, the thunder flickered, and after the axe was held on, the turbid air faded again. And now the turbid air has become very transparent. Looking up at the sky on the ground, you can see a few stars faintly. This feeling made the giant very excited. His body trembled fiercely, and his exhaustion broke out at this moment. The pale gold on his chest began to explode, and the golden lines spread to the giant's face, and the lines on the neck were like cracks. General. The original endless power of Xin Huang had become exhausted after that axe. Jian Wushuang's figure was ethereal, staring at it all from a distance. He could see that the giant had run out of oil and the lamp had dried up. In fact, the 11th axe had already made the turbid air unable to sink anymore. But the giant had already gone to the point where he had spared his life in order to completely break the cage. This made him a little puzzled, just like Xianyi and the others. What are these people for? The ancient times of Desiyu was so glorious that 5 mighty men coexisted, shocking hundreds of millions of heavens and overwhelming an era. But Jin Wuyang shattered the glorious Wanggu era. In order to unify the Desai domain, he did not know how many Dayan immortals who were as dazzling as the sun and the moon were killed in the great wilderness. Destroying the Wanggu era that is now aspirational, Jin Wuyang is to unify the big division domain, control the entire division domain, and let himself take that step. This is his purpose. What is the purpose of Xianyi? Why didn't the 5 mighty men of the ancient times take that step? At this moment, Jian Wushuang was a little panicked. He somewhat understood. The Tao of Jin Wuyang controls the Disi domain, so it can kill so many Dayan immortals who look forward to the ancient times. The establishment of the heavenly court has completely stabilized the Tao of Jin Wuyang, and he is invincible in the Great Division. No one can contend with him. Even if the resurrected person exists, he is not afraid. He was killed by him in the Wanggu era. What if he is revived? On his chassis, he is still not his opponent. However, the emperors of Wanggu era can only be regarded as entering the emperor realm for the first time, and they have not mastered the complete emperor avenue. Just like Jian Wushuang today, although he realized the Ji-Dao, he couldn't control it. It's just a little bit different. He didn't master the Ji-Dao and was trapped in this starry sky. The emperor of Wanggu era was trapped in the big division domain. The difference between Tao and Tao is very different. I don't know how many universes were born in this starry sky, and these universes contain countless domains. Desiyu is nothing but dust. This is Ji-Dao, integrating the entire starry sky. If the ultimate Kendo is the pinnacle of the world of swords, then the ultimate Kendo is the highest rule above and below the stars. Zhen Wuyang's Tao is the pinnacle of the great Siyu. If he wants to go further, one is to master another domain, and the other is to realize the cosmic Tao and master the entire universe. Of course, this is the most impractical. It is so difficult to realize the Tao of emperors, and to realize a talent that needs to be amazing forever. As for the Tao of the universe, don't think about it. According to Jian Wushuang's current feelings, only a few of the universes embedded in the starry sky are controlled by people, while there are countless universes in the starry sky. According to his causal induction, no one controls the universe in which the distant Great Division is located. Jian Wushuang learned a lot from the giant man, such as the hot energy in the giant's chest, which is the most dazzling star in the sky. The light golden lines are the long rivers of time and space. There are several light golden rivers on the starry sky. These rivers are formed by countless universes. Among them, there are 9 broadest ones, and 99 ones with smaller ones, totaling 108. Article: Territory, Universe, Time and Space, Starry Sky. Jian Wushuang felt the structure of this space, and the law of space expanded at an extremely fast speed, reaching the peak of Yanxian, which began to break at this moment. He and the starry sky began to break through, and the giant on the earth also began to break through. Ukanshu, the two seemed to have a certain connection, and they both broke through themselves at this moment together. One is the first life bred in a star, and the other is the first to realize the ultimate path in the entire starry sky. The giant squatting in the forest holding the axe's arm cracked into secret texts, and his Bodhi's strength was constantly rising at this moment. The power in the body was extremely hot, and the breathing in his nostrils was like a torch. The endless burning power made him burst into golden light, which penetrated the cracks in his body, shining all around. Although the pain was extremely painful, the hot energy was also repairing the cracks in his body. At this moment, the giant only felt extremely dry in his mouth. He stood up embarrassedly and began to run wildly. Rush out of the ruins of the towering forest and rush to the largest river on the star. On the stars. Jian Wushuang's breakthrough was a lot easier than that of the giant. His physique was originally his unique and special life form in the universe. As for Dayan Immortal's extreme Tao, He had already realized it during the Great Wilderness, but he had been unable to master the complete extreme Tao. At this time, his breakthrough has increased the probability of him mastering the complete path. Dian Immortal's yin power rotates in his body, and his extremely honest power makes him directly promoted to rank 3 Dian Immortal. The power in the body is endless, comparable to the 9th rank, plus his ultimate swordsmanship, enough to match the 9th rank. This is not even the Ji Dao that he has not yet controlled. If he truly masters the Ji Dao, then he will become the top existence in Dian Immortal. Except for the perfect existence in the 9 ranks Dian Immortal, he will be invincible. The palm of his hand was vacant, and the powerful force made the stars tremble. Unfortunately, I still haven't mastered the complete Ji Dao, and I still can't get out. I really envy that stupid man. Chapter 51:20. Wan Dao Jin Zun, Rumble. The giant smashed the earth out of a big hole without a single foot. His speed was very fast. Each step spanned a million battles. These big holes can form lakes and valleys. Finally, when he exhausted his last strength, he finally fell to the edge of the river bank. Looking at the surging river, the giant reached out his hand and took the clear river water and drank. The water slipped from his mouth into his abdomen, but it was a drop in the bucket, and the hot power still tortured him. However, this drool made him breathe a sigh of relief. He got a little strength to straighten up and jumped into the river, swallowing the water. The river almost surrounds this star, and there are countless tributaries. Although the river was almost wireless, it could not stop the swallowing of giants. The river with its tributaries dried up, and finally the whole river was almost dry and leaked out of the riverbed. Call. Drinking the entire river water will see a low level, and the giant can be considered to have recovered most of his strength, and the energy in the body can be absorbed cleanly. Straighten up, the bark on his body had already been scattered, and only a few leaves were left to cover his lower body. His body is already covered with golden lines, and all cracks have been repaired by the golden lines. Not only has his strength returned to its peak, it has also taken a step forward. Jin Wushuang, who slipped from the void, stood on the mountain in the distance, sensing the strength of the giant. This star, or the power distinction of this universe, is still very different from the Desai region where it is located. For example, a giant is born with a pure sun, but has the body of a chaotic and demon. After absorbing the power of the axe, Jin Wushuang couldn't even see the strength of the giant. In the realm, giants are born with chaos and are bestowed by the highest rules, but they are far from the rulers. Really want to make a general idea, according to Jin Wushuang's guess, it should be the quasi-saint stage. With such strength, he can be regarded as a strong person in the big division domain. But in the starry sky, even the air is not as good. If you want to travel the universe, you have to be at the Dian Immortal level at least to walk across the starry sky. With Dian Immortal speed, you can cross the adjacent realm, just like those monks who came to Desai region. If you want to cross the universe, you must have the strength of the Emperor. The Emperor who controls the realm will not easily leave the lair. Only those emperors who have not controlled the realm will continue to cross the realm, and even walk out of the original universe. Other universes look for realms that no one controls and take that step. Zhen Weiyang's luck is considered good. The Desai domain is contended by 5 emperors, and he controls the Desai domain with the posture of the posterity. This caused the resurrected corpses to scold Zhen Weiyang. Those Dian Immortals had long regarded Desiyu as their own, and only looked forward to the 5 emperors of ancient times, but did not recognize Zhen Weiyang at all, thinking that he was an exclusive Desai, the villain of the domain. In fact, these Dian Immortals were wrong, and the 5 emperors were wrong. Heaven is already ruthless. How could he tolerate so many emperors? One person must control the big division domain. Not only did their respective divisions not increase their strength, but they would let them the realm has fallen. There are also many emperors in the adjacent world of Tongtian Buddhism, but their world is different from Desiyu. The world of Tongtian Buddhism has 3,000 big worlds and hundreds of millions of small worlds. The Tongtian Buddha controlled the widest heaven realm among the 3,000 great worlds, and only then did the Tongtian Buddha realm exist. Many of the remaining great worlds are not weaker than the Great Sea, and some are stronger than the Big Sea. Naturally, these worlds will not be empty, and they are also controlled by many emperors, but there are still more than half of them left. The heavenly Buddha controls the heavens, and the 3,000 worlds are naturally respected by him, collectively referred to as the heavenly Buddha realms. In fact, the 3,000 worlds are in chaos, and even if the heavenly Buddhas control the heavens, they cannot suppress all emperors. It's just that he has been resisting the external emperors and preventing them from controlling the 3,000 great worlds, so that the emperors who control the great world will praise him. These things were calculated by Jian Wushuang based on the things in the Bodhi mind tree, and their accuracy remains to be verified. If he could get out from here, he still wanted to go to the world of Tongtian Buddhism. After all, for his causal killings, he still needs to go to the Buddhist realm. Whether he can go out now can only depend on how much he can understand from the giant. Jian Wushuang standing on the top of the mountain, his eyes glistened. Standing on the river bed, the giant seemed to feel his gaze. It wasn't that the giant's induction was strong, but Jian Wushuang didn't cover himself at all. The giant turned his head and glanced at him, a lot of puzzlement in his determined eyes. From the time he was born, he had thought in his heart to drive away the turbid air that once engulfed him, and this thought was immortal. But the feeling that Jian Wushuang gave him seemed to be much stronger than the muddy air, but he never felt any suppressing power from Jian Wushuang. This also made him not too hostile to Jian Wushuang. At most, he just wanted to ravage the opponent, but his strength was not enough. Even now his strength has entered a new level. He still can't see through Jian Wushuang. As for the turbidity, his eyes were cold, looking at the sky. The 14 axes in the front were realized by him on the pattern of the axe. The pattern on the axe is nothing but Jian Wushuang instilling some power containing the ultimate market will. Has been able to understand for so many years. Comprehending the 14 axe is already amazing. However, when comprehending the lines of the axe, the giant himself had a lot of insights into the secret method of the axe, and he had always had an axe in his heart that was rehearsing and never used it. This type of axe is not as exquisite as the previous 14 axes, but it is simple and pure, as if it was born out of chaos just like him. 15th. The lines on the giant's body radiated golden light, and his thick, dark arms danced lightly, and then the power in his body ran to the extreme. With the final axe, he broke the boat and exhausted all his energy to perfect the power of this axe. Breaking through the muddy air, like his heart demon, has been entwining him, just like Jian Wushuang's causal killing. He was just born in the early stage, and he didn't deal with the turbid qi too strongly. But now his strength has reached, his mentality has naturally undergone earth-shaking changes, he is more and more eager to break the turbid qi. He is like a devil, obsessed with enlightenment axe fa. Now it has created his own axe. The golden light exploded from the giant's body. He shouted angrily and used all his strength to cast his own axe, which was called Kaitian. The giant's explosion made everything around him blurred. This is the fluctuation of space. Standing in the distance, Jian Wushuang couldn't bear the complete destruction of this land, stabilized the space, and stared at the desperate giant in a daze. In the face of such power, the turbid air in the sky condensed the turbid air that envelopes the stars, forming a huge storm, and fought the giant head-on. The 15th axe, opening the sky, burst out from the earth. The shadow of the axe is simple and simple, like a savage splitting at will, but the power contained in it is enough to destroy the entire star. Chapter 51:21. Wan Dao Jin Zun. The trembling power swept across the world. The hurricane formed by the turbid gas turns into a thick yellow shield. This shield is 1,000,000 wars thick. It condenses all the turbid gas. If it is blocked, it can transform the spirit and become the heavenly path of the entire star. If he couldn't help it, he disappeared completely. The huge shadow of axe rushed into the sky, without fear of any existence. The yellow shield is like thin paper in front of it. The collision between the two did not start any turbulence, and the shadow of the axe unilaterally crushed it, directly breaking the yellow shield condensed by the turbid air. Zizi. the last layer of turbid air, even though it hasn't changed its spirit. At this moment, facing the shadow of the axe, it actually began to tremble. The aegis that tried its best to condense couldn't resist. It couldn't help it. After all, he hadn't transformed the spirit. An unwilling noise came from the muddy air, and Jian Wushuang's eyes were startled. Both the axe technique and the muddy air resonated with him. In this battle, the giant won. Both have the same destiny. One can create his own axe technique by comprehending the secret method and break the cage. Jian Wushuang admires him a little. Axe shadow completely penetrated the turbid air, cutting open the void of the outside world until it dissipated hundreds of thousands of miles away. This axe. Shocking. Weeping ghosts. Jian Wushuang remembered everything he saw in his mind, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain. The cause and effect is so wonderful. He indirectly helped the giant, and then the giant fed him back. The moment Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged, the sky completely changed. From above the star, there is no more turbidity, and some is a bright starry sky. The giant looked at all of this. The corners of his eyes were moist. He didn't know why the corners of his eyes were moist. Maybe this was instinct. All the lines on his body were broken, and he didn't care. The next day, he lived on the mountain adjacent to Jian Wushuang. He created his own words and wrote down his own things. He also learned to build a house, built a simple wooden house on the mountainside, and watched the sunset every day. Before he knew it, he felt the loss of his body and his figure became much smaller. As his figure gradually dissipated, other life appeared on the star. There are birds and beasts in the forest, and huge beasts in the lake. Although these beings are not as strong as him, they are not weak. They gradually began to huddle and fight, and the giant watched like this until his body was completely dissipated in this earth. The giant dissipated in the heavens and the earth, but his power was bestowed on those powerful giants. Not only the giant beasts, tens of thousands of races were born on the planet in the following 10,000 years. They inherited the power of giants and began to comprehend the way of the giant incarnation. Hundreds of millions of years later, this planet was ruled by a human monk who had amazed the ancient 10,000 races with a sharp axe, dominated the entire planet. The holy land of human race, East Holy Mountain. Patriarch, I succeeded. In the sacrificial hall of the sacred mountain, a big man with disheveled hair, carrying an axe on his back, knelt under the idol and wept with joy. The human race emerged millions of years ago. At that time, it was still an ordinary ethnic group. Because of the power of the clan leader, the human race led the human race to the peak race, and they were called the 5 peak races together with the monster, god, ghost, and dragon race. The big man will never forget the stalwart body of the clan leader, but after World War I, the clan leader fell and entrusted the human race to him before his death. The human race without the clan leader was squeezed out of the peak race group, and the territory shrank in a large area. Fortunately, at that time, he was strong enough to stabilize the major ethnic groups. Over the years, he has taken the courage, because there is only one strong man in the race, so he dare not take risks and can only take control of the race. In the endless years, he was full of guilt, let down the expectations of the clan owner, did not lead the human race to prosperity, but began to decline. Finally, after a terrifying battle, he defended the race and got a treasure. This treasure fits him perfectly. He realized that the treasure created a powerful secret method, faced the ancient and powerful race, and led the human race to the peak step by step. The ancient tribes all surrendered. The strongest man who defeated the ancient races knelt and wept bitterly at this time. If the strong men of other races learn about it, he will definitely drop his jaw. Although the strength of the big man has surpassed the clan leader of the year, he did not care at all. In his heart, the clan leader is like a father and a teacher, and he is an elder that he will respect all his life. East Holy Mountain, on the top of the mountain. You people have deep feelings for you. This kid, the pressure is too much, just let it go. On the top of the mountain, the two sat opposite each other, one old and the other young. Stressed? You are blaming me. Jian Wushuang chuckled lightly, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of tea. The old man shook his head and said with a smile, Master, how dare you to blame you? Without you, my human race would have been destroyed in Don Mountain. The old man recalled back then, Don Mountain, which had not yet been renamed Eastern Holy Mountain. At that time, the human race was just the bottom of the 10,000 races, barely able to survive, and any ancient giant beast could destroy them. Jian Wushuang hurriedly waved his hand. Stop! You are not my apprentice. I was puzzled at that time. Your hair was all white back then, and when you saw me this young man fell down and bowed. You are really thick-skinned. The old man also listened to a hippie smile. The master is so powerful, he must be an inexperienced person, and everything on the outside is imaginary. Maybe you are older than the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and a few heads don't count. Suffer. Haha, what you said is correct. That old Dragon King is indeed not as big as me. Jian Wushuang sipped his tea. His eyes were sad. After drinking the tea, the old man resumed it quickly. Fuzhu, I want to leave here. Jian Wushuang's sudden words shocked the old man. Why? The master is ready to travel to the world again. It just so happens that I am also a little bored here, so I will go with the master. Fuzhu, who followed Jian Wushuang and hid on the top of the mountain, knew that he often went down the mountain to travel to the various clans, but it had not been many years since he returned from his last tour. Jian Wushuang raised his head. A pair of pale golden eyes looked at Fuzhu and said with a smile, Yes, go to travel, but this time to travel should be a long, long time. As for you, you can go down the mountain and return to the ethnic group. The kid's potential has been fully stimulated. Now human race has no rivals anymore. Master! The old man wanted to go down the mountain a long time ago, especially when the human race was in distress, but Jian Wushuang would not let him appear at that time. He had already fallen in the human race, and Jian Wushuang saved him. After the human race was stable, he was on this mountain, following Jian Wushuang for millions of years. Now suddenly said that he can return to the race. His eyes flushed with excitement. Don't get too excited. I will leave tonight, but I have a wedding drink tonight. Jian Wushuang took out a short piece of wood from his sleeve and played it in his hand. Chapter 51:22. At night, the starry sky shines. At the foot of the Eastern Holy Mountain of human race, the largest city, Eastern Imperial City. The human race today is particularly lively because the strongest human race, Beishan Axe, is getting married tonight. And the strongest of all races are invited to participate in this unparalleled feast. In the human palace, countless human races are busy preparing for the big wedding dinner after an hour. Wow! Look, it's the Saint of the Bailings. A human teenager screamed when he saw the Saint of the Bailings wrapped in snow clothes. Snapped. The old man next to the young man opened his anger, slapped the young man on the head, and said in a low voice, Be quiet. She is a true spirit powerhouse. She can be blown to death in one breath. After the old man taught the young man, he lost a smile at the Bailing Saint, and then led the young man towards the palace. The sage of the Bailing tribe with only 2 maids by her side. Her status is extremely noble, and she is comparable to the patriarch in the top class of the Brawn tribe. Even the strong of the Pinnacle tribe is very polite when they see her, but now she is a human race. The hairy boys dare to make a loud noise in front of her. The human race is very powerful and irreversible. This is what the patriarch told her when she came. Glancing at the large array that contains the heavens, the sage of the Bailing tribe squeezed a smile on her face and walked towards the palace. With the powerful people of all ethnic groups taking in one after another, the big wedding feast is about to begin. In the palace of the people, now 70% of the powerful people from the 10,000 races are gathered, the ancestor dragon of the Dragon Clan and the ghost king of the Ghost Clan. They chat with the surrounding powerhouses and wait for the feast. Lao Long, I have to congratulate you on this feast. Ghost King Yin and Yang held up the wine glass strangely and gestured towards Zulong. Zulong, wearing a broad blue robe, had a strong smile on his face, and he knowingly asked, Old White Ghost, today is Dongjun's wedding. Congratulations to me. Huh, you don't know how to pretend to be confused. Who doesn't know that Dongjun's Taoist companion has the blood of your Dragon Clan? According to your seniority, you can still be regarded as Dongjun's elder. The words of the King of Ghosts instantly attracted the onlookers of a few powerful people from the pinnacle race. Seeing that Zhu Long didn't refute, they all leaked envy. Dong Jun broke through to become the strongest, and he had reached an unthinkable point. If he did it, everyone present would not be his opponent. And just a few days ago, the once mysterious top tribe ancient gods were completely destroyed. The rumor was destroyed by Dong Jun himself, leaving no trace of blood. This shocked all the big clans. They understood that the human race was already unstoppable, and the strength of Dong Jun was not something they could contend. Now that the Zulong, who has lived for so many years, has built up this relationship with Dong Jun, I am afraid that in the future, the position of the Dragon Clan in the Pinnacle Group will become more and more stable. Everyone naturally flattered a wave of Zulong, but Zulong had lived for so many years without knowing that this was a homage, and he waved his hands quickly. Everyone, strength is respected. Although my dragon daughter is married into the human race, I dare not call myself an elder in front of Dong Jun. And I met Dong Jun very early, and I felt that Dong Jun was in love with the ancients, and I had long been compared with my peers. The corner of the Ghost King's mouth is upturned. He has been fighting with Zulong for hundreds of millions of years. Now Zulong gets cheap and sells strangers. It makes him extremely annoyed and scolds the saints in the clan for trash. Why such a good thing? He can't meet. Brother Zulong, I can't say that. I heard that Dong Jun respects Dongxing Fuzhu very much and has always regarded himself as a junior. Even the destruction of the ancient gods was calculated by the ancient gods because of the war. On that, don't you regard Dongxing as your elder? I'm equal to Dong Jun. Naturally, I have to regard Dongxing as my elder. Don't say anything. I admired Dongxing a million years ago. Zhu Long sneered. He knew it was the Ghost King who was picking up the matter. But how many years have passed since the Eastern Saint capital has fallen? What can he do if he is an elder? After today, even if he is on Dong Jun's ship, he will naturally have a chance to find it back. Place. The few strong men of the pinnacle race sitting above, with a solid smile on their faces, they can understand why this ancestral dragon can survive from the ancient era because of its thick skin. Seeing that he was so shameless, the King of Ghosts was not asking himself for being boring, and he snorted and ignored him. Boom, boom, boom. In front of the palace, a row of huge red drums rang. Just in time, with a sharp sound, Dong Jun waved his hand to tear the void, and took his wife's hand into the palace slowly. The strong men of all races got up one after another. Congratulations, Dong Jun. Congratulations, Lord Dong Jun. Congratulations, brother. Congratulations, brother. It's so spectacular. Dong Jun turned his head and glanced at his wife beside him, and he also leaked a smile. At this time, he was no longer like a savage, and he looked handsome and handsome. Step by step to the top of the hall, then turned around and bowed. Today's big wedding, I'm very happy that you can participate regardless of your previous complaints. Although the manner is polite, could Dong Jun's domineering also surprise the people of His Royal Highness, but they all laughed and raised their glasses. Just as Dong Jun was holding his wife's hand and turning around, a shadow flashed by, and a young man appeared on the empty theme. The young man wore a black robe, long hair and shawls, and his eyes were fascinating. The person here is Jian Wushuang. This is the first time for hundreds of millions of years that he has appeared in front of these strong people with his true body. That time the Salvation Candle was just a law clone. After all, these so-called strong people are too weak and don't need a real body at all, even if they are law clones. Both have the strength of Dian Immortal. A random blow can destroy countless planets. His appearance really shocked many people. Today was Dong Jun's big wedding, and they didn't expect that someone would dare to come to the scene. The seat of Jian Wushuang was deliberately vacated by Dong Jun. On the wall above the main seat, there was still a portrait of Dongxing Fuzhu. That position represented the ancestor of the family, and the meaning was different from imagination. Because when he appeared, it didn't cause any fluctuations in power, and outsiders couldn't see his strength at all. Many people sitting below were waiting for the good show. This is the first one who dares to go to the human base camp to find something. How can the human race come forward without an elder in such a big feast? Jian Wushuang picked up the hip flask and took a bite, and then said, "Yes, Fu Zhu." Huh. A white-haired old man appeared out of thin air, causing the surrounding void to vibrate. Although his strength was suppressed, when the void was torn apart, it still leaked a powerful pressure, making everyone present tremble. Many people know the face of the people here. Although he is not as famous as Dong Jun today, he was an extremely strong man a million years ago, and he brought the human race to prosperity. It's Fu Zhu. He's not dead. Chapter 51:23. Everyone below was shocked, and Fu Zhu's current strength is stronger than Dong Jun. This made them terrified. The original human race remained at the end of the pinnacle race group, and then fell down and fell directly to the top level. Then Dong Jun exploded, recasting the glory of human beings again, and became the pinnacle race group. At this time, the two powerhouses who led the human race to the peak race actually stood on the hall at the same time. Dong Jun's eyes were red when he saw the former Fu Zhu, who was like a father and a teacher. "Clan ancestor, is that you?" He couldn't believe it at this moment, but fortunately the breath on Fu Zhu was very familiar. At this time Fu Zhu smiled and turned his head, then turned to look at Dong Jun. "These years, you have suffered." The feelings of the two cannot be expressed in words. Dong Jun shook his head, tears fell from his cheeks, and he trembled. Fortunately, he did not humiliate his life. He did not live up to the expectations of his ancestors. At this moment, he did not have the demeanor of the first strong man at all, directly kneeling on his knees, and respectfully said, "Congratulations to the ancestors to return to the human race. The human race is happy. Human race is on the go." Many human race powerhouses below reacted. After all, millions of years ago, they had not yet grown up. They did not know much about this former ancestor. Most of them had seen him in the hall of the holy mountain, carving. "Haha, get up. Today is your big wedding." Fu Zhu looked at Dong Jun with satisfaction. This descendant of the human race led the human race to rise from the time of crisis and recast the glory of the ancient times. He was very satisfied, and his master Jian Wushuang also had a special preference for Dong Jun. "Yes, clan ancestor." Dong Jun got up and quickly pulled his wife beside him. "Longer. See the clan ancestor." Ling Long in a red dress, with bright eyes shining, and her exquisite facial features are particularly stunning. After hearing her husband's words, she bowed quickly. "Longer. Meet the ancestor." With a deep smile on Fu Zhu's face, he nodded quickly. "Good, good, good." Clan ancestor, this is? Dong Jun also had guesses in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. Now his strength is extremely strong, and he even has the confidence to sweep the entire planet alone, but he can't see through the young man sitting in the main seat, and his clan ancestor actually calls him a master. "This one is the great benefactor of my human race and my master." Fu Zhu's words surprised everyone. "Master?" That young man is actually the master of Fu Zhu. "Do you still remember that secret realm and your great axe were all given to you by the master?" Jian Wushuang didn't care about Fu Zhu, but got up and looked at Dong Jun and said, "There is no need to thank me. That axe belongs to you." "It belongs to me?" Dong Jun was a little confused. The people below were shocked and their jaws were about to drop, and Dong Jun was so strong now that it was a gift from the young man. "Yes, you belong to you. You are like an old person I know. Now that you have inherited his mantle, I should leave." Dong Jun was a little puzzled and asked, "Is the old man the ancestor of my human race?" After hearing Dong Jun's words, Jian Wushuang glanced at the people around him and said lightly, "Forget it." The Fu Zhu that followed Jian Wushuang for millions of years leaked and was interrupted when he wanted to ask questions. "Well, I'm drinking the wedding wine. It's time to go." As soon as Jian Wushuang's voice fell, he disappeared from the main hall, leaving only the people who were stunned on the spot. "I didn't even feel the fluctuation of the space. How did he leave here?" "Master," Fu Zhu murmured. After following Jian Wushuang for millions of years, he knew the power of master, but at best guessed that master might be from another planet. Comforting him in his heart, "We should still see each other." They never thought that Jin Wushuang did not belong to this starry sky at all, or that this starry sky belonged to Jin Wushuang. Beyond the stars, Jin Wushuang looks back. After hundreds of millions of years of silence, his state of mind has already changed, and now he has somewhat forgotten all the things he used to be in Desiyu. But he couldn't forget the battlefield in his mind. A move in my heart, a thought of the universe. Ultimate Kendo, the fifth layer, Heart Sword Universe. As early as 1,000,000 years ago, he truly mastered the extreme way. This starry sky completely belonged to him at this time. The long river of time and space, billions of universes, and countless realms are all embedded in his avenue. One thought universe on the first level of Jidao. On the battlefield of bones, he actually realized his mental strength, and the collision of his mental strength with the ultimate sword made him touch the extreme. A thought at that time made him come to this starry sky, and it was time to go back now. Jin Wushuang glanced at the starry sky for the last time, and then all thoughts were united. The turbulence of heart power was different from Yanli, which was even more incredible than Yanli. An ordinary sword can hurt the body. The sword that contains Tao can destroy the soul. And a sword with mental power can directly point to the heart. Even if the body and soul are intact, it will cause sudden changes in the heart, and the battlefield is changing rapidly. Once the mood is unstable, it is easy to become a breakthrough, and it is not an exaggeration to fall on the spot. Call. After all thoughts were united, Jin Wushuang's figure completely disappeared from the starry sky, leaving no breath. After hundreds of thousands of years, tens of thousands of planets under the starry sky collided. A war that lasted for hundreds of millions of years broke the calm of the starry sky. A man with a giant axe stood out from the crowd. Achieved the position of the great emperor. After a brilliant era, an emperor came from outside the starry sky to open up wasteland, created a big world, included countless planets, and became a hegemon. But these are all things to do. Now Jin Wushuang has returned to that battlefield. Great wasteland, outside the boundary. An army of corpses was all over the void, and bells rang from the ancient bronze hall. Gu Yuan held a spear in one hand, pinched the head of the white monk's head in the other, took one step and came to Qian's side. These bald donkeys are really boring, Gu Yuan said, directly squeezing the Beijing monk in his hand. The corner of the little novice monk on the edge of the battlefield in the distance trembled, and he could feel that the masters had fallen, but he did not dare to open his eyes and look. The armor of the corpses around has been surrounded, but Jin Wushuang at this time still closed his eyes tightly. Qianhe and Gu Yuan took advantage of this little time to take another step, and they were beyond Jin Wushuang's 10,000 battles. This person has the breath of real Wuyang. I will kill him, and the little bald donkey will be handed over to you. Gu Yuan didn't talk about it at all. Even if Ganhe was stronger than him in strength, he didn't care. In the age of Wanggu, he followed the Lord and fought in all directions. He was not the strongest among the 9 ranks Dayan immortals, but he was the craziest. In addition to the Lord, only the Dayan immortal who had asked Jia to lead and a few other great perfection powers could suppress him. Except for these people, even if Shen Wuyang came, he would dare to go up and fight. With a spear in his hand, Gu Yuan rushed forward before he could talk. Rebel, die. Chapter 51:24. The sound of a spear tearing through the void is like the collision of thunder. Countless flashes of pitch-black lightning circled the spear and Gu Yuan, and the speed reached Jin Wushuang's eyebrows in an instant. The little novice monk standing beside Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Yuan, who was like a demon god. He didn't have any fear in his heart. He could only sigh that he was not strong enough. He has cultivated for 30 million years, and his strength has become immortal. The peak has not been reached, let alone Gu Yuan. Even if any corpse has the strength of Dayan immortal, he is a burden on this battlefield and can't help. The unwillingness and anger in the heart made the little novice monk's eyes flushed. Now that Gu Yuan strikes, the good men around him will also fall. His was originally meant to transform and become immortal, but now it has become a burden, relying on the protection of others. Live in front of you till now. He really didn't understand. They were clearly here to save the immortals and do good deeds. Why did these corpses attack them? Why did the masters suddenly fall? It was obvious that they had passed through the extremely dangerous wilderness. Fall here. At this moment, he was full of doubts, but powerless. He could only shout angrily, "I let you stop." The little novice shed tears at the moment. His hands were not folded. His small body stood in front of Jian Wushuang, glaring at Gu Yuan. It was like a spear that thunder and lightning moved, but it really stopped. The little novice monk was also stunned. He looked at Gu Yuan's surprised eyes and took a step back unconsciously. When he met Jian Wushuang behind him, he touched his bald head with one palm. "I promised your master that I will take you away. I don't know when. Jian Wushuang has already returned. The hundreds of millions of years outside the starry sky are just a moment, thanks to the Bodhisattva tree." At this moment, countless memories flooded into his mind, and he also understood that it turned out that it was the white pure monk who summoned the immeasurable Buddha and sent this piece of Bodhi heart tree. And those monk heads have all fallen on this starry sky now. Jian Wushuang, whose mood has already transformed, has no color on his face. Looking down at the little novice monk, he nodded at him. "Good man, don't care about me. I'm just a burden. Leave me alone. You still have hope to escape." The little novice looked at Jian Wushuang. He didn't want to drag Jian Wushuang anymore. The master fell into this void, and he didn't want to leave. Jian Wushuang, with a calm complexion, leaked a smile. "Just hold my arm, close your eyes, and soon we can rush out." Now he has broken through the realm of Yanxian and became the three-turn great Yanxian. In the hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky, he created the fifth level of the ultimate kendo and completely controlled the extreme road. Nowadays, even if he has the confidence to escape from the Dzogchen on the ninth revolution, of course, if the resurrected existence comes to deal with him personally, there is not much hope. However, according to his feelings, that existence should not have fully recovered. Although the blue ancient temple was born, the corpses in the temple obviously cannot be dispatched at will. His eyes condensed, his aura swept around. The Wushuang divine sword pointed directly at Gu Yuan's thunder spear. The collision between the two did not cause any power fluctuations, but Gu Yuan's spear was the main gear. This is the terrible mental strength, fighting invisible. What power is this? Under the influence of his heart strength, his body couldn't help shaking, and the spear in his hand fell. Countless corpse armors also stopped. Standing in the void in the distance, Ganha looked strange and hurriedly exclaimed, "Go, idiot!" But she herself rushed over. Unexpectedly, you, a tier 3 Dian immortal, can actually master this power. The fit body was like a ghost, breaking the knife in her hand, splitting countless afterimages one after another, but she herself was not close to Jian Wushuang. Immediately afterwards, she sent a letter to the Qingjia leader who guarded the corpse on the ancient land. "The enemy is weird. Come and support me quickly so as not to disturb my lord." At the desolately white ruins of the ancient land, in the huge, deep pit, countless corpses continued to recover and crawled out of the pit. The Qingjia commander held the giant blade in his hand and turned his head to look at the void battlefield. "Yudu Yucheng, since you two are resurrected, then guard my lord here, and I will go and kill Zhan Weiyang's running dogs." The Qingjia all stood up slowly. His body was burly, and his battle armor was covered with dark blood stains, which were left in the fight in the ancient age. If Gu Yuan is a lunatic and he is warlike, then the leader of Qingjia is a cold-blooded butcher. He can sit still for 10,000 years or slaughter 10,000 immortals. He is the Dian immortal of the ninth revolution of the famous Xiang Bingyun in ancient times. Leader Peng, rest assured, this place can be handed over to my brothers. When the Raksha temple is born, the big plan is irreversible, and no one can stop us anymore. Yudu and Yuqing are the guardians of the Rakshasa temple, and the two great protagonists of the Lord. Both of them are in the 9th rank. This is the horror of the emperor-level power. If it is placed in an ordinary domain, there are no emperors in some eras, and there are only 2 or 3 Dian immortals of the 9th rank consummation level in each era. It is conceivable that the former Desiyu was so powerful. No wonder those Daangxians often said, "Hopes how brilliant the ancient times." 5 emperors coexist, and there are dozens of Dayan immortals who have completed the 9th revolution, and Dayan immortals are countless. It has been so long since that battle, and Desiyu has not been able to regain its former glory. Xiang Binjian's eyes were calm, and he took a step directly to the battlefield. At this time, Qinhe was dragging Jian Wushuang as much as possible, but Gu Yuan's mood fell by more than half of his strength, but he still did not let go, biting Jian Wushuang firmly, dragging him could not move at all. Here is another person, and I don't know, it was the emperor who has recovered, so I won't be here to welcome him. Jian Wushuang's sword aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a faint black and yellow aura emanated from all over his body. This is the energy produced at the beginning of the universe. Now the universe is full of vitality, and the black and yellow aura has long since disappeared, but he has mastered the complete path, let alone it is the original universe, and even the entire starry sky belongs to him. As soon as the Xinhuang Qi appeared, Qinhe felt bad at the moment, and hurriedly dodged the sword, but a lot of Xinhuang Qi still got on the armor of her shoulders. The powerful Xinhuang Qi eroded her whole body in an instant, but fortunately, it was not contaminated by a lot, and it would not kill her. Gu Yuan, who was a lunatic, didn't have such good luck, or that he was too stupid to avoid hiding, but forcibly took the sword. The air of Xinhuang is matched with mental strength. Gu Yuan's figure froze instantly. Xiang Bingyuan, who had just stepped into the battlefield, had no time to rescue him. Kneel me down. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and his mighty mental strength eroded Gu Yuan in just an instant. Gu Yuan, with muddy eyes, actually knelt down tremblingly, and then respectfully shouted, "Master!" Chapter 51:25. The proud Gu Yuan fell on his knees, and his eyes were dull, kneeling quietly in front of Jian Wushuang. This scene shocked Xiang Bingyuan, who had arrived on the spot. Gu Yuan knew better than anyone about Gu Yuan's strength. In the Wanggu era, he was a veteran 9-ranked Dayan immortal, but now he is enslaved by Yijian. Based on strength alone, he has the confidence to defeat Gu Yuan with a single move, but he can enslave the 9th-ranked Dayan immortal, let alone him. Even the emperor and the strong cannot do it at will. Unless it is the power of the legendary illusion practitioner, it can be done. Your Excellency is an illusionist? Why are you in my big division domain? Xiang Bingyuan couldn't help but said, if the other party is really an illusion cultivator, then it should not be a person from the big division domain. Jian Wushuang stood proudly in the void, holding the divine sword upside down. His eyes were cold and his brows frowned. Why? Did you open up this area? Although those monk heads died because of him, how could they give each other a good face at this time? But now he has the upper hand. However, that sword exhausted the accumulated Xinhuang Qi, and it took time to recover. Since the opponent was not in a hurry, he couldn't ask for it. Friends joked. The wild realm of this great division was created by our Lord. Dare to ask which of the 3,000 great worlds the Taoists belong to? Xiang Bingyuan, who had been admiring the ancient times, also went to the world of Tongtian Buddhism, knowing where besides the monk head, there are other practitioners, including the Dayan immortal who Desiyu met. Jian Wushuang mobilized his heart, spreading the void with a trace. The most important thing for him now is to escape the siege. As long as he goes out, relying on his speed, he will be able to leave the void soon. After all, the skeleton army wants to protect the existence and resuscitation, and he refuses to be able to leave because he is too far away. You know a lot, but... Jian Wushuang held the opponent steady on his mouth, but his figure suddenly retreated. Just now, all his mental strength spread, and he discovered that there were other existences hidden in the void. Sure enough, when he just retreated, a glow flashed across, and a black-robed old man appeared in his place just now. Fortunately, when he retreated, he took control of Gu Yuan and retreated together. Jian Wushuang retreated to the distance, snorted coldly, and then ordered Gu Yuan to hold them. However, he was tearing the void. His figure kept flashing, and he took the little novice and fled towards the boundary of the skeleton army. Originally, those skeletal armors could not stop him, but now that his strength has risen, they are even less opponents. He didn't even need his sword. The endless sword energy scattered on his body crushed his bones. You do. This person is a bit weird. I will chase after Chinha. You go back to guard the temple. Jejia, the black-robed old man made a weird voice and replied hoarsely. Remember, don't miss the plan? Xiang Bingyun nodded. They have been deposited under the bones for hundreds of millions of years. Of course, he understands how important the old plan was. Those monkheads and Jian Wushuang are just ants. If they appear, they will do their best to destroy them, lest they discover the temple exist. When the plan was set, they didn't know how long they would recover. Now they have waited for hundreds of millions of years to return to this world. This is their only chance to recast the glory of the ancient era. It is our duty. There must be no difference in such major events. Gonghe, you go and stop Gu Yuan if necessary, cut him off. Although the ancient times are brilliant, there are countless celestial beings, but the Nineth rank Dayan celestial being as a party overlord is still extremely rare, and it will not be abandoned until the critical moment. But now Gu Yuan was unconscious and had been enslaved by Jian Wushuang. Even if he was rescued, he would not feel comfortable staying with him. As soon as the fit figure moved, he stopped Gu Yuan, who was crazy. You idiot! How dare you betray my lord? Let me fall. Gonghe said that, but he was still a little shocked. The ninth rank Dayan said to give up and gave up, unavoidably a little bit sad. If she needs to sacrifice that day, will she end up like this too? Jian Wushuang, who was floating on the edge of the battlefield, was struggling to kill, but these corpse armors, like locusts, surrounded him, like iron tongs. No matter how much he kills, there are still countless corpse armors rushing up desperately. Now he could see it clearly. The ordinary corpse battle armor didn't have any consciousness, and only those battle armors comparable to the level of the 3rd or 6th rank Dayan Immortal had the consciousness of riding and knew how to avoid their edge. Although they would not take the initiative to die, the Dayan Immortal battle armor with the ranks 3 and 6 levels kept their distance and released countless black chains to form a simple large formation, blocking Jian Wushuang's path. Damn! Jian Wushuang couldn't help cursing, turning his head to look to the rear. Xiang Binjian's figure kept approaching, and once he was caught up, he wanted to rush out again. It would be as difficult as heaven. The 9th Revolution's auction and the 9th Revolution are very different. Don't look at him enslaving Gu Yuan with a single sword. He really wants to face this ice cloud. Without the aura of Xin Huang, he can't shake the 9th Revolution perfection level Dayan by his own mind. Since now his mental strength can only deal with rank 6 Dayan Immortal, or the 9th rank Dayan Immortal with incomplete mood. Mental cultivator, you can't escape. If you go up and down, you can save your life. Jian Wushuang was also the sword aura of the 2 swords that contained the heart power surging through the void, directly beheading the rank 6 Dayan Immortal who was hiding behind the army. Those rank 6 Dayan Immortals were led by their heart strength. Their eyes were dull, and they fell into the void in a daze. Do your spring and autumn dreams. The chain's sense of restraint fell instantly after the 6th-ranked Dayan Immortals fell. Jian Wushuang also took advantage of this little time to make up for the vacancy, a real outbreak. For hundreds of millions of years in the world of the heart, he has mastered the complete path, and the transformation of strength is not just an increase in the level of mental strength. One thought. Tick, tick. The sound of raindrops resounded in the void for a moment. The sound was quiet, but it fell into the ears like thunder. The little novice monk suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. He was too familiar with the voice just now. This is the sound of the Buddha Tongtian beating the bowl. His status in the world of the Buddha is also very high. The master took him to the Buddha of the Buddha dojo. In the dojo of the Tongtian Buddha, he heard this voice. This is the power of mind, and only the mighty one standing on the pinnacle of the universe can emit it. Even Jin Wuyang couldn't do it. Jian Wushuang mastered the extreme way. A thought could turn into a starry sky, and he was the master of the other side of the starry sky. The Tongtian Buddha was able to send out thought power. Then it also proved that he had spied the mystery of this universe, but it was still far from the realm of the universe controller. After all, Jian Wushuang once discovered in the starry sky that most of the countless universes were not controlled, and there were very few powerful people who could control the universe. There are even few legends that control the universe. Chapter 51:26. Perhaps those emperors had heard of it, but most of them couldn't even control a realm. The realm is directly divided into size, and Jian Wushuang, who has understood the complete Jidao, has already seen the essence of the starry sky. Under the starry sky are 9 magnificent time-space rivers and their tributaries. Further down is the universe in the long river of time and space. When the universe was derived, it was composed of countless stars, and the powerful ones that were born later opened up one after another. After all, the huge Big Division domain can be regarded as a medium world, equivalent to a star domain in the universe. If the world of Tongtian Buddhism and the 3,000 Great Worlds were not divided, they could be regarded as a high world, but now they are divided into 3,000 middle worlds and hundreds of millions of lower worlds. However, the Tongtian Buddha controlled the heavens, which was the most powerful realm before the higher world was divided. Controlling the heavens is considered to have the right to speak in the 3,000 great worlds. However, the heaven realm is now only a medium world, but its background is several times higher than that of the normal medium world. The emperor of the normal medium world is not his opponent at all. These were all learned by Jian Wushuang from spying on the starry sky. If one day he becomes the master, he will step up to the sky and become the master of the starry sky. Then he will surpass everything. But let's live alive now. Nowadays, Yanli suddenly appeared in the great wilderness. With his current knowledge, he had guessed that it was made by the old guy in the ancient times. The scope of the great wilderness is so wide that it can be comparable to the middle world, but there is no growth power here. Otherwise, this world has long been controlled by the emperors who are looking for the unowned world. Now that Yanli appeared, the plan of the man behind it was estimated to be to control the great wilderness, to leap forward that step and become the master of this world. As for why such ample strength suddenly appeared, Jian Wushuang scanned the countless Dayan immortals around him, sneered, and could only secretly sigh Das ruthlessness. The power of mind was as flat as water in the void, but all the corpses on the battlefield were shaken. The body seemed to be bound by countless tentacles, and the movement became abnormally slow. Xiang Bingyun, as the Dayan immortal of the 9th rank consummation, could also clearly feel a pressure. Although this pressure could not interfere with his movements, it made his soul very painful and uncomfortable, so that he was a little anxious when he was originally composed. Can't delay. This person is too weird. You must kill him quickly. With a virtual grip in one hand, the space instantly collapsed, and a totem of an ancient giant beast appeared. In the world of law, the ancient giant beasts came across from the ancient times as if they had heard the call. The totem at Xiang Binjian's feet revolved, as the Dayan immortal with the 9 revolutions of consummation had reached the stage of absolute reality, and at this moment, he was an ancient giant beast. The huge blood claw grabbed a Jian Wushuang. The claw that pierced the world could not distinguish between enemies and friends, and even the corpses around Jian Wushuang were torn apart. Faced with such a claw, Jian Wushuang's figure did not dodge, and the suppression of mind power is not only that. Mind power derives mind power, and mind power is omnipotent. As the blood claw fell, Jian Wushuang shouted, "Universe! Wang!" The next moment, the great wilderness began to shake, and the heavenly Tao that existed in the great wilderness began to shrink like a cat meeting a mouse. At the moment Da Huang appeared to be powerful, Da Huang immediately gave birth to a great road. Although the great road is ruthless, it has a trace of consciousness to run the rules of heaven and earth. When Jian Wushuang exerts his thought power, it makes it fearful. After all, it is just a way of heaven comparable to the middle world. How dare to compare with the power of thought of the derivative universe? When he uses one thought of the universe, heaven will automatically evade. The endless force of extension will be integrated with it. Without the restriction of heaven, the force of extension can be mobilized at will, as much as you want. A miniature universe with a diameter of 1 million miles instantly enveloped the edge of the battlefield. Although Jian Wushuang is not invincible in this universe, it is still more than enough to use such a huge amount of power to deal with a 9-turned consummation Dayan immortal. Xiang Binjian's blood claws were like tickling in his universe, and he stopped the scratch with a sword. Xiang Bingyun is very familiar with the suppression of this avenue. Zhen Wuyang did just that, using the power of Desiyu to kill them in the wilderness. Now this power has suppressed him again. How is it possible that you are the emperor? Xiang Bingyun couldn't believe it. If the opponent is the emperor, why bother to kill him with a few random moves? In the past, Zhen Wuyang mobilized the power of Desiyu to kill countless Dayan immortals. This power was not used at will. It would damage the origin of the world every time. When the world controller is less than in case, absolutely not will mobilize the power of the origin of the world. Xiang Bingyun didn't know much about the secrets in this area, but he recognized this power, and only the world controller could master it. Am I an emperor? You will know if you try it. Jin Wushuang replied without talking nonsense. He is now only a 3-turn Dayan immortal. It is very difficult to manipulate a microcosm of millions of miles, at least in terms of mental strength. Can't bear it. But being able to perform this trick is already amazing, thanks to his mastery. The miniature universe is many times stronger than the former sword world, and in his universe, any avenue can be changed. Such as the current Kendo. Wushuang divine sword was swung out, and the sword aura burst out. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Xiang Bingyun, almost as fast as a teleportation. Within these million miles, he could reach any place at any time. Xiang Bingyun had no time to resist, so he could only take the sword, the fierce Wushuang divine sword, and directly cut off half of his palm. Xiang Bingyun, who had already cultivated his body into immortality, didn't care at all. Instead, when he was close, he brazenly shot and punched his chest. The Wushuang Excalibur rushed to resist, but the 9-turn consummation Dayan immortal, even in the microcosm, still had terrifying strength. Through the Wushuang Excalibur, more than 90% of the power had been removed to bombard his divine body. It still made his throat sweet, almost vomiting blood on the spot. The fight between the two was very fast, and there was no idle time at all. Xiang Bingyun gradually became familiar in the microcosm, and he was already very strong in close combat. Although the sword master killed and fell, his defense was not strong. The two of them played against each other. Xiang Binjian's attack and defense were extremely strong, and the speed was not slow, but within this million miles, the place was too small to be displayed, while Jin Wushuang was free to shuttle in the micro-universe, arriving at any time, anywhere. Fortunately, there is this point that can suppress Xiang Bingyun. Otherwise, he will have to explain it here if he gets 2 more punches. This is because of the blessing of the microcosm. His power can be comparable to that of the Dayan immortal of the 9th revolution of consummation, and even surpasses the 9th revolution of consummation in speed. Jin Wushuang's figure disappeared again. The step-by-step guidance finally achieved his goal. Chapter 51:27. When his figure appeared again, Jin Wushuang had already reached the very edge of the battlefield. The few rank 6 Dayan immortals hiding on the edge had no time to react. They were cut off their heads by Jin Wushuang with one sword. The speed was incredible. The reason why it can be effortless is mainly because these rank 6 Dayan immortal level corpse armors have no defense at all. His battle with Xiang Bingyun caused these conscious Dayan immortals to relax their vigilance, thinking that even if Xiang Bingyun was there, even if he was suppressed by a thought universe, it would not affect them too much. Moreover, these rank 6 Dayan immortal level corpse battle armors are all at the very edge, and can leave the scope of the universe for 1 year at any time. Jin Wushuang slowly put down the little novice monk in his hand, staring at Xiang Bingyun, who was furious in the distance, and said lightly, "I don't know why you will recover, and I don't know your purpose, but since you have to die, then don't be my kind. Killing so many of my men in a wave of hands, you are really kind." Although the army of corpses is almost endless, the gray-white ancient land has been hollowed out more than half, and the rest is estimated to be as much as 1/3. Most of them are battle armors comparable to Dayan immortals, and only a few have consciousness. The strength can reach the 3rd rank. The corpse armor of rank 6 Dayan immortal level is so rare that Jin Wushuang killed a few people casually. Even Xiang Bingyun felt a little distressed. He didn't participate much in the big plans of the year, and the core was controlled by those emperors. But since the corpse army was revived, these people must still be useful. The loss was too much, and it was not easy to explain to the Lord. They shouldn't have existed. I am not a slaughter. On the contrary, he has to thank me. Jian Wushuang's mouth leaked a sneer, and then he said, your strength is at least the ninth rank perfect Dian immortal. I really don't know why these people died. I don't really think that Jin Wuyang was ruthless and deliberately killed. He wasn't hiding and choking anymore, and he asked loudly. There were so many Dian immortals in the ancient times, and half of them belonged to the 5 emperors. These Dian immortals are also far and near. If it were 3 or even 4 generations of disciples, would they really fight against Jin Wuyang for those emperors? Even this half of Dian immortal swears allegiance to death and fears death. But now the Dian immortal, who turned into a corpse in the great wilderness, is not only half of the Wangu era. According to his speculation, if these corpses were all Dian immortal before their fall, then the Dian immortal in the Wangu era was almost all killed by Jin Wuyang. Obviously, he has taken control of the Daisai domain, and what Jin Wuyang wants to get rid of are those emperors. As for Dian immortals, those who resist will also be killed easily, but there is no need to kill 90% of the Dian immortals in Daisai domain. There must be something strange in this. Those powers can explain the problem. The corpse recovers and powers erupt. These Dian immortals were probably forced to die back then, and the person who planned behind the scenes was probably just for the growth of their bodies. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He couldn't imagine. The death of countless Dian immortals revived the great wilderness, creating a path of heaven comparable to the middle world. The heavenly Tao at this time is extremely weak. As long as there is the strength of the emperor, it can be completely controlled, and then directly take that step and become the master of this great wilderness. These corpses of the Dian immortal were chess pieces, and even those emperors regarded themselves as chess pieces. Once there was any mistake in the middle, they would really fall. When Da Huang regained its recovery, the emperors of Zhenliang and Tongtian Buddhism would be cheaper. Now that the horrible existence is resurrected, the big plan has been completed, and he will not let him go. Jian Wushuang, who inferred all this, had gleaming eyes. If he wanted to escape from here, he had to take a gamble. Since the corpse has recovered, it has his value. If he can kill these corpses on a large scale, the existence will definitely be mad. Hui Qing, the purpose of your coming to see you is to save the immortal, right? The sudden question made the little novice monk stunned for a moment, and then nodded heavily. My master and I are under the master of immeasurable Buddha, and the master teaches us to preach and to see you. The little novice monk without any scheming has nothing to say after the masters have fallen. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly and touched the head of the little novice monk. Then you are busy today. Busy? Can a good man give pointers? The little novice monk didn't understand for a while. Although they are now on the edge of the corpse army, the blue armor overhaul didn't let them off at all. I will send these corpses to the Lord Buddha later, so please help them out first. Jian Wushuang's voice was loud, and Xiang Bingyun, who was standing in the distance, also heard it. If someone else said this, he would definitely sneer. But the strange power displayed by Jian Wushuang made him extremely vigilant. Especially at Yin Universe, he didn't understand the flaw of this trick. Although the effect was the same as the domain, the energy running inside was extremely terrifying. A diameter of just 1 million miles can be comparable to that of the 9-turn consummation Dian immortal, and that power of thought has always made him restless, and even made him retreat. You wait for the order. All withdraw from this area. Xiang Bingyun raised the bronze token in his hand. His voice was like Hongzhong. Millions of corpses within 1 million miles raised their heads to look at Xiang Bingyun. Only started to evacuate in an orderly manner, rushing towards the outside world. With the thought of the universe, Jian Wushuang can at most control the most central origin, and can only display the semi-finished products now. Today this small universe cannot be regarded as a universe. At best it can be regarded as a prototype. The real one-mind universe, according to Jian Wushuang's calculations, requires mental and thought power to reach an unbelievable level. Once the universe is formed, it can even be preserved forever. Even if the caster falls, it can exist forever. When he was in the starry sky, He thought about whether those universes were created by some powerful person. Now that he thought about the universe, he understood that if he wanted to truly create the universe, the difficulty was billions of times more difficult than controlling a universe. Even if the small universe he is using now seems to be like his own domain, it is really difficult for ordinary monks to use it, just thinking in mind. It's okay to say that mental strength is that the world of Tongtian Buddha can barely find a few strong people in this area, but thought strength is something vague, although everyone has it, but the strength of mind strength is different. Some people's mind power can take things out of space. For example, it is so powerful that it can make a big mountain collapse. But this kind of mind power is too far apart to create the universe or to condense a world through the mind power. However, Jin Wushuang is now able to deploy a million-mile-sized microcosm, and there is a million-mile blessing within the universe. At this point, the power of mind is far beyond ordinary emperors. Chapter 51:28. Extreme. It is the limit that this starry sky can bear and the limit that the starry sky can expand. Having mastered the complete limit, he has already embarked on the road to control the starry sky. One thought of the universe is just a microcosm of the starry sky. If the strength is strong enough, the starry sky will fall within a single thought, and then Jian Wushuang will be truly invincible. But now with the microcosm of Yin universe, it can be compared to the 9th rank Dian Immortal, and he can barely survive under the 9th rank consummation Dian Immortal. This is the power of Ji-Dao. Jian Wushuang could make this miniature universe shake the great desolate way, and almost all the corpses in the miniature universe were suppressed. Millions of corpses wanted to be like puppets, unable to go out at all. Only a few corpses with the power of rank 6 Dian could barely drag their bodies out of the scope of the microcosm. What are you going to do? Xiang Bingyun didn't understand why he had to use most of his strength to suppress these ordinary corpses. Wouldn't these corpses leave him more relieved of his burden? Indeed, if there is only Xiang Bingyun in the microcosm, his burden will be reduced a lot. But Xiang Bingyun has been pestering him. Even if there is no corpse, he cannot escape. Since there is no way to escape, give the other party a draw. I said, I won't be as polite as I was just now. As soon as his voice fell, he manipulated the entire microcosm to swallow the endless power in the void, forming billions of powerful sword auras. When he raised his hand and fell, countless sword auras ran across the void, and each of them had his ordinary sword. Power, billions of times, slashed to the corpses in the microcosm. Stop it to me. Xiang Binjian's body was completely transformed into a wild ancient behemoth, and tens of thousands of sword auras were scattered with one claw, but this sword aura was almost useless for hundreds of millions of sword auras. He could only watch the millions of corpses turned into powder and killed millions of Dian immortals with a thought. The scenes of this scene reminded him of Zhen Wuyang in the ancient times. Thinking back to the shame back then, Xiang Bingyun was extremely angry at this moment. Today, I want you to die. Boom. Countless corpse powder scattered from the void was like heavy snow, and Xiang Bingyun turned into a barren ancient behemoth. Jian Wushuang quickly grabbed the little novice monk and moved the void. Are you going crazy? It seems that you still haven't killed enough. The little novice monk lowered his head and rubbed the beads in his hands. Good fellow, I have saved these Dian immortals. You can rest assured to kill. Xiang Bingyun almost vomited blood when he heard the words of the two of them. If it weren't for the master's big plan, he would have been besieging Jian Wushuang with a number of rank 9 Dian immortals. Outside the ancient bronze temple, two men in black robes sat cross-legged in front of the door of the ancient temple. Who is this person? Such strength is in the age of ancient times. There should be some names. Could it be that it has only risen in recent years? Jian Wushuang had the strength of rank 9, and he could still compete with Xiang Bingyun, who was perfect in rank 9. In their opinion, he was definitely not an unknown person. It is very likely that they are the superpowers who have become famous since the ancient times. Otherwise, they would not come to Dahuang to spy on their big plans at this time. Thanks, but he can't see his identity from the outside. But I can feel the breath of real Wu Yang in him, and I will keep this person no matter what. Yu Du sat cross-legged in a high position. He was one of the Lord's left and right guardians, and the Lord's closest confidant. It's not that simple to keep him. You and I must protect the Temple of Qixin and not leave anymore. I'm afraid Jin Wuyang in the Daisai domain has already discovered us, so you can't be careless. Back then, the two of them entered the Temple of Qixin and fell asleep together with the Lord. The Lord once instructed them to lead the corpse to protect the Temple of the Gods when they wake up again, and no one should be allowed to approach them. At this time, the critical moment of the Lord's recovery has come, and if there is a difference, the two can't afford it. Since the siege can't be achieved, let this person be led to another place. There should be no more big movements here. It is good. In the miniature universe, after destroying 1,000,000 corpses, Yin universe has weakened a lot again. But without the burden of the other corpses before, its strength blessing has not dropped much. But even so, Jin Wushuang was still unable to face Xiang Bingyun head-on in strength, and could only dodge around. I can't use it any longer. My thought power has reached its limit, and I must throw him away. Jin Wushuang frowned, and his body shape changed again. The old guy from the ancient times is really difficult. Xiang Bingyun's shot fell through the sky, his blood-colored eyes turned, and he adjusted his figure in an instant. When Jin Wushuang had just torn the void and appeared, he predicted his position in advance, and a sharp claw suddenly pierced Jin Wushuang's body. Golden blood spilled into the void on the spot, but time and space changed again, and Xiang Bingyun hurriedly flashed away. After stabilizing his figure, he realized that everything was an illusion just now, but Jin Wushuang took the opportunity to cut a hideous wound on his back with a sword. Rebel. Huh. You have a thick skin. The fight between the two makes the entire microcosm tremble, and the heavens are screaming. The aura deposited in the Wanggu era erupted, and a gust of enthusiasm spread from the Temple of Qixin, so that the two players who fought against each other had a meal. Haha, my lord has completely recovered, the rebels will die. That breath rose to the sky, and it was from the Temple of Forbidding God. Jin Wushuang saw this burst of heart, and his heart throbbed. The waste that was killed by Xinjiang town, what can it do if it recovers? None of you can stop me today. Jian Wu's divine sword slanted slightly in his hands, and his eyes showed determination. Over the years, how many times he fought, and that time was not to get out of adversity, but he never gave up a chance to get to this day. Dare to insult the Lord, even if Shen Wuyang comes today, I want you to die. The glory of the Wanggu era is the Emperor. They and these dying immortals are all shining, and insulting the Lord is the same as insulting them and insulting the glory of the Wanggu era. Just as the two of them were fighting, a luxurious middle-aged man on the edge of the great wilderness was constantly shining, and every time he moved his figure, he traversed the endless void. If it was dying immortal, it would take 100 years to pass. But the middle-aged man walked directly across the board. When encountering some powerful ancient relics, they also directly rushed into it. The formations, spirits, and guardians were all annihilated in an instant. The strength of the incoming people exceeded the rules of this world. Wearing a high crown of white jade, a golden robe, and a noble face. This person is Zhen Wuyang. He had already noticed the abnormal movement of the great wilderness. He originally thought it was because his hometown in the ancient times was unwilling and wanted to make a comeback. But what he didn't expect was that those old guys actually controlled the legendary Temple of the Gods. No wonder that 5 emperors were born in ancient times and so many dying immortals appeared. Chapter 51:29. In the Temple of Qixin, the huge blue ancient temple reveals mystery and exudes an ancient atmosphere. Empty, chaotic, and quiet. A golden skeleton sits above the ancient throne, and there are also dozens of ancient thrones beside it. And behind the throne is a huge mysterious statue. Jia Jia. After a strange noise, a ray of light ignited in the eyes of the golden skeleton. True Wuyang. Well, is this him really? Unexpectedly, his dog's nose is so sharp. He discovered the Temple of Qixin so soon. Ah, kill him, kill him. Rebel, I want him to die. At the same time, the bones on dozens of ancient thrones were all awake, and their eyes were full of anger. They roared at Jin Wuyang's name. One can imagine how much they hate Jin Wuyang in their hearts. Broken my road to the top of the universe. If you don't kill him, it will be difficult to vent the hatred in my heart. The Tao of Heaven has already emerged in the great wilderness. Although it is still very weak, it is comparable to the middle world, and the great wilderness has no traces. I have comprehended the endless years of the statue of the gods. To improve it, the Lord of the universe is too far away, and I am satisfied to be able to cross the second step. The golden bones on the other thrones changed color one after another, unwilling to say, "Six crows, what do you want to do? If you control this way now, you know that it is difficult for you to go further in your life." Yang Jun, you really think it's so easy to control the universe? As far as I know, we are in the original universe, and the surrounding universes have not had the Lord of the Universe. Apart from the record of the Lord of the Universe in the Temple of Qixin, who else can you say? Ever? The others also thought to themselves, but they were still not reconciled. They became emperors in the Wanggu era, all relying on the existence of the Temple of Qixin. Looking forward to the birth of Desiyu, everyone looked forward to their faces. The Temple of Qixin did not belong to the Desai domain. In ancient times, the Temple of the Qixin came from the void and descended on the Desai domain. At that time, the human monks were still very rare, and most of them were wild ancient beasts or unique special beings. They discovered the speciality of the Qixin Temple early, and thus became a dazzling existence, smooth sailing to achieve the position of emperor. 18 gods and generals were established in the Qixin Temple, and all the 18 emperors in the ancient times became the 18 gods and generals of the Qixin Temple. 18 emperors master the devouring Tao of the god of discord. As long as they cultivate to the peak, they can swallow the universe and become the master of the universe recorded in the Temple of God of Discord. This is also the reason why they do not control the Desi domain, nor leave the Desi domain. Their 18 emperors were all dreaming of reaching the sky in one step and becoming the master of the universe, but they didn't expect to have a true Wuyang halfway through. A reserve who inherited Jinwu Dao, all the way to the top, crushed their Dao with his own hands, and suppressed them in this great wilderness. They probably knew how powerful Jin Wuyang was in the Wanggu era. Since Desiyu was under the control of Jin Wuyang, he has never tried his best. No one knows how strong he is now. Lu Crow, you really think it over. What you gave up is the way of the gods. An emperor with a light on his eyebrows roared. He entered the Temple of Qixin since he was weak and has always believed in the gods. At this time, traitors appeared among them, which made some emperors unacceptable. Lu Crow snorted coldly, turned his head to look at the angry emperor, and said coldly, "Idiot, you have copied the statue of God for so many years. I haven't seen you become the Lord of the universe. If you really become the Lord of the universe Lord, I have inherited the position of the three great gods. Why should I give up the road of the gods and go to the way of the gods of the wild?" The Temple of Qixin not only established 18 gods, but also established 3 big gods, 108 messengers. The requirements for becoming a messenger are the lowest. As long as the ninth rank die an immortal can become a candidate messenger, and when he reaches the 9th rank consummation, he can become a distracted messenger, inheriting an emperor's way, and as long as he follows the Great Road, he will definitely become an emperor. The requirements of the gods are higher, and they must be emperors to inherit. Once they inherit, they will be taught to swallow the avenue, which is an avenue to become the master of the universe. The Lord of the Universe is a legendary character in the long river of time and space. If countless universes know that there is an avenue that allows the monks to go to the Lord of the Universe, it will probably shake the entire starry sky and cause endless wars. Moreover, the Temple of Qixin has also established a supreme rule. The heirs of the 3 major gods can explore the starry sky and where there are the secrets of the supreme rules. If anyone can comprehend the supreme rules, he can inherit the Temple of the Gods and become the supreme owner. These secrets are only known to them, gods and generals. That is, knowing the benefits, they refuse to inherit a small domain and climb step by step. Not to mention inheriting the Temple of Fortune, Even if you just master the complete devouring avenue and become the master of the universe, it has already made countless emperors crazy. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Well, since Lu Kuo has chosen the road of the desolate God Lord, let him go. Yang Jun turned his head and glanced at the others, and then said, "Don't forget, Jin Wuyang has already discovered the Temple of Qixin. The powerhouses in other realms will soon find out. If there is no one, if you give up the devouring avenue, who will control the great wilderness? No one controls the great wilderness. How do we deal with those emperors who have taken the first step? Although they walked on the great avenue of devouring, they were much stronger than ordinary emperors. But if they faced those emperors who took the first step, they would have no power to fight back. Even if they are not in the world controlled by the opponent, they are far from opponents." At this time, Lu Kuo came forward to control the great wilderness, mastering the great avenue of the Godlord, Wild Wilderness, and could use the Qixin Temple to quickly upgrade the great wilderness to the higher world. When they become the top emperor, they can also protect the Temple of Qixin. As long as the Lord of the Universe does not come out, they are absolutely safe in the great wilderness. In that case, Lu Kuo will ask you in the future, otherwise I will have to take the Temple of Qixin to escape for a long time. The expressions of the other emperors also changed extremely quickly. Although they believed in the gods and highly respected the gods, in this situation, it is still important to keep the Temple of the Gods first. Several emperors quickly discussed a result, and Lu Ya took the initiative to control the Temple of Qi. And Zhen Wuyang has reached the depths of the great wilderness at a very fast speed. "Do not!" Zhen Wuyang roared, and he could feel that a heavenly path had appeared in the great wilderness, and it had been controlled by others. "Damn old guy. I can't get the Temple of Forbidden God, and you don't want to occupy it." An extra primitive token appeared in his hand, and then he urged his might to spread a message throughout the universe. Chapter 51:30. Once the news of the Temple of Qixin spread, the entire universe was shaken. The Temple of Qixin, which had been rumored in the ancient times, once again descended on the Desai domain, instantly causing countless emperors to go crazy. In the ancient times, the Great Division territory stunned countless surrounding territories. Although the Great Division region did not have a control, no emperor dared to invade at will. In that era, there was a rumor that Dasiyu had a temple that drifted from the long river of time and space. That is, that temple created the glory of Dasiyu. There were many people who believed in this information back then, but since there were more than a dozen emperors in Dasiyu, no one dared to explore it. Until Zhen Wuyang was born and suppressed dozens of emperors and took control of the entire Desai domain, no one would believe in the existence of Qixin Temple. At this time, the great wilderness changed. Zhen Wuyang personally reported that the Temple of Qixin really existed in the Desai domain, causing countless greed. After all, a super treasure that can give birth to dozens of emperors in a middle-level realm is enough to make the 9-turn consummation Dain immortal go crazy and obsess those emperors who have not taken the first step. Even those Tao ancestors who took the first step in the dojo are facing it seriously. In the universe, there is endless territory. The ancient gods of the higher world. On the ancestor Demon Mountain, in the glorious ancient temple surrounding the entire Demon Mountain, several emperors have gathered. An ancient with a brow surrounded by 7 stars said respectfully, "Master, there is news from Zhen Wuyang of Dasiyu that the Temple of Qixin is once again present." Above the hall stood an 8-star ancient god, who was the master of the ancient gods. His own path perfectly blended with the ancient gods, and he was the master of the higher world. The 8 stars at the center of his eyebrows represented the dignity of his blood. In the ancient god realm, except for the first 9-star ancient god, his bloodline is the highest. Temple of Qixin. The 8-star main swayed his tail, pondered for a while and said, "Immediately summon all the emperors of the ancient gods and the 9-turn consummation Dain immortal. I will go and notify the ancestor." Although he is the ruler of the ancient gods, such major events still need the ancestor's decision. Because the ancestor of the ancient gods was the only ultimate emperor in the entire universe. Moreover, he is the ultimate emperor who masters the path of destruction, and the first ancient of the ancient gods, possessing the perfect bloodline of 9 stars. If the ultimate way is not too strong, the ancient gods cannot bear the pressure of the ultimate way, nor will let a post-sorrow control the ancient realm. The top of the magic mountain, outside an ancient cave. Master Beishan, why are you here? Seeing the Lord of Beishan hurriedly rushing, the emperor guarding the cave gate was a little surprised. The psychic emperor, please inform the ancestor of the great Siyu that something has happened and that a treasure was born. The psychic emperor is also an 8-star ancient god. He has a clone who follows the ancestor all the year round. The main body controls a medium-sized world and follows the ancestor for many years. His status is extremely high. Even if he is the master of the ancient gods, was also very polite when he treated this emperor of the same clan. Hearing that the strange treasure was born, the psychic brows moved slightly, and my heart was a little puzzled. But no matter that Beishan was the master of the ancient gods, it was not easy to say anything. So I asked him to wait for a while, and he himself entered the ancestor. Inside the cave, what kind of exotic treasure has attracted so much attention from Beishan and was born in Desiyu? Big division domain? Isn't that the dojo of Zhen Wuyang? Could it be? The pace of the psychic can't help speeding up a bit. If the temple was born, the ancestor should be notified immediately. Ancestor. The psychic came to a quiet room with red light. Quiet room. The ancestor of the ancient gods was sitting cross-legged on the edge of a tan. Look from the front. He, wearing a set of test armor, very ordinary, but when you look carefully, you will feel that the armor is like inlaid on his body, changing colors from time to time, and at the center of his eyebrows, it symbolizes the blood of the peak ancient god, surrounded by stars. The breath radiating from him is different from any strong man, even the ruler of the North Mountain, who is enough to rank in the top 100 in this universe, cannot match. If Jian Wushuang was seeing it at this time, he might be familiar with this kind of breath, because he, like this ancient god, holds the ultimate way. The difference is that the ancestor of the ancient is the ultimate emperor, and Jian Wushuang now is only the 3-turn great Yanxian. Even if he masters the extreme way, he is like an ant in front of the ultimate emperor. What disturbs me? The ancient ancestor still closed his eyes tightly and slowly said, "Tell the ancestor, it is the news from Beishan that there is a strange treasure in the big division area, and the ancestor must come forward and determine." The psychic outside the door respectfully said. The ancestor of the ancient suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was overjoyed. "To see you. Fortunately, I did not leave the original universe. Haha, those old guys left the original universe, looking for the way to become the master of the universe. It is ridiculous. Go ahead, and all the emperors in Yazuxiang will gather in the ancient temple. In just half a day, there are hundreds of higher worlds and tens of thousands of middle world capitals in the primitive universe of with the powerful under their commanders to the big division domain. Tao Ancestor, all the 9th-rank consummated Dian immortals in our great dream realm are dispatched together. Is this necessary? Yeah. Tao Ancestor's strength is overwhelming, and it has been crushed for an era, and the forces in the border area will not give us a big dream. A flat boat shuttles continuously in the void, with speed and fastness, crossing a boundary every time it crosses. This flatboat is the eternal treasure. Even among the emperors and ancestors, few have such treasures. Above the Bianzhou, the Taoist ancestor of the great dream realm listened to the disciples and snorted. You underestimated the attraction of Qishan Temple, and you underestimated Emperor Dao. A sword fairy in a Qingyi lotus dress was a little puzzled and asked, "Master, is there such a miraculous thing in the temple of Qishan that it can help immortal Dian become an emperor?" The other disciples also looked at the Dao ancestor of the great dream realm, looking forward to answering. I don't know much about the mystery of the Qishan temple, but one thing is true. There were dozens of emperors born in the Desai domain, but none of them controlled the Desai domain and did not leave the Desai domain, but has been hiding in the big division area for many years to practice and retreat, and the strength is surprisingly strong. Dao ancestor said here, unavoidably recalling the person he met back then, who obviously did not control the realm, but had the strength comparable to him. The great avenue was strong, incredible. Is an emperor who doesn't even have a dojo really that strong? Don't worry too much, everyone. With the Tao ancestor, they can't get over any storm. Damning Deus's face changed slightly, looking at the dozens of disciples on the Bienjo, a little disappointed, but also helpless. https:// Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 51:31. He has made great achievements. Although he is only the master of the middle world, his strength is no weaker than those of the masters. Therefore, their great dream realm is also somewhat famous in the inner of the primitive universe. Because of his indisputable character, he has high prestige in the surrounding area. The powerhouse of the great dream realm went to other realms to roam, relying on his reputation to rise up, but he also lost his fear. The awe of the emperor, the awe of the universe. But in the end, those disciples can't be blamed. The great dream world has seen him as an emperor for countless years, and he has risen smoothly. He was born in a famous family and grew up from Tianjiao to the emperor. In the end, he became the emperor in one fell swoop, and the emperor who has mastered the extremely powerful way. In his heart, the sect has always been the big one, following the master's will and guarding the big dream world. But now it seems that his way of guarding is too doting, which has caused the young generation of Tianjiao to be proud. Little guys, do you know that the emperor is also divided into strong and weak? Everyone nodded. Of course you know. Well, now that I know, how about my strength in the emperor? Everyone nodded faster this time. Taozu, you are the top emperor. You can also say that our Tao ancestor is the emperor in countless realms with Megatron. Many people took the opportunity to flatter, and many really admired him too much, thinking that Daozu was the strongest emperor in their hearts. Demeng Daozu held back his smile, raised his hand and signaled, "Well, I will explain to you how the strength of the emperor is divided while on the way." Looking at these 3 or even 4 generations of disciples, Demeng Daozu began to talk about the various forces in this visit to the Temple of Qixin. The lowest threshold for the contenders of this Temple of the Gods is the perfect Dian Immortal of rank 9. Ordinary monarchs and even the emperors who have taken the first step cannot make any waves. The superpowers who really know the secrets of the Temple of the Gods are the masters. The emperor's combat power also has an extremely harsh division. The whole can be transformed into a 6th order. The most ordinary emperor has just mastered the emperor's avenue, and the avenue is very ordinary, and the emperor who can only control some lower realms is the 1st order emperor. The 2nd-tier combat power is those emperors who have mastered the lower world. Although they have also taken a step, their strength has not changed much. The emperor who has mastered the medium avenue and did not control the medium world to establish his own dojo is also considered a 2nd-order combat power. The normal master of the middle world has established his own dojo and mastered the middle world, which is considered a Tier 3 combat power. Even if the immeasurable Buddha in the world of Tongtian Buddhism is an emperor at this level, this is also the top level of most emperors. Most emperors mastered a small path, and it was extremely difficult even to become a Taoist ancestor in the lower world. It was their lifelong dream to become a 3rd order. The 18 gods in the Temple of Qixin are also considered 3rd-order combat power. Their swallowing avenue is the ultimate way, and it is the ultimate way of the master of the universe. Although they have not been fully grasped, the ultimate of the universe Tao is so powerful. As long as you can comprehend the 3rd level, you can have the 3rd-order combat power. Once you master it, you will be the master of the universe, and even half of the comprehension can conquer the entire primitive universe. As for Tier 4 combat power, the avenue of the higher world is needed. The ruler of Beishan of the ancient gods and the rulers of other higher worlds are at this level. They dominate a higher world, omnipotent, and can deal with ordinary emperors. Suppress. Monarchs with this level of strength can run wild in a universe, and no one can threaten them. They are all overlords of one party, dominating the world. If Tier 3 is the strong among emperors, then Tier 4 is the strong in the universe. In addition to those who control the higher world, There are also some emperors who can reach this level. The real Wuyang of Desiyu, the Buddha of the Buddha realm. Although these two people only mastered the middle world, their Tao was extremely powerful. If it weren't for the higher worlds in the primitive universe, they would be able to control the higher worlds. Their Tao is also a top-level Tao that can rival the ultimate Tao. If they take one step further, they can fully elevate their dojo to the higher world. At that time, they can take one step further. And Beishan dominates the masters of those higher worlds, and many of them just master the upper avenues, and they will be trapped for a lifetime. Zhen Wuyang is different. He owns Zhenwu Avenue, which is a complete top-level avenue. As long as the realm is raised, he can open up a higher world by himself. The realm's strength skyrocketed, and he is expected to hit the 5th level. But the difficulty is also very terrifying. In the primitive universe, there are only a few that can be done. These 5-tier powerhouses have also traveled to other universes long ago, because at their level, it is too difficult to go further. Only enter the long river of time and space for rafting, looking for some ancient relics, or the secret realm of the universe to explore the universe. The 5th-order combat power can be regarded as the ceiling of the original universe. Now in the original universe, only the ancestors of the ancient gods are still there, and the other 5th-order powerhouses have left the original universe. If you know that there is an avenue leading to the Lord of the Universe in the Qishan Temple, I am afraid that the intestines of these 5th-tier top powerhouses will be regretted. However, if their strength is not in some dangerous secret realms, it is still very simple to return, but they will lose the priority of the first wave. Daming Daozu explained the division of the Emperor's strength, so that these disciples who had just entered the universe knew that there was a sky outside the sky. Taozu, you are on that floor. The 3rd floor. The disciples were silent. The Taoist ancestors who have always admired are only the strength of the 3rd-order emperor, and many of the emperors who went to the Qishan this time are the 4th-order dominators, and even the 5th-order top powers came from other universes. These 9th-turn complete Dayan immortals are nothing more than cannon fodder. Originally, they wanted to rely on Tao Ancestor to fish in troubled waters, even if they were dangerous. Tao Ancestor could solve them. But now it seems that even Tao Ancestors are at risk of falling, let alone them. Many of them did not have a manager to take the risk of life and death, and at this time some people retreated. But it's too difficult to get the way to become emperors. Although they are a new generation of 9th-ranked perfect Dayan immortals, they are also trapped in several chaos epochs. The shrine's path to God is also dependent on qualifications. These emperors of this generation are at least much stronger than those old guys before. Demeng Daozu also saw the thoughts of these disciples and was not going to hit them. But when he turned his head, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. No one knows his true strength, and even the other emperor in the clan does not know his true strength. Chapter 51:32. The birth of the Temple of Qishan has attracted the attention of all parties. Countless powerhouses came one after another, and even powerhouses from different universes began to set off for the Great Division domain in the primitive universe. In fact, to be precise, the place where Qishan Temple appeared this time was between Desiyu and Tongtian Buddha realm. The boundless wilderness, silence, and desolation. The towering Buddha stepped into the lotus, calmly stepping into the wilderness. He is the supreme being in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, Tongtian Buddha. Its strength is the top of Tier 4, stronger than ordinary masters. The world of Tongtian Buddhism, under his control, is a special big world. It was once the place where a higher world originated. Later, the higher world was broken and turned into 3,000 masters. World. But the place of origin of the higher world, the power contained in it, is comparable to the real higher world, and the avenue of the Tongtian Buddha is a very special top avenue among the emperors. Compared to Zhenwu Avenue in Zhenwuyang, it is not weak at all, but it can stabilize Zhenwuyang. However, he has been low-key hidden in the world of Tongtian for many years, and he has not cared about the various things in the primitive universe. He just seeks to go further and deduces the Emperor's Tao to perfection, thereby promoting the universe Tao. Beside the Tongtian Buddha, a young man with a high crown appeared. His face was jade, and he was wearing a black robe. Dongyin, you are here too. Tongtian Buddha smiled slightly. Emperor Dongyin looked solemn and snorted. It's about the Great Road. How can I not come? Besides, since you are here, I can't come? The Temple of Qishan is bestowed by God, and everyone can contend for it. Tongtian Buddha said lightly, but didn't say anything. Hundreds of people followed behind them, many of whom were powerful emperors. Although the Tongtian realm is the head of the 3,000 great worlds and the Tongtian Buddha is extremely prestigious, it is divided into two factions inside. Emperor Dong Yin rose with him in the ancient times. He controlled the heavens and became the fourth order emperor, while Dong Yin controlled the relatively weak realm, and his strength was only about the third order emperor. The two have been fighting from the ancient times to the present. If it weren't for the birth of the Temple of Qishan, the two would be unlikely to unite. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the great wilderness, two Dayan immortals are staged a battle of chasing and killing one after another. They don't know that there are countless powerful men in the outside world who are coming towards the mysterious hall in the great wilderness. Rebel, you can't escape. The phantom of the dazzling behemoth obscures the void, extremely fast. The two chasing and fleeing were Jian Wushuang and Xiang Bingyun. Using the microcosmic sword, Wushuang can also fight Xiang Bingyun, but the power of the microcosm is consumed very quickly, and the power of the millions of miles is instantly exhausted and can only last for a cup of tea. Fortunately, he arranges ahead of time, using thought power to condense a clone around Xiang Bingyun, while the deity escaped from the miniature universe at the fastest speed. Good person, run in this direction. I can feel the vitality in this direction. The little novice holding Jian Wushuang's arm pointed to the empty void, and his eyes revealed Zen. Puff. A scarlet claw swept across Jian Wushuang's chest. Fortunately, he was fully paying attention to Xiang Bingyun's every move to avoid this claw instantly, but the explosive power brought by the blood claw itself still shook his body on the verge of when he collapsed. Blood flowed down the corners of his mouth. After avoiding the blood claws, regardless of the injuries on his body, he broke out again with all his strength and quickly fled in another direction. This chase lasted until Jian Wushuang realized that he had underestimated Dayan Immortal, who was perfect in rank 9. The clone in the miniature universe took Xiang Bingyun several breaths. When he was discovered, he had escaped hundreds of millions of miles, but Xiang Bingyun's behemoth phantom exploded at an unprecedented speed and passed several times. Shichen's chase is about to catch up with him. Jian Wushuang might not have any confidence if he hadn't mastered the complete Ji Dao, but since he mastered the Ji Dao, any Dao in his body had reached its limit. Speed is the epitome of Thunder Avenue. Even if his Thunder Avenue broke through to the realm of Dayan Immortal, it was only on the 4th floor. If it is an ordinary Dayan Immortal, use Thunder Avenue as a supplement, and at most practice to the 2nd level during the 3rd round of Dayan Immortal. After all, it is not Dayan Immortal who majored in Thunder Dao. If it is Dayan Immortal who majored in Thunder, you can repair to the 4th floor at the 3rd turn. This is the current level of Jian Wushuang, but ordinary Thunder Dao practitioners can master 60% of the strength of Thunder Dao at most. Practitioners who major in Thunder Dao can perform 80%, and those who master the ultimate Thunder can play Thunder Dao. 10%, the existence of Ji Dao can exert 12% of the strength. Although Jian Wushuang is only on the 4th layer of Thunder Road, his Thunder Band can surpass the existence of the 5th layer, and he is also a practitioner who majors in Thunder Band. As for Xiang Bingyun, although he is not majoring in Thunder, his speed is comparable to the 6th layer of Thunder Road. Obviously, this is the 2nd major road besides his major in Destruction Road. The speed is comparable to a practitioner who majors in Thunder Road. Jian Wushuang couldn't get rid of it at all. He could only grit his teeth and insist. Senior man, this is the direction. I feel it. We can discover the source in just a stick of incense. The little novice monk was a little excited. He followed Jian Wushuang out of the army of corpses, then entered a strange field, and finally escaped from the void, being chased and killed by the phantom behemoth. He was worried along the way, and now according to the direction he felt, the closer he was, the more he felt the strong vitality. A stick of incense? Jian Wushuang's body was very exhausted. His whole body was trembling, and he could not breathe under the pressure of Xiang Bingyun behind him. However, he was able to hold on to the incense stick, but he was afraid that the little novice would make a mistake, and then he would have to flee aimlessly. I can only hope to drill in some dangerous relics, or go to the territories of some powerful creatures to get a trace of life. This kind of vitality is extremely dangerous, but now he has no choice but to hope that the little novice monk's induction will not go wrong. Xiang Bingyun is the 9th-ranked consummation Dayan immortal, and there are too few things that threaten the 9th-ranked consummation Dayan. Some of the powerful ancient relics are mostly left by the 9 Renaissance immortals. Some of the more powerful restrictions can also restrain them. It is not always certain who breaks the restrictions first. Maybe they will trap themselves, waiting to die in place. In the void far away from Jian Wushuang, Tongtian Buddha and Emperor Dongyin and his party were moving at an extremely fast speed, and their direction was exactly where Jian Wushuang was. If the life of the young novice monk refers to the pedestrian of the Tongtian Buddha, then it will take Jian Wushuang 1,000 years to meet the Tongtian Buddha. Chapter 51:33. The Tongtian Buddha was also moving in the direction of Jian Wushuang at an extremely fast speed. Every time they changed their body shapes, they crossed the diameter of an ordinary territory. At their speed, they can meet Jian Wushuang in less than a stick of incense, and even a stick of incense can reach outside the temple of Qishan. The Lord Tongtian smiled on his face, turning his head and looking behind him. Infinite, there is someone in front of you who has great cause and effect. The immeasurable Buddha Lord is also an existence of the Emperor level. The controller of the immeasurable world in the 3,000 great worlds is also the largest and powerful Buddha Lord besides the Tongtian Buddha, possessing the top strength of Tier 3. The few monk heads who pass through the great wilderness to enter the Disiyu are considered 4 generations of disciples under his sect. Most of the monk heads who went to the Disiyu were disciples under the immeasurable Buddha's sect. The rhetoric of simultaneously surpassing the immortal was made by this immeasurable Buddha himself. It was precisely this sentence that led the monk heads in the boundless world to enter the endless wilderness, crossing half of the wilderness and crossing the boundary wall into the great division domain. It's my disciple. It seems to be facing the killing and robbery. Immeasurable Buddha replied lightly. He only mentioned the little novice, but did not mention Jian Wushuang, or deliberately concealing it. After all, not long ago he also bestowed that piece of Bodhi heart tree to Jian Wushuang. How could he not feel Jian Wushuang's existence? Moreover, he is also known for his deductions. The Tao mastered by the Emperor is even the Tao of heaven. Although the master of Tao is only at a medium level, he also has the strength of a third-order emperor. Then let's save it on the way. It shouldn't take much time. Tongtian Buddha glanced at Emperor Dongyin next to him, and then looked at immeasurable Buddha meaningfully. The 3 of them were considered to be the 3 strongest existences in the heavens back then. When they were born, the heavens were not yet broken, and they were both emperors of their respective sections. Naturally, there were a lot of fights, but in the end he won. Fortunately, Dongyin has mastered the boundaries of the land and formed his own sect. He has always been in competition with him. Wuliang entered Buddhism halfway and became his right-hand man, but he could feel that his mind had never entered Buddhism. This very meaningful glance made Wuliang feel a little uncomfortable. After suppressing some low-hearted things, he slowed down and replied, "This is natural." Tongtian Buddha retracted his gaze and didn't say anything. This time the Qishan temple suddenly appeared in the great wilderness. His half-master of the great wilderness actually hides such secrets. He actually didn't know it all. In the past few years, Wuliang has been advocating that missions enter the domain of the Great Division, and he is even more puzzled. Now it seems that all of this has already been planned. While Jian Wushuang flees desperately, he must always be on guard against Xiang Bingyun. He has already reached the point of collapse. Fortunately, his mental strength was too strong to be comparable to that of the Emperor. With such a state of mind, he could persist until now. If it were an ordinary Dayan immortal, he would have died several times early even in rank 9. Good fellow, hold on. I can feel that vitality is just ahead, and it's coming soon. the little novice monk said as he threw the Buddhist beads in his hands. He is a novice monk in the boundless world. He grew up on Mount Wuliang, where he is the dojo of Lord Blessed Buddha. He is a sixth-generation disciple on the mountain. He has never descended from the mountain after cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Now he has followed a few masters when he came down the most dangerous Great Wasteland, passing through half of the Great Wasteland, came outside the boundary wall with great difficulty, and was about to enter the coveted Great Division domain, but it was only a moment that it would be plunged into the mire again. This catastrophe was 100,000 and 10,000 times greater than the danger encountered at any one time. Several masters fell into the great wilderness one by one, and did not enter the Great Division until their deaths, and even one of the Great Division's immortals had not been transformed. Now they have been chased and killed all the way, but in a day's time, it feels like cultivating for hundreds of millions of years. Not good. Jian Wushuang's tight body trembled suddenly. Tick, tick. A sharp claw passed through Jian Wushuang's chest, and golden blood slid down the sharp claws and dripped onto the little novice monk's face. Good man. The young novice monk's vision was red. The master was dead. The second master blew himself up for him, and the third master abandoned everything to let them live. All they did was to keep him alive without hesitating life and death. Will the great philanthropist who has been protecting him now also die? Why? The little novice released his small hand holding Jian Wushuang, and the Buddhist beads on the other hand were also crushed by him unknowingly. Why is this? We just want to live. The little novice monk's eyes turned blood red, and the moment he released his hand, his body sprang out and stood in front of Jian Wushuang. The little novice clenched his fists tightly. His small face was full of evil spirits, and even his thick eyebrows were trembling. At this moment, he stood in front of Jian Wushuang and looked directly at nine-turn consummation Dian Fairy Xiang Bingya. Hurry up! Jian Wushuang resisted the injury. All the treasures on his body were exhausted when he escaped. The battle armor had long been broken, and even the indestructible Wushuang Excalibur had long been broken. Jian Wushuang swung several swords desperately, exhausting the last bit of thought power to stop Xiang Bingyun, and then stretched out his hand to pull the little novice monk. Go! No! The little novice opened Jian Wushuang's arm, and at this moment, the weaker, he unexpectedly exploded with a kind of unmoving power. It was only a moment's delay before Xiang Bingyun arrived in front of the little novice monk. Things that do not live or die. Xiang Bingyun's illusion disappeared behind him, revealing his original appearance. His height shrunk to just over a battle height, and the cyan scales on his body fluttered with the wind. Go to hell. After chasing for so long, Xiang Bingyun's heart was also extremely angry, and his hand was a dead hand, and the huge palm directly slapped the little novice monk. With the claws of the 9 revolving consummation Dian Immortal, even Jian Wushuang at his peak did not dare to resist at will. The little novice monk was not afraid of anyone, and stood there without blinking his eyes, wanting to resist. Jian Wushuang's eyes trembled too late to stop all of this. He didn't want to die. He had just mastered the extreme way, and the ultimate way was only at the 5th level. He still has an endless future, and he shouldn't die here. Forget it. Don't run away. Jian Wushuang touched the broken Wushuang Excalibur in his hand. The broken body was drifting away one by one. He glanced at the little novice who stretched out his hands to stop Xiang Bingyun, and he leaked out. There was a smile. The little novice monk stretched out his hands and exhaled a suffocating breath. This breath took 30 million years of practice. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was zen in his eyes, and his heart was naturally broad. This broad road without traces is as white as jade, with zen in my eyes, zen in my heart, and the only one in my heart. My life is extraordinary. In an instant, the little novice Hui Qing stepped into the Tao. Chapter 51:34. Stop it for me. The little novice monk roared, and the avenue loomed behind him, and the world of law was constantly changing. Behind the little novice monk appeared a head of monk with a huge Buddhist bead hanging on his neck. Behind him is not the Buddha, nor the most precious image, but an ordinary monk who resembles a little novice in foreign trade. He is glaring at the Vajra with one hand, while holding a brown long stick in the other hand. Break it for me. The little novice monk's thin body was completely integrated into the world and merged with the same-looking monk head, holding a brown long stick. Boom, boom, boom. Even Jian Wushuang didn't dare to hold a claw forcibly, but was broken by the little novice monk. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed astonishment because the stick technique was invisible, but was able to resist the ninth turn consummation Dian Immortal. One step into the Tao, and it seems to be the ultimate Tao. I am afraid that only the ultimate Tao can be so strong. The blood claws collapsed, and Xiang Bingyun, who had reached his figure, instantly retreated, pulling a million miles away before stopping. How is this possible? How can you stop me? Xiang Bingyun couldn't believe it. He had never put the little novice in his eyes, a bald donkey who was not even an immortal, had it not been for Jian Wushuang to protect him. Early he was shocked to death by his coercion. Now this inconspicuous little novice suddenly broke out, and he took his strongest claw with a stick. He has lived for countless chaos eras, and he has never heard of anyone who can cross several realms in one step and directly master the complete road. Is he always pretending? Xiang Binjian's doubts were greater than shock, but he quickly denied his speculation. No, it's not a disguise. If it was a disguise, it would have been a long time ago. Good fellow, your wounds. The young monk head turned into a little novice turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. I can hold it. Jian Wushuang forcibly resisted the collapse of his body and sat down cross-legged. His body was constantly repairing his injuries, and he only needed tea to fully recover. Now the little novice monk suddenly exploded, and he was able to block Xiang Bingyun for the time being. He must hurry up to recover from his injuries. In the unlikely event that a nine-turned consummation Dian appeared out of those corpses, no matter how strong the little novice monk was, the two of them would have fallen here today. I didn't expect that after billions of years of deposition, I would meet you two freaks just after recovery. Xiang Bingyun moved his wrist. He was surprised that the young novice suddenly broke out, and his strength was not yet astonishing. Although the little novice can block his strongest claws, it does not mean that he can match him. Now that the aura has dissipated, it can sense that the little novice's aura is declining. Although the strength of the two men in front of him is not a threat to him, each of these two men can touch the threshold of the ninth-rank perfect Dian Immortal. If they were placed in the Wangu period, they would definitely be cultivated by the sect as the emperor. It's a pity that I met him now. If he had been before, he might have been a pity, but now he has been suppressed by Zhen Wuyang for hundreds of millions of years, and he has become inhumane and ghostless. It is still hopeful that he will be elegant in the ancient times. The Tianjiao of Desiyu, kill you? I am afraid that even Zhen Wuyang will feel distressed. Xiang Binjian's mouth leaked a sneer. As long as he could make Zhen Wuyang upset, he would go to work if he spared his life. His hatred for Zhen Wuyang has accumulated for hundreds of millions of years, and everything that happened during the Wangu period seems to be yesterday. He can't forget Zhen Wuyang's disgusting face, and can't forget the resplendent Wangu era. Kill. The endless anger was vented at this moment, and a blood-coughing battle axe appeared in his hand. This was the weapon he used when he commanded the heavenly court. The axe was stained with ancient blood, which made him once brilliant. The blood axe slid down through the air, as if the sky mark remained for a long time, and the fluttering chi burst wandering in the positive void. The little novice monk turned into a monk head, dancing with a long stick in his hand, soaring into the sky, actually going to face Xiang Bingyun head-on. The two of them fought together in an instant. The little novice's stick technique was completely natural, and the whole set of stick technique was dripping, and the blood axe of the above Bingyun made him unable to get anything cheap for a while. Every time the brown stick is swung, there is room to protect itself, attacking the enemy by 7 points and retaining 3 points of strength of its own. Offense and defense complement each other, which makes Xiang Bingyun unable to break through and unable to kill. The little novice monk is calm and steady, with unlimited zen in his heart and natural sticks in his hands. This is the ultimate way of Buddhism Zen. After 30 million years of Buddhism practice, at this moment, he has completely understood his own way, stepped out of a path of practice that others could not cross for hundreds of millions of years, and directly promoted to Buddhism Donkey Kong, whose strength is comparable to that of the ninth turned consummation Dayan immortal. Such an amazing talent, even a few Buddhas in the world of Tongtian Buddhism can't do it. If he can go back alive this time, he will definitely be designated as the first Buddha on Mount Wuliang. The ultimate way is rare in the primitive universe. There is only one ultimate way of the Emperor level, and it is also the strongest existence in the primitive universe today, the ancestor of the ancient gods. As for the ultimate evangelism, it is unforgettable. There are only a few of the countless realms in each era that can reach the eternal Emperor. It is too difficult to be in harmony. If Jin Wushuang hadn't broken through to the Dayan immortal level because he had realized the ultimate way and had gone to the starry sky for hundreds of millions of years, and the ultimate Kendo was still at the 5th level, he had never broken through. The ultimate way at least reaches the 7th level before there is a chance to join the way. The chance of success is 1 in a billion, which is why there is only one ultimate emperor in the entire primitive universe, the ancestor of the ancient gods. And the little novice monk entered the Tao step by step, and directly mastered the Zen machine in the ultimate path. Judging from the surface strength, it should have stepped into the 6th level one step at a time. If you go further, you can try to become the ultimate emperor. The emperor of the ultimate way. Even if you don't control any world, you have the strength of a 4th-order emperor. The ancestor of the ancient gods, succeeded in coordinating the Tao at the 7th level. Afterwards, I don't know how many chaotic eras, destroying the road and reaching the 5th-order emperor. This is the pinnacle of the universe, and he still hopes to climb one step further. The destruction path reaches the 9th level, and he is truly invincible in the universe. The Lord of the universe will be at his fingertips by then. But this step is also extremely difficult and requires a big opportunity. Success is too difficult. Now the little novice enters the Tao with one step, and the strength is so strong. Who knows what he will be like if he takes another step that day? This is the real Tianjiao. Once he enters the emperor, he is considered a tier 4 strength. Most of the emperors cultivated by the top forces are trapped in the Dayan immortal. Even if they become emperors, many of them are ordinary trails. They only have first-order strength when they first enter the emperor, and it is extremely difficult to control a low-level world. This kind of emperor is too weak, and it's not worth training by those big forces. The emperor at least has the 2nd-order strength to be considered a strong person. As for the 3rd-order emperor, he is the leader of a large force. Chapter 51:35 Temple of Qi. Regardless of the outside world, the 18 gods and generals in the temple remained motionless, and the Dahuang heavenly way was unknowingly held by Lu Crow. After all, it inherited the wild avenue of the master. This avenue is the top avenue. The master of the Qishan temple once held a cosmic mystery by virtue of this avenue. In the long river of time and space, there are not only countless universes, but also many secret realms that are no less than the universe. These secret realms are like reefs in the river. If the universe breeds life, then the secret realms are dangerous, and the roads contained in them are extremely terrifying. The Lord of Desolation has cultivated this great road to the top and has taken charge of a cosmic secret realm. His strength is extremely terrifying, and he is stronger than the Lord of the universe. Lu Crow, congratulations? Yang Jun leaked a smile. The great wilderness was completely controlled, and the strength of 6 crows soared to the early stage of Tier 4. And with the wasteland in the great wilderness, it was enough to disregard the top of the universe. In this way, in the great wilderness, no one came to watch. Everyone, I have completely controlled the great wilderness now. Even if Shen Wuyang comes again, it will not be my opponent. Now we should discuss the next plan. Lu Crow's palm rubbed the handle of the boulder throne. His strength had just broken through. The power in the body couldn't help leaking and spreading. The other guardians of the temple are all Tier 3 strengths, and naturally felt how terrifying the power exuded by 6 crows. Suhi frowned slightly. His heart moved slightly. Lu Crow's approach to these emperors who are addicted to Qi Shin Dao feels ashamed, but on the surface, he still needs him to fight against Jin Wuyang. The strength of the Fourth Order Emperor and the Third Order Emperor is very different, and the real Wuyang Dao is not weak. It is also a top-level road. If you control the middle world, you will have the strength of the Fourth Order ruler. In the future, you can go further and raise the big division to a higher level. In the world, the strength can go further, reaching the top of the universe and jumping out of the universe to travel the long river of time and space. Although this path is not as majestic as the path of the gods, it is fortunate that it can quickly change its real power. If, like other emperors, they insist on the Tao of the gods, even if time is wireless, it will be difficult for them to elevate the Tao of the gods to the level of the master of the universe. In the original universe, there are several Fifth Order emperors, and they don't know how many epochs they have existed, but they still haven't been able to control the universe and become the master of the universe. The ancestor of the ancient gods, as the only ultimate emperor, has the highest strength in the fifth rank. He once traveled the long river of time and space and crossed countless universes, but he still had no confidence in controlling the universe. These emperors, they are not the top in the big division domain. They can't breathe under the pressure of a real Wuyang, and their recovery is based on luck, so they want to become the lord of the universe. Lu Crow couldn't help but sneer. Brother Liuya, now you are the strongest and have the ability to guard the temple of Qishan. I think we will change our plan to stay in this great wilderness. What do you think? Suhi's momentum sank slightly, which is enough to give Liuya a lot of face. However, the other emperors obviously looked down on Lu Crow a little and just snorted. Anyway, I don't have any attachment to Dasiyu. I can walk or stay. As for the safety of the temple of Qishan, I don't have to worry about anyone's face. If it's a big deal, we'll fight again. At the 7th level, no one in the 3rd level is my opponent, even if I have confidence in Jin Wuyang. He was talking about the warlike Emperor Fenghua in the Wanggu era, and he was the first to fall in the battle between the Wanggu era and Jin Wuyang. In that era, the Emperor of Desiyu respected Qishan Dao, Zhenwuyang, a second-order emperor who inherited Jinwu Dao. They did not take it seriously. Even if he mastered Desiyu at most, he was a third-order emperor. But what they didn't expect was that Jin Wuyang had created his own unique skills on Jinwu Avenue, and he insisted that Jinwu, a medium avenue, was elevated to the top avenue of the peak. As soon as he took control of the big division, he had Tier 3 top strength. Afterwards, he fought the heavens of all parties, pressed the emperors under their feet, and unified the entire Desai domain, driving them all to the depths of the great wilderness. This shameful history everyone present is willing to remember, especially that they also brought several generations of disciples under their sect, all of them at the level of Dayan immortals, and began to open up the world in the abyss. The people who had been expelled from the Great Division domain did not expect that the Jin Wuyang who integrated the Great Division domain would still not let them go. After reaching the 4th rank in strength, Jin Wuyang alone came to the depths of the great wilderness and combined them with 100 million. One disciples were killed together. There was a torrent of water in the great wilderness that day, and a Shunlu appeared in the silent void. Blood was shed, while Shunlu was made up of corpses, which was the land that Jian Wushuang had stepped on. This kind of shame, everyone has already hated Jin Wuyang to their bones. Lu Crow sneered and said, "Okay, if you want a Zhanda, you can go out and seek revenge from Jin Wuyang. For the safety of the Temple of Qi, it is incumbent on me as a candidate for God Lord. You can rest assured." In his opinion, these emperors have already become demons, and they will not change together with the gods, let alone the master of the universe. It is a big problem that can understand the way of the gods to the 9th level in this life. Even if they reach the 9th floor, what can he do? When they reach the 9th floor, he will have promoted Da Huang to the higher world. By then, he will also have the strength of Tier 5, and it will be a 5.6. Huangdao is a top-level avenue. To be complete is also the peak powerhouse who can compete for the universe. Lu Crow, don't think that your strength surpasses me. You can be so presumptuous. When I fought in the big division territory, you were nothing. Emperor Fenghua was also a violent temper. When he became the emperor, all the emperors present were considered his descendants, and Lu Crow had not yet been born. What am I? Do you want to try? Lu Crow mobilized the endless power of the entire great wilderness, and the body was instantly recast. The handsome face was a little pale, her purple eyes turned slightly, and the wild beast mark on the center of her eyebrows kept flickering. Snapped. Lu Crow knocked on the handle of the stone seat and slowly stood up. The moment he got up, the aura in the hall was instantly pulled down several levels. A terrifying pressure wandered above the main hall. As long as Lu Crow's thoughts moved, able to lean down and directly suppress all emperors. This is the difference in strength. The Qishan Dao perfectly overlaps the Baron Dao. He has just converted the Baron Dao to the 9th level. Once the Dao is completed to perfection in the future, he will be able to step into the 5th level and open up a higher world with his own strength. I have been pursuing the Qishan Dao for a lifetime, and only now I understand that the strength at hand is called hard strength. Everything else is a delusion. If only talking about the power of Tao, wouldn't the ultimate emperor look down on anyone? After all, the success of the ultimate Tao and Dao will soon be able to cultivate to the 5th order emperor. Under the powerful coercion, several other emperors hurriedly came out to complete the battle. Chapter 51:36. Fenghua, don't say a few words. Brother Liuya waited for me, but gave up the great Tao of universe. Brother Lucro, at this time, it is not the time for internal fighting. It is estimated that Shen Wuyang has already arrived. Although we are safe in the temple, but on the path of cultivation, how can we keep retreating? We still need to stand firm against strong enemies first. That's right. While everyone was still arguing, in addition to the Great Wilderness Buddha and Jin Wuyang, a number of large forces reached the edge of the Great Wilderness one after another. In the depths of the Great Wilderness, Jin Wuyang sat cross-legged in the void, and he was the only one in the Desai domain, but one person was enough. The 4th Order Emperor was at his door again. He had nothing to worry about. The only change was the disappearance of the Temple of Qishan. In the Wangu era, he drove all the emperors to the depths of the Great Wilderness. He rummaged through all places in Desiyu, but failed to find the legendary Temple of God. At first, he suspected that the Temple of Qishan was recognized by a certain emperor. He entered the depths of the Great Wilderness and killed all the Dayan immortals obtained in the Temple of Qishan, together with the emperor. He rose at the end of the Wangu era and had no chance to contact the Temple of Qishan. 18 emperors blocked the news of the Temple of Qishan. He also learned that there was a Temple of Qishan in their Desai domain when he got the inheritance of Jinwu. The inheritance also describes where the Temple of Qishan came from, and even records the very mysterious Tao of the gods. He didn't describe too much about the Qishan, but there was one thing Jin Wuyang was convinced that it was true to enter the Qishan temple to become an emperor. At the end of the Wangu era, as his strength continued to grow, he also knew that in addition to the big division domain, there were other domains. In other domains, the existence of emperors was very rare. There were several domains around, and only their big division domain was in one. The era has more than a dozen emperors. In addition, after obtaining the Tao of Jinwuyang, he became more and more convinced that there was a big secret hidden in the Qishan temple. The way of the gods, the mystery of the emperor, even the legendary Lord of the universe is involved. In order to find the truth, he launched a large-scale killing outside the territory, killing everyone in the town, just to find the temple of the gods. But the final result is that everyone has been killed without finding the temple of Qishan. After many years, he was relieved, and he didn't deliberately seek the temple of Qishan. This matter was crushed in the bottom of his heart. Until now, the resurrection of the emperor of Wangu era and the birth of the temple of Qishan made him recall the memories of his past. If only those emperors recover, he would not care at all. He was a 4th Order emperor in the Wangu era. Now in the past hundreds of millions of years, his strength has already reached the 4th Order peak. If it were not for the sudden birth of the Qishan temple, he would have planning to leave the original universe. Primitive universe's help to the emperor is already very small. If you want to go further, you can only go to the long river of time and space. Where is the place for the emperor to go? The places with great opportunities are also dangerous. Even if he is the 4th Order peak emperor, he also has the risk of falling. Now that the Temple of Qixin appeared again, he didn't know if it was a great opportunity. If the only opportunity before him, then he would go all out. Stepping into the top of the universe, it is incumbent for the monks of my generation. Jin Wuyang opened his eyes, and his consciousness had been locked in the Temple of Qixin that was floating in the void. He can't go now. He has to wait until the other strong people arrive. If he goes alone, who knows whether those Wangu emperors will directly carry the far shield of the Temple of Difference. He didn't have the confidence to leave this Temple of Qixin alone, so he had to wait for other emperors to come, suppress the Temple of Qixin together, kill the old guys of the ancient age, and then go to the emperor's battle in other realms. Unpredictable on one side, but unpredictable life and death on the other. Jian Wushuang and the young novice Hui Qing are still facing the life and death enemy Xiang Bingyun. No matter how subtle the stick method is, even if it is not leaking, the strength gap will be difficult to bridge after all. It is just a few breaths, and the little novice Hui Qing will again be difficult for Bingyun's offensive. The axe is the pinnacle of power. One force breaks 10,000 magic. Even if the defense is perfect, it will be broken when it encounters absolute power. Jian Wushuang thought of the giant man he had encountered in the starry sky. He also held an axe in his hand. The giant axe could open the sky in his hand. That scene seemed to have passed for a long time. Jian Wushuang thought about it carefully. Wang. The little novice monk couldn't hold on any longer. Fa Tianxiang began to collapse, but his figure had been standing in front of Jian Wushuang, never stepping back. Even his body was broken. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries on his body have recovered 7 or 88, but his mental strength need time to slowly accumulate. However, Jian Wushuang's current state of mind has undergone qualitative changes under successive dangers. This is of great help to the heart sword world of the 5th level of Ultimate Sword Do. Especially Ji Dao also needs mental blessing. In the starry sky, he has actually mastered Ji Dao Billion. For thousands of years, it was only ascending to the 3rd level. The 1st level was his state when he realized the extreme realm, the 2nd level was what he realized on the stars, and the 3rd level was the complete mastery of the extreme realm. With only 3 levels mastered, Jian Wushuang's 1-year universe can fight the 9-turn consummation Dayan Immortal, which is considered extremely powerful. Ordinary trails, you can realize the 6th level when you reach the 3rd round of Dayan Immortal. The 7th floor reaches the 6th round of Dayan Immortal. The 8th floor reaches the 9th round of Dayan Immortal. The 9th floor reaches the 9th round of Great Yin Immortal. And the 10th floor is that He Dao succeeded in becoming the emperor. Although the emperor who mastered this kind of ordinary avenue was better than Dayan Immortal, it was not much stronger. He was the lowest level among the emperors, and even the status was not as good as some of the emperors of the 9th rank. Only by comprehending a Tao to its peak can you become the emperor, which shows how weak this trail is. He Dao succeeded, and Dao has been fully understood. I have been trapped in a first-order emperor all his life. This type of emperor is the most useless, but this type of emperor is the most in the universe. If it is subdivided, the countless avenues of Hanoi in time and space can be divided into 5 levels. The 5th class is the first-order emperors who block the road. They are the weakest of the same level at that stage, but that's it. They can rely on time to make this simple and stable step by step. The avenue came to an end. Compared with the 5th class avenue, it can be said that there are qualitative changes. Many Dayan Immortals also walk this avenue. If they succeed in coordination, they still have further hope. Once they understand the whole way, the strength will reach the 2nd-order emperor. In the 2nd-order monarch, they can control a low-level world. With the blessing of the world in their own dojo, their strength can reach the peak of the 2nd-order monarch. They have the advantage of the dojo and are not afraid of some 3rd-order monarchs. But now the lower worlds in the universe have been divided up by the major forces. If there is no background identity, there is no chance to control the world and become a Taoist ancestor. Chapter 51:37. The first 2 ways are currently the most born emperors in the universe. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the emperor, according to what he found from some relics, the stronger the emperor's way, the more difficult it would be to improve. Although life is infinite, if the mastery of the Tao has been stopped, it will affect the state of mind and eventually fall into a madness, and the consciousness will also collapse. Many of those who have entered the great wilderness are like this. Many cultivators have realized a Tao that belongs to them at the level of immortality. At first, they are still ignorant and can't distinguish the level of Tao at all. But the Emperor, the Holy Sun, and the Daozi cultivated by some powerful forces are all for them to understand some of the first-class Tao, that is, the third-class Tao. This path is currently the one that evolves the most. At the evolving level, most of the Tianjios are mastered. If it is advanced to the evolving realm, then the status and strength will skyrocket. Because when this Tao reaches its peak, one can control the middle world and become a third-order emperor. The third-order emperor, that is the man in the universe, who controls a world or builds a huge power to reach the peak of power. This is the pursuit of a large number of Tianjiao, but these Tianjiao are stuck in the realm of Yinxian when they are on the 4th floor, and when they are on the 8th floor, they are stuck in the 9th rank Perfect Dian. Many of the ninth rank Perfect Dian immortals have survived endless years, has been stuck there. As for the Tianjiao who was stuck in the realm of Yinxian, either he was expelled from the sect or abandoned himself, and his mind was destroyed. Too many shocking arrogances have fallen on this road. If it is said that the third-class Tao is the destination of Tianjiao, then the second-class Tao is the goal of the great emperors. There will be so few dazzling characters in every era, except for the real Wuyang of Desiyu, of course. The rise of Jin Wuyang would be a real Ichi Juechen. At the same time, at the level of the Dian Immortal, there were still a few people who were comparable to him, and they were all second-class avenues. But those few people stayed at the level 9 forever, and even the level 9 Dian Immortal could not even be able to step in. Only the way of Zhenwuyang travels unimpeded all the way, and after entering the Emperor, he can go further in a short time and become a 4th-order Emperor. Now in the past hundreds of millions of years, Zhenwuyang's strength has reached the top of Tier 4, which is comparable to the masters of some higher worlds. If the higher worlds are further opened up, the strength will have a greater improvement. The second-class road can reach its peak to become a 5th-order emperor. Although countless stunning arrogances have fallen on this road, in the accumulation of countless generations, a number of emperors have been born, but these emperors have already left the original universe, went to the mysterious long river of time and space. After all, it is unrealistic to want to go further in the primitive universe, and the various relics and treasures in the primitive universe are of little help to them, and there is no need to leave them. The 5th-order emperors looked at the entire time and space river. They were the top existences. Where could they fight against the peak emperors of the universe to go one step further and seek the top of the universe? This is also in the primitive universe today. There is only one 5th-order emperor, the ancestor of the ancient gods. If it is said that taking the second-class road is a shocking arrogance and worthy of serious cultivation by a large force, then a practitioner who can realize the ultimate path is the darling of the entire universe. Not only the major forces will go wild, but even the universe will give him all kinds of opportunities, giving him great luck in the ultimate way, and practitioners who can realize the ultimate way, every one of them has great luck. To be able to get so many benefits, there will naturally be great resistance. After all, even the supreme rule of the universe cannot look down on wanting to help. This is obviously a violation of the balance of the supreme rule. Although the supreme rule does not have any emotions, consciousness is like a weapon. It's cold, but it can adjust the balance in the universe by itself. In its view, the ultimate way is not a so-called genius, but a poor person who is teased by fate. Therefore, the supreme rule adds luck to these practitioners. Since Jian Wushuang realized the ultimate kendo, the opportunities have been constant, and he has naturally obtained the luck given by the supreme rules of the universe. From the galaxy, lakes, and seas on the 4th level of the ultimate path to the heart sword world on the 5th level, he was accidentally rescued by the monk head of the world of Tongtian Buddhism. He realized the perverted road of Ji-Dao. There are still records of the ultimate way, but the ultimate way is not only the first time Jian Wushuang has heard of it, but he has not even heard of the secret method of inheritance. Only with the 3rd-rank Dian Immortal, he can use the domain rich in great avenues like Yin universe, and the power of his mind surpasses the existence of many emperors. Today's Jin Wushuang contains three great roads in his body. The farthest one is the ultimate Kendo, reaching the 5th level. The second is mental strength. Now his mental strength level has reached the 4th level unknowingly. The mental strength and Kendo complement each other to make the ultimate Kendo reach the 5th level of the heart sword world. The ultimate Kendo naturally feeds back the heart power and directly raises the mental strength level to the 5th level. Floor. The last one is the extreme way that you just mastered. Although a Kanshu, calm is only the 3rd level, it is able to perform such a perverted secret of the universe. This is also Jin Wushuang's biggest hole card now, and the second is the heart sword world. Now the physical body has been completely repaired from the state of being on the verge of collapse, and the power of mind and mind has also been greatly improved. Jin Wushuang guessed in his heart that every time he encounters a major crisis, it is a test of his state of mind and power of mind. As long as he passes it steadily, these two avenues will be promoted. But this is only the first time to improve. Jin Wushuang is still not sure. If it is true, then he will become stronger with the war until he reaches the top of the universe, or he is in the next crisis. What? Xiang Bingyuan rounded his arms again and smashed the giant axe at the little novice monk. The blood axe rolled like a dragon, tearing apart the void and exploding the energy in the surrounding void. Like a violent storm and black clouds rushing straight into the little novice monk. Under the powerful pressure, the little novice monk did not change his face, but the speed of his body collapsed even faster. Now his Yanli divine body has been burned by half. If there is a loss, then his strength will drop again. At that time, he can only follow like a few masters. He chose to blew himself up, exhausted his strength, and fought to the last moment. The golden secret text on the brown long stick faintly flickered, and the little novice changed his face. His eyes widened with a roar, and he tried his best to display the last stick. But his divine body has lost half, and his strength has naturally declined severely, and he is unable to use this stick anymore. But he still gritted his teeth and desperately used the strongest stick. It's a pity that this strongest stick still can't resist Xiang Bingyun. Even if he casts this stick in his peak state, he can only achieve a tie. Humph! Break it for me. Xiang Bingyun's body tumbling, Yanli poured the giant axe again. Boom! Chapter 51:38. The axe collided with the long stick. After the secret text on the brown long stick flickered again and again, it was completely unable to hold on, and it flew out directly from the little novice monk. Without the secret script blessing, the long stick is just a harder stick. Only the secret script blessing. Talent can be regarded as a treasure. The little novice who did not have any weapons in both hands did not retreat. Facing the giant axe, he actually used both hands to catch it. Chi chi chi. The sound of the blood axe tearing the flesh and blood was terrible. The little novice was gritted his teeth. His face was pale, and his eyes were full of evil spirits. Eventually, blood stains flowed out of his teeth, and his body could no longer hold it. Good man. The little novice spit out 2 words from his teeth with difficulty, and then tried to leak a smile, and then said hoarsely, Hui Qing is going to follow the footsteps of the master. Good man, take care. After saying this, the little novice monk, regardless of his whole body injuries, his aura skyrocketed again. Countless cracks in his flesh began to spread, and the corners of Xiang Bingyun's eyes trembled violently. He knew that the little bald donkey was about to explode. Call. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath of Xianhuang and opened his eyes suddenly. At the moment the eyes opened, the breath of the whole body began to rise, and a breath that alarmed the ages emanated from the body. This was the ultimate power. Snapped. As soon as his body moved, Jin Wushuang approached the little novice monk and patted him on the shoulder. Jin Wushuang fisted the blood axe and Xiang Bingyun back. Don't worry, it's not a dead end. Leave the rest to me. Jin Wushuang gave a soft comfort, and then instilled the power of the body into the little novice monk's divine body on the verge of collapse. The golden rays of light bathed the broken body of the little novice monk, and he quickly repaired the broken body of the little novice monk, but he needed to recover what was consumed in his body. Good man, no? The little novice wanted to be the main player. After all, there are still strong enemies at this time. How can Jian Wushuang help him recover from his injuries? Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and said, "It's okay. You can regain your strength here, and he will leave it to me." Wow! Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and before Xiang Bingyun stood still, the broken divine sword behind him pulled out again. Chang! The divine sword was pulled out, and a dazzling light flashed. Although the sword body was broken, it had the blessing of the ultimate way. Even a tree branch with such terrifying power blessing can cut the sky with a sword. Puff! You, how dare you? Xiang Bingyun whispered in a trembling voice. Although his body was not stable yet, when he saw Jian Wushuang's sword, he quickly twisted his body, but the power of that sword was too powerful, and he tore his body directly. One arm was cut off, and he was silent, floating in the void. This was just damage to the physical body. The sword just now contained mental strength. At this time, he vomited brown blood in his mouth, and his heart sank. The original calm mood was broken, and his strength dropped by 30% in a short time. Xiang Binjian's body was trembling. After coughing a few times, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a trembling voice, "How can you recover so fast? Your body has clearly reached the point of breaking. How can it be less than a stick of incense? Time will be restored, and even the second-grade avenue will not be able to recover so quickly." In his opinion, even if Jian Wushuang was the peerless arrogant of a certain world, he would not be able to recover so quickly after realizing a certain second-rank Tao. According to De Siyu's understanding of Tao in the Wangu era, it was divided into 5 classes, just like Jian Wushuang's analysis. The main road in Xiang Binjian's mouth was the second-class main road. As for himself, he was only the third-rank avenue, which was bestowed to him by the Lord of Heaven. He abandoned the original ordinary avenue and inherited this third-rank avenue. He also used his military exploits in the Wangu era to climb to the 9th rank to reach the perfect Dayan Immortal, which is also contemporary. Heavenly Court highly valued the 9 ranks consummation Dayan Immortal, although the chance of success in the combination is very small, but if it succeeds, then he will have the strength of a second-order emperor. As long as he controls a world, he can go one step further and become a third-order emperor. This is what he has been pursuing all the time. Although the third stage Dao is not a rare Dao in the universe, he was also a Daozi of a certain sect in the age of Wangu, and he was also a goddess who surprised countless people. But now, compared with the 2 young novices, Jian Wushuang, he is an ordinary 9-ranked immortal, and his strength is average. Jian Wushuang is the rank 3 Dayan immortal, and the little novice monk has a 9th rank in one step, because of the Zen moment in his heart. After he stabilizes, his strength is the rank 6 Dayan immortal. One rank 3 and one rank 6, but he was able to fight the consummation Dayan immortal for a few breaths, especially Jian Wushuang 3rd rank Dayan immortal, but now he was able to hurt Xiang Bingyun with a single sword. Although Xiang Bingyun's current strength has not reached its peak, he has such a proud record, let alone a certain high world. Even the emperor of some superpowers in the universe may not be able to make such a leap. Xiang Binjian's mood was broken, and a retreat was born. He didn't dare to go on fighting now. In case that little bald donkey also recovers completely, he is really not necessarily the opponent of these 2 people alone. You reading www.ukanshu. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and the sword just squandered all the mental strength he had just promoted. Although Xiang Binjian's strength had dropped by 30%, he was still not an opponent in the face of a head-on. Now I'm playing against you. Although he is not an opponent, he now expects the sense of crisis very much, and only from the sense of crisis can he become stronger. There is no bottleneck for him from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank. He can feel that as long as he keeps fighting, he will be able to advance to the 6th rank in no time. At that time, his mind and thought power will also increase by leaps and bounds. Mind power is like the scabbard of the ultimate kendo, and his ultimate kendo has also improved extremely fast under the support of his heart power. As long as you can become stronger, keep fighting. Life extends wirelessly because of battle. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, with no wind in his hair, and the breath on his body continued to rise. At this moment, his heart was like still water, just thinking about it. You 2 lunatics. Xiang Binjian's eyes kept twitching. Not only are these two powerful men, but they are also crazy when they start their hands. Are they the real arrogance? Zhenliang seemed to stand out from the Wanggu era in this way. Damn it, planted in the hands of Jin Wuyang back then, and now he can't kill one of the emperors he started. Xiang Binjian's expression was filled with sorrow. His mental state was damaged and his will was loosened, and there was endless hostility in his heart. Vent. This is the importance of the state of mind. Although most practitioners cannot develop mental strength, if the state of mind is usually stable, even if they do not develop mental strength, they can rely on the strength of the state of mind to not be afraid of any mental strength practitioners, and they will be more able to practice later on. Calmly confronting all kinds of dangers, this is the advantage of a stable mood. Chapter 51:39. The state of mind is like the strength of the mind. It is invisible and invisible. It seems useless. In reality, the state of mind is needed everywhere. If Xiang Binjian's mood was stable, he would not be broken by Jian Wushuang's sword, and his strength would drop by 30%. This may be the shortcomings of their recovery powerhouses, their minds extinguished by anger. The two are full of fighting spirit, and the other is resigned but unwilling. The top and bottom are very clear. Xiang Bingyun couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, he also recalled Gu Yuan's end and quickly slapped a palm on his chest, making him sober. Rebel, do you dare to mistake me? Xiang Bingyun roared, but his figure kept moving backwards. He really didn't want to go on fighting now, and he had been away for too long. After all, he was close to Desai domain. I am afraid to return at any time at the speed of Jin Wuyang. These two people must be the emperor of a certain force, especially Jian Wushuang, who has the aura of Jin Wuyang, although it is now gone. But in case it is Jin Wuyang sitting down, with the temperament of Jin Wuyang, if it comes, Da Huang will definitely find him. If he is alone, he will definitely fall. He didn't expect that Jin Wuyang would have arrived in the Great Wilderness a long time ago, and he also knew about their affairs, but he didn't bother to care about it. In Jin Wuyang's eyes, there was only absolute power, and no emperor heavenly court could pass the cloud. But Xiang Bingyun was not clear about all this, and he made up his mind at this time. Go! Xiang Bingyun retreated, and then disappeared into the void. After a wave of space fluctuations, he disappeared. Gone? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. So he left? Just after Xiang Bingyun left, the void where the two Jian Wushuang were in a twisted change. The figure of the majestic figure was looming, and then it became solid in an instant. At the last moment, these majestic existences were still far away from the two, but the figure and coercion had already arrived here, and then the flesh came. Ooh! A burst of Buddha's sound was utterly empty. This is... Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. Each of these majestic existences gave him the feeling that Jin Wuyang had a unique aura, which was a characteristic unique to the emperor. So many emperors? Jian Wushuang's whole person felt bad, but he was as smart as he could react. These existences didn't come here to see him. It should be because of the mysterious ancient temple and the resurrected existence. However, even if the resurrected person is also an emperor, it is impossible to attract so many emperors to come. However, astonishment turned astonishment. Respect for the strong must be held in place. Jian Wushuang immediately bowed and kowtowed. Junior, to see you, Jian Wushuang. As soon as he opened his mouth, it attracted the eyes of the emperors present. Although it was just a look, he still gave Jian Wushuang a lot of pressure, and then he said after a sigh of relief, "See you, every emperor." Goodness! It was the Tongtian Buddha and his party headed by them. The towering body of Tongtian Buddha exudes endless golden luck, and he looked at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile and said, "Little good man, no need to be polite." Thanks, monarch. Jian Wushuang ran across countless realms and had seen many big scenes, but it was the first time that he saw so many emperors. Emperor Dongyan, who was standing next to the Tongtian Buddha, dismissed it, and even despised the hypocrisy of Tongtian Buddha in front of the juniors. In his opinion, Tongtian Buddha liked the so-called etiquette the most, and he wanted everyone to worship him. The little novice monk who had been slowing down from the gods also woke up at this moment, hurriedly folded his hands and slightly lowered his head. Buddha Lord. Immeasurable Buddha's eyes rounded at this time, and he looked at the little novice monk in surprise and said, Hui Qing, have you realized the ultimate way? The young novice monk has been on Mount Wuliang since he was a child. Although there are hundreds of millions of monk heads living on the mountain, as the emperor, the head of the monk who lives in his dojo is familiar to him. Yes. The little novice monk looked calm at this time, and his obsession with Buddhism disappeared in his heart. Instead, the Zen motives in his heart made him realize the Tao. This is great kindness. Although the little novice is a person of Mount Wuliang, as a person of Buddhism, he is the sacred place through the heaven and the Buddha realm. The little novice has realized the ultimate way, and it is also his luck for Buddhism. Yeah. For many years, the 3,000 worlds have not found the ultimate way again. Emperor Dong Yin also saw at a glance that the little novice monk had strong luck, and the avenue in his body was even more aura, obviously some kind of ultimate. The way, and it seems that this ultimate way is still a long way away. After watching the immeasurable Buddha carefully, he also discovered that the ultimate path in the little novice monk had gone a long way. It's really the same as I thought, Tusk. The surface of boundless Buddha was filled with joy, but his heart was secretly murderous. 30 million years, I have cultivated the ultimate way to the 6th floor. Huiqing will return to the 3,000 worlds this time. You can come to my Tongtian mountain to choose any emperor's unique knowledge. After Tongtian Buddha praised him, he looked at Wuliang and said, Infinite. Huiqing's qualifications can be established as the emperor's son. He was originally a novice monk under the immeasurable family, but the Buddha said all the good things. Dong Yin shook his head. However, no matter who the disciple of the 3,000 worlds is, there can be a practitioner of the ultimate path. Yu Kansu www. Ukanshu. Come, they should all be happy. Dong Yin looked at the little novice monk with a milder look. He could feel that the little novice's disposition was not like immeasurable or Tongtian, but a natural disposition. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Looking at this young junior, he couldn't help thinking of his former disciple. That disciple was his pride, and he reached the 7th level of the ultimate path after practicing for millions of years. He was the most genius Dayan immortal in the history of the 3,000 great worlds. Millions of years, the 7th level of the ultimate path, the 9 turns of the cultivation realm, and the great development of the immortal. If it was before, even Jian Wushuang would not dare to be sure that he could reach the 7th level of the ultimate path for a million, and dare not master him. Now I have the confidence to reach the 7th level in a million years. It is a pity that this talented Tianjiao was finally hurt by love and broke his mind. When the mood was unstable, he hurriedly went to the Tao, and finally failed in the Tao, and there was no chance to advance to the emperor. Love, Tao, and all were lost, and eventually self-destruction of consciousness completely fell. Emperor Dongyan didn't accept his disciple since then. The reputation of that disciple may be forgotten by many people now, but he has always remembered it in his heart. Tianji Daojun. The eyes of many emperors were on the young novice monk, and no one was in charge of Jian Wushuang for a while, but he also stayed idle. Everyone thought that it took 30 million years for the little novice to cultivate the ultimate way to the 6th level. Only Jian Wushuang's little novice has stepped into the ultimate path one step at a time. He has to be one level higher. But the little novice did not want to say. Jian Wushuang would naturally not mention it. So, this little good man saved you. Boundless Buddha smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes, the little novice monk replied softly. Chapter 5140. Jian Wushuang heard about it and knew that the little novice had hidden a lot of truth, and the little novice was also looking at him with a smile at this time. The younger generation and Huiqing supported each other all the way to repel the enemy. It was not my work alone. Although he had been on the sidelines and didn't know the distribution of forces in the 3,000 great worlds, he could roughly hear that. Although both Tongtian Buddha and Wuliang were Buddhists, they did not belong to the same power. The Emperor Dongyin was not a person of Buddhism, and the two Buddhists of Wuliang Tongshan were not very good at dealing with them. This time they should come together only for the main hall. With such a group of bigwigs, he has to be more careful. Cause and effect cycle. It's hard to calm thoughts. Boundless Buddha waved his hand, and a stream flowed down smoothly. This thing should have some fate with you, and copying it in the future will help the mood. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled after seeing the item clearly, and he hurriedly bowed to thank him. The treasure in the streamer is a short piece of wood, which coincides with the short piece of what he got, isn't it? Jian Wushuang's heart trembled, and now he understood that the truncated wood was bestowed by the immeasurable Buddha. If so, wouldn't the immeasurable Buddha know that he is a spiritual practitioner in the existence of Qishan Temple? So he also knows the original realm of the little novice monk. But he didn't dare to have any doubts about all of this, with surprises on the surface and surprise hidden in his heart. Yes, he should be the one who is chasing you too. Boundless Buddha stretched out his arm and grabbed directly into the void. Randomly stretched his arm for hundreds of millions of miles, breaking through the endless void, and directly grabbing Xiang Bingyun, who had escaped. Came back. The emperors were very calm. Even the novice monk was very calm. Only Jian Wushuang was surprised. No way, there are only a few emperors he knows, and the ones he has really seen are even rarer. He has also seen Jin Wuyang take a few shots, but there is no sense of shock like the immeasurable Buddha. What? Xiang Bingyun, who was suddenly caught from the void, looked surprised, and then saw the majestic figures of the emperors above the void. His eyes straightened. How is this possible? I'm obviously already far away from here. Even the emperor can't catch me back at such a distance. Xiang Bingyun was shocked and frightened at this time. There are so many emperors, and I am afraid that these emperors are definitely not here for him, but for the master's plan. Predecessors, I am the commander of the heavenly court in the ancient times of Deci Yuang, my patriarch. Xiang Bingyun, who was still thinking about dealing with things, was squeezed by the big hand of the immeasurable Buddha. Smashed. The dust returns to the dust, the soil returns to the earth. With a wave of the immeasurable Buddha, countless tiny bones floated from the palm of his hand. They shouldn't appear in this world. The immeasurable Buddha put his hands together, regaining his original benevolent eyebrows. Emperor Dongyin curled his lips and muttered in his heart, "Vengeance is revenge. Whatever dust returns to dust. If they don't recover, the secret of Qishan Temple may never be born." With a wave of his hand, he raised a ninth-row perfect Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang was shocked in his heart, but on the surface he was respectful. Such a strong man can only look up and maybe annihilate him at a certain moment. The two of you will wait here for a while, and then the Dian Immortal of the heavenly Buddha realm will pick you up. The emperors came and went quickly. As soon as their voices fell, their lofty figures disappeared, and then they completely disappeared in front of them. After a few breaths, Jian Wushuang exhaled heavily after the emperor's breath in the void disappeared. The feeling of relief also improved his mood, but the improvement was very small. The little novice monk also recovered from his physical injuries at this time. He turned around and looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Good man, thank you just now. Everyone has a secret, no need to say it." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He just wants to leave the great wilderness now, but the road to Deci is blocked by those corpses. It is estimated that there will be a big battle when these emperors go there. He will not be able to go back in a short time. He can only go to the fairy, heavenly Buddha realm. However, he just met with the big brothers in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and his favorability for the world of Tongtian Buddhism was almost zero. Since Tongtian Buddha asked him to be the Dian Immortal in the world of Tongtian Buddha, then he should wait and find a chance to leave later. Now that he has broken through to become Dian Immortal, he has the ability to go to other worlds, and he has a headache when he thinks that it will take tens of thousands of years to cross the entire Great Famine. In the Temple of Qishan. "Hey, Fenghua, the great commander Xiang Bingyun you sat down seems to have fallen." Lu Crow controlled the Dahuang heavenly Tao, and naturally knew everything that happened in the Great Desolation. He felt it when Xiang Bingyun was just killed. Xiang Bingyun followed Emperor Fenghua in the battle all his life. and his personality was very similar to Fenghua. Emperor Fenghua naturally valued this subordinate very seriously, thinking that he had the appearance of an emperor, but now he has just recovered and died. Lu Crow didn't deal with Fenghua at all. At this time, he couldn't help adding fuel to the fire. It seems that he was killed because he was chasing and killing a few Dian immortals. It's really a waste. In the end, he couldn't kill those two boys. Kill, I will fall by then. You. Fenghua was furious, but when he thought that the great wilderness was under the control of the 6 crows, his anger was suppressed, and he could only say coldly, I will avenge him personally. Is now focusing on the overall situation. Haha, revenge. Do you know who killed it? Luya sneered. Who else can anyone besides Jin Wuyang? Kill him sooner or later for a shame. Don't you forget that he once humiliated you severely. Fenghua gritted his teeth. The other emperors were closing their eyes and thinking carefully, and they all sighed when they heard the dialogue between the two. All of you here have not been humiliated by Jin Wuyang, who drove them out of the Desai domain like a bereavement dog. The strength is not enough and can only endure. But who would have thought that Zhan Weiyang's strength progressed so fast, from the 3rd Order Emperor to the 4th Order in less than 10,000 years, and directly killed in the Great Wilderness, in order to get the whereabouts of the Qixin Temple, humiliated them in every possible way, and finally all killed in the Great Wilderness. They even took their corpses as the road to the bones of immortality. Humph! Luya didn't want to mention the past, so he stopped targeting Fenghua and told the truth calmly. What? The people in the world of Tongtian Buddhism have arrived. Several emperors were shocked. How could they know the temple of Qixin? Shouldn't it? Lu Crow, when did they come? How many emperors came? And what is their strength? A series of questions came out. The people who were originally ambitious and wanted to inherit the Tao of Qixin and become the master of the universe suddenly panicked. Luya looked at everyone at this time and felt that his choice was the right one. Fortunately, he had a long-term vision. Since he was suppressed, he has turned to cultivate wasteland. When he recovered, he also recovered with the great wasteland. Chapter 51-41. From the Wangu era, he felt that the mood of the people had changed a lot. So lofty. This is regarded as Lu Crow's view of these people, and the gods given to them by the Qixin Temple make them too proud. In the ancient times, they could have shared with Jin Wuyang. As long as Jin Wuyang was attracted to explore the Temple of Qixin, they would not fall into what they are now. When they saw the potential of Jin Wuyang, they were afraid that Jin Wuyang would pick the peaches, so they decided to blockade the Temple of Qixin. Even if they died, they would not hand over the Temple of Qixin. The angry Jin Wuyang frantically searched for the Temple of Qixin in Desiyu, and then killed them all in the Great Wilderness. Greed, arrogance, jealousy. How could such a character inherit the way of devouring the gods? The strongest among them is only the 8th level, and the strength is about the 4th level. The Qixin's way is endless. Even if they cultivate to the 10th level, they may not be able to control the universe and become the master of the universe. It is better to step back and study the ways of the 3 great gods early. Now he has stepped into the 8th level of Huangdao, controls the great Huangdao, and already has the strength of a 4th Order Emperor. It's no worse than cultivating Qixin Dao, and he can feel that since he has taken control of the Dao Huangdao, he has a deeper understanding of the Dao Dao. It will not take long before he can cultivate the Dao Dao to the 9th level, and then raise the Da Huangdao to the 9th level. In the higher world, he will be able to step into the 5th order and look down upon the entire universe. The stronger the strength, the more generous the gift of the Temple of the Gods. Although he inherits the way of the 3 gods, the gift will be relatively small, but it can be less. Luya stroked his left arm. This was a gift he got after he took control of the Great Wilderness and increased his strength, a section of his arm. This arm is not known to be the broken arm of the Mighty One. Without refining, it has surpassed the power of the treasure. Since receiving it, the power has increased several times. Even now he has absolute power against Jin Wuyang. Confidence. As for the many emperors in the hall, each one is his opponent. After hundreds of millions of years, 5 of the 18 emperors of them have 3rd order strength, and 11 are still second-order emperors. Then it was Dao Gong who was able to contend with the existence of Jin Wuyang in the Wanggu era. If it weren't for Dao Gong's Tier 3 strength back then, Jin Wuyang would still need to drive them to the Great Wilderness and destroy them all in the Great Division. It is a pity that Dao Gong did not break through his strength until his death. After this recovery, his strength barely reached the Tier 4 level, which could not threaten him at all. Everyone, I said that I will guard the Temple of Qixin. This is your direction. Luya looked around the entire hall, and then continued. But you have to understand that this world has always spoken by strength. Nowadays, many emperors have come to the Great Wilderness. Not only the world of Tongtian Buddhism, but also emperors of other great worlds. Some of them are not weaker than Jin Wuyang. Dao Gong, who has always been in the first seat of the hall, opened his eyes and said, Lu Crow, you can tell me if you have anything? Yes, let's talk about it. We have accumulated hundreds of millions of years, and our strength has also been improved. With the gift of the Temple of Qixin, we are not what we used to be. They instilled hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals along with their own blood into the Temple of Qixin in the suspended animation that year, just to stimulate the power of the Temple of Qixin, but no one thought that they would wait for hundreds of millions of years for the Temple of the Qixin to feed them back. Their consciousness has been trapped in the Qixin Temple for hundreds of millions of years, and they have been struggling to practice the Qixin Dao. Naturally, their strength has been greatly improved, and they have obtained a lot of treasures from the sacred altar of the Qixin Temple. Although many emperors have come, but it wouldn't be as unbearable as in the Wanggu era, even without the strength to resist. Okay, then I will put the ugly words on the front. I now control the Great Wilderness. Let's set the battlefield in the Great Wilderness. It's okay. This is natural. Everyone nodded. If you are going to fight, everyone will follow my command. This is fine. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall began to decrease, and everyone kept silent and did not respond. Lu Crow, don't go too far. We are all gods who have inherited the Tao of Qixin. Although you are now a replacement god, you are not qualified to order me to wait. It was Emperor Fenghua who spoke, and he could endure the 6 crows. But the only thing he couldn't bear was that the 6 crows raised their heads. Since inheriting Qixin Avenue, they didn't look down on Guyu. Now let them look at Lu Ya's face and act. If they can be subdued, they hope that the ancient times would have gone to Wen Jin Wuyang long ago. Then it will be his Lu Ya's turn. Everyone, don't you understand now? Lu Ya didn't try to be tough this time. He was very clear about the temperament of these people. The harder he was, the more they opposed it. It doesn't work to be hard. You can only persuade them by lip service. Jin Wuyang, the thief, should have announced the Temple of Qixin. The announcement, I said, is that everyone in the entire primitive universe knows. It is very likely that in the near future, even strong people in different universes will know the existence of the Temple of Qixin. Lu Crow took a deep breath, and then said, even the terrifying existence in the long river of time and space will come to the primitive universe because of the Temple of Qixin. Doesn't say that far, just say that now. In the Great Wilderness, I feel it. There were 5 fourth-order emperors who arrived, and this was less than a day. 5 fourth-order emperors. Everyone took a breath. Originally, they thought it was really Wuyang alone, or plus a few emperors from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. The Tongtian Buddha of the world of Tongtian Buddha, the Zhenliang of Desiyu, and 2 other are strange faces. In addition to these 4 emperors, there are also 7 third-order emperors, 16 second-order emperors, and those of the Dayan immortal level. Stop talking. Lu Crow sat on the throne again, and finally said, it doesn't matter to me. This is a great wasteland, with endless corpses. As long as they condense them into one body, they can't do anything with me. I will guard the Temple of Qixin, but if you think it's okay to be here, if I save my life, I won't have much. The Qixin Temple is divided into inner and outer halls. They can only rely on the altar to connect with the inner hall. The outer hall they are in is not powerful, otherwise they would not be killed by Zhenliang Town back then. Now Lu Crow has become Taoist ancestor, in control of the Great Wilderness, and is not afraid of those foreign emperors, but they are not Taoist ancestors, and the strongest are only ordinary 4th-order emperors. There is no place to hide, and it is too late to escape. This Shen Wuyang, Isn't he afraid that the Qixin Temple will fall into the hands of the masters of those different universes? It's so despicable. He can't help us alone now, but if he recruits a large number of emperors, he hasn't changed at all. It's still as shameless as before. Everyone, now we need to unite as one to fight against foreign enemies. Dao Gong stood up. He understood Liu Ya's intentions. Although he knew he would suffer, he had to stand up now. Chapter 51-42. Deep in the Wilderness. The first few major forces that entered the great wilderness gradually gathered together. Zhen Wuyang, how much do you know about the Temple of Qixin? A golden, armored emperor with a noble face looked at Zhen Wuyang arrogantly. Emperor Donglin, there is so much information I know about the Qixin Temple, and it has all been sent to you. Zhen Wuyang smiled faintly, still sitting cross-legged in the void with composure. Don't think of me as a fool. The Temple of Qixin is floating in the long river of time and space. Who knows what's wrong in it? You are so generous in spreading the location of the Temple of Qixin, you want me to wait for you. Let's take the lead. The Golden Armor Emperor glared at Zhen Wuyang. He is the only ruler among the many surrounding worlds, and he controls the higher world. How can he be a for Zhen Wuyang? The emperors of the world of Tongtian Buddhism also appeared around Zhenwuyang, and the strange movement of the great wilderness Tongtian Buddha had long been known. When Zhenwuyang came out of the Temple of Qixin, he directly brought all the emperors and many Dayan immortals. Brother Zhenwu, the Temple of Qixin is very important. Since I will not hesitate to cross many realms to come here, I have to give it to us. Emperor Dong Yin took the lead in speaking, and didn't care about the leading Tongtian Buddha. I said, I know so much. If you don't dare, then don't go. Go back to the Tao of Enlightenment as soon as possible. I also wish you an early ascent to the top of the universe. Zhen Wuyang sneered. Not dare to bear any danger, just dreaming of the great avenue of the universe. He spread the news of the Temple of Qixin to attract the strong from all sides, and then fish in troubled waters. At this time, these people wanted to ask him for an explanation, just want him to take the lead. How can one be a reckless person who can become the ruler of a big power? If he had been beheaded so early. There is the secret of becoming the Lord of the universe in the Temple of Qixin, but how can it be safe? The 18 gods alone are comparable to a big power. Zhen Wuyang, don't know what's good or bad, am willing to come, because I have trusted you. Now you don't want to share the information of the Temple of Fortune, don't blame me for waiting. Jin Jiadijan threatened. I heard you the big Cu has expanded to the extreme. I wonder if it has caught up with my Donglin realm. As soon as the Golden Armor Emperor's voice fell, a terrifying aura broke out instantly, and a golden flood dragon sprang out from the palm of his hand, and the dragon surged extremely fast. The Emperor's might can break through the void in the great wilderness at will. As soon as this terrifying flood dragon appeared, he saw the void as nothing, and rushed directly to the Desai domain. Although Desiu has expanded to the extreme, because this great wasteland is not big, because the origin has been disintegrated in the Wangu era, it is difficult to expand the territory. Even if Zhenwuyang is powerful, it will at most open up this great wasteland. If Xiang Desiu goes further, he can only improve his avenue. The higher the Tao level, the stronger the world that can be mastered. Zhen Wuyang has opened up the realm to the extreme over the years, which is equivalent to the Tao has also reached the extreme. If there was no such thing as a great wasteland, he would have elevated the Desiu to the peak of the medium world. Now the Emperor Jinjia uses a flood dragon to spy on his great Cu. How could he agree, even if he can't spy anything, but the power of the Emperor? Even if this flood dragon enters the big Cu, it will destroy countless small realms and deplete him the origin of the big division domain. I don't care about the East Forest realm yet, and my Desiu has no turn to give you advice. Zhen Wuyang said coldly. Great division domain, heavenly court. Zhan Wuyang's deity appeared, looking at the great wilderness, pointing to the void. Hum, hum. The dull air explosion sounded to the depths of the great wilderness, and the flood dragon ran aground on the edge of the great wilderness before it reached the border of the Desai region. The golden flood dragon that was originally alive was like a portrait in the void, hanging motionless in the void. Jin Jiadaneng snorted, trying to withdraw his magical powers, but he couldn't recall the golden dragon. Void tore the void with his claws and hands, and reached out to grab the dragon but couldn't catch it. The dragon is like being carved in the void, moving slowly with the breath, but not moving forward. Zhen Wuyang slowly got up at this time, beckoning a golden dragon scissors to fly out of the void crack, and then the void crack closed. Donglin, don't you think that you will be so arrogant in front of me if you control a higher world and become a master? I have killed more emperors than you in the East Forest realm. Click. Zhen Wuyang directly smashed the Jiaolong. The dignified treasure is like gravel in Zhan Wuyang's hands, scattered in the void at will. You. Emperor Donglin opened his eyes full of anger, but Zhan Wuyang's strength is indeed very strong. If he is in his own dojo, he will naturally not be afraid, but now this is a great wilderness. Although this is not Zhen Wuyang's dojo, he really wants to fight. Now, he has nothing to do with Zhen Wuyang. Moreover, there are several emperors of the East Forest world behind him, whose strength is only the second-order emperor. Once they fight against Zhen Wuyang, they will be killed by Zhen Wuyang's strength at will, and they will lose a lot by then. Their main purpose is the Temple of Qixin, Ukanshu. There is no need for Calm to go head-to-head with Zhen Wuyang. Donglin, this is the great wilderness. Although there are Taoist ancestors in this place now, this is after all the area jointly managed by my Tongtian Buddhist realm and Desiyu. You have to go crazy, otherwise. He nodded meaningfully towards Zhen Wuyang. Tongtian Buddha thought that the matter was not big enough, so he stood in line with Zhen Wuyang directly. What he meant was that if you really Wuyang do something, I will follow it. We are on the same boat. But how would Zhen Wuyang know the character of this adjacent Tongtian Buddha? He stood in line at this time, and even said that Da Huang was jointly managed by the two realms, and the implication was still the Temple of the Gods. Zhen Wuyang was a bit big for a while, and these emperors could survive to this day and become powerful beings in the universe. Naturally, they would not go straight to the Temple of Qixin with a simple message. This was a problem he had overlooked. Everyone, I was negligent. However, I don't know much about the specific information in the Temple of Qixin. Now the Temple of Qixin is there. If you are willing to explore together, then go together. If you look forward to the future generations, you want to rely on more people. Fish in troubled waters, then you can go back now. Zhen Wuyang knows that he will not take these people to the Temple of Qixin at this time. When more emperors come, he will look for him. It is better to take these emperors to try their luck now. Tongtian Buddha put his hands together and smiled slightly. Goodness! Many emperors scattered, and when they reappeared, it was the ancient road where Jian Wushuang desperately wanted to escape. The towering temple is hundreds of thousands of miles high, and the bronze temple contains powerful secret texts that are looming, and its own power always suppresses the void. Huh, 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 huh. Dozens of figures appeared outside the Qixin temple. It was Zhen Wuyang and the others. Chapter 51-43. Daogong Lu Crow, Fenghua. Zhen Wuyang appeared ordinary among the emperors, but he spoke with unusual domineering. The junior came here to visit a few seniors specially. Said it was to meet, but with a large group of emperors, the water around the Temple of Qixin could not be drained. Dongyin, your Godyin formation can be arranged. Zhen Wuyang turned his head and said with a smile. Just now he said that he was coming to see him, and he turned his head and let Dongyin set up the formation. Zhan Wuyang's shamelessness made the emperor who met him for the first time to be ashamed. It is worthy of being able to destroy the glorious existence of the entire Desiwang ancient era. In the past, everyone who killed himself was cruel, but now that he is cooperating with this person, Emperor Donglin sighed in his heart, not knowing whether it was good or bad. The Yinshan Great Formation was created by Emperor Dongyin himself. It is very famous in the surrounding domains. Once the Great Formation is formed, the Void Blockade cannot be teleported even by the Emperor. The formation. Emperor Dongyin waved and raised the formation flag, and a formation that was comparable to a small world fell from the sky, and 1/3 of the void in the entire great wilderness was suppressed by the formation. After the formation was set up, Zhen Weiyang's scruples dissipated. At least the old guys in ancient times could not escape. In addition to the Yinshan formation to guard, the Tongtian Buddha also took out the most precious 1,000 treasure robes. As the name suggests, the Qianbao cassock is composed of thousands of treasures. The golden cassock turns into a river and surrounds the entire temple of the gods. All the emperors in the temple of the gods from the outside can see clearly, and they are not idle, and immediately activate the power of the temple of the gods. Boom! The Yinshan array buzzed in the void, and every component of the huge array was accelerating and spinning. Although the power of the Qishan temple was strong, the emperors could not be fully utilized, and relying on the Qishan temple, it was only slightly able to counter many emperor. Lu Crow, get ready to do it, Dao Gong shouted angrily. His figure appeared outside the gate of Qishan temple, and the ancient majestic aura rose into the sky. The secret text on the outside of the Qishan temple lit up instantly. Daogong's eyes were dazzling, and he rushed towards Dong Yin in the Yinshan array. An army of corpses from the outside surrounds the temple of Qishan, blocking it at the outermost periphery, but when a divine power swept over, those unconscious corpses turned into powder and floated along the ancient road to the temple of Qishan. The 2 ninth-turn consummate Dayan immortals waiting outside the hall suddenly opened their eyes. They waited for this moment for too long. This is the Lord's 6 Crow calling them. Arrangement. Lu Crow's eyes turned, and his left hand lightly pressed. The arm suddenly exploded, and this force affected hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals. Huh. Welcome, my lord. 36 9-turn-perfect Dayan immortals appeared behind Lu Crow instantly. These 9th-turn-perfect Dayan immortals regarded the corpses of hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals as flesh bodies. Infinite Dayan immortals finally turned into these 36 great Yangxians. Yangxians flesh and blood. They are now accurately beyond the scope of Dayan immortal. Each of them has the power of the emperor, but the avenue in the body has withered when the flesh is condensed, and now they are all like the living dead. Get up! Lu Crow shouted again. The big formation gradually rose, and a towering figure with the size of the Qishan temple appeared outside the Qishan temple. This is the necromantic formation based on the 6 crows. The formation method was obtained by Lu Crow from the Qishan temple. In the ancient times, he pursued the Qishan Dao with all his heart and never practiced. It was not until the rise of Zhen Wuyang that he began to practice. In order to achieve the perfection of this great formation, he did not hesitate to develop it by hundreds of millions. Xian accompanies him to die together. Now the recovery has to be turned into a part of his body to fight for him. Dao Gong, kill Dong Yin quickly and break the big formation, and the others will suppress the Tongtian Buddha together, and leave the rest to me. Lu Crow dominates the entire undead formation, and the human form that the big formation transforms into is also his own. Face. Boom. Dao Gong is not the one who cultivated the Qishan Dao to the 8th level. Although the void was blocked, his speed was much faster than Emperor Dong Yin, but he reached the eye of Dong Yin in an instant. The blockade of the big formation is two-way, and Dong Yin himself can't use teleport, only relying on the big formation at the front of the formation and Dao Gong. I heard that you are the leader of the great Siuang era. Today I will meet you well. Although Dong Yin has not reached Tier 4, there is a defensive array blessing at the front of the eye. The old guy who entered the ranks, he is still more confident. The old man happened to be here to meet you guys from other worlds, to see if your Dao is stronger or my Dao is better. As soon as Daogong's voice fell, he started directly. The leader of the Wangu era was a 3rd-order emperor as early as the Wangu era, and now he has become a 4th-order emperor, and has been bestowed by Qishan, and his strength has reached the level of Zhen Weiyang in the Wangu era. The Emperor Dongyin at the moment, he really didn't take it seriously. A whisk appeared in his hand. With just a light wave, hundreds of millions of white feathers surrounded the entire seat, and then suddenly tightened. The pressure of the whisk was like the palm of a giant, and Emperor Dongyin, who was held in the eye of the battle, did not panic at all. Ukanshu, calm will firmly guard the large array of the front eye. Under the tremendous pressure, the operation of the eye suppressor sped up rapidly. No, it won't last long. Emperor Dongyin was shocked and quickly transmitted his voice to the Tongtian Buddha. Dao Gong has tier 4 strength. I can't resist it. Let Fengimo save me quickly. Tongtian Buddha, Jin Wuyang, Donglin God Emperor, plus Fengimo, 4 fourth order emperors. The 16 gods of the temple will use the Qishan temple to suppress the Tongtian Buddha, saying that the suppression is actually staring at him. It is best for neither of them to shoot, and just wait for the others to decide the victory or defeat. The strongest Lu Crow in Qishan Temple, he alone resisted the 3 fourth order emperors. After all, Da Huang is the dojo of 6 crows. Although Feng Demon is strong, it is only a newly promoted 4th order emperor. Without Dao Gongchang, Wu Yang is really strong enough to compete with him. As for the Donglin Divine Emperor, he was protecting the many ordinary monarchs in the rear. In battles of this level, those ordinary monarchs could not get involved at all. Instead, they became a burden and wasted the battle power of a tier 4 monarch in vain. The power blessing in the dojo, coupled with the necromantic formation, at this time Lu Crow has the top level of tier 4. No matter how strong Jin Wuyang is, it will not get any benefit from him. Jin Wuyang, I originally thought that you would come to the Great Wilderness by yourself just like the Wanggu era. I didn't expect you to bring so many helpers. It really disappointed me. Luya said while doing it. The huge shadow of the fist fell like a falling star, blasting madly at Feng Demon Emperor. On the other side, Jin Wuyang, he was always rounding around, grabbing the weakest one. This is his dojo. He will only fight more and more. Strong, mobilize the Dao Dao of the Great Wilderness. He is the Dao ancestor of this world. Even though it is only a middle world level, the power that can be given to him can still make the wind demon body he fights shatter. Chapter 51-44. Damn it! Jin Wuyang yelled angrily. The current situation is not very friendly to them. Dong Yan's side is almost unable to hold it, and Feng Yimo can't raise his head again. He can't perform real in a short time. Strength. This is the dojo of 6 crows, where he is fighting with 6 crows, has been rejected by the Da Huang Heavenly Dao, and his strength has been suppressed by 30%. The Tongtian Buddha is at the top, but he is at ease, and the power of the 1,000 treasures robes is enough to rival the 16 generals of the temple. Among them, there are only a few of tier 3. If it weren't for the temple of Qishan, Tongtian Buddha would be able to kill them instantly. Wuyang, Dongyin is going to be dying. Quickly bring people to support. Tongtian Buddha sat firmly in the void, and at this time he was still leisurely and elegantly let a 3rd order emperor of Wuyang go to deal with the 4th order Dao Gong emperor. The temptation of Qishan is too great. Only a few pieces of information from Jin Wuyang can cause chaos in the primitive universe. They are only the first group of people. He has never thought of breaking the Qishan temple now. He has to wait and wait. Everyone gathered together, and then delved into the temple of Qi. From the initial stage of the primitive universe, I came to the temple of the gods of Desiyu. It is not that simple. Behind all this, there is probably someone in the layout. Although he guards the heavenly realm all year round, his information is very well informed. Those 5th order emperors have left the primitive universe to go to the long river of time and space. There are even greater secrets in the primitive universe. The origin of the primitive universe began to dissipate since its birth. Knowing how many epochs of chaos, the origin is almost consumed. Inside the primitive universe is a taboo demon who suppressed the long river of time and space. If the source is exhausted, the forbidden demon master will be born, and then the primitive universe can only be forced to migrate. Forbidden demon masters are powerful beings bred in the long river of time and space. They will appear in every reincarnation era. The last time they appeared in their primitive universe, the forbidden creatures that swallowed the entire universe were suppressed by the supreme rules to the core of the primitive universe. This matter is known to very few people, and only those 5th order emperors and a few 4th order masters know about it. The person who created Buddhism left the original universe after the heaven was broken, leaving behind this reincarnation secret text when he left. That existence deduced the future and used the eye of heaven to see the future of the primitive universe. The primitive universe in the future is a seamless starry sky. The entire universe is swallowed by taboo creatures. The Emperor in the universe takes Dian to escape the long river of time and space, and the rest life is gone. Even if the future is foreseen, that existence will leave the original universe. For that existence, this universe will soon perish, and it is not worth his stay here. Taboo creatures in the long river of time and space are terrifying existences that make all the strong fearful. For the universe without the master of the universe, it even represents destruction. Now that the Temple of Chishan is suddenly born, will it be a chance that the supreme rules will be lowered to let the primitive universe survive this catastrophe? Thinking of this, Tongtian Buddha glanced at the many emperors in the Chishan temple and then looked at Dao Gong and Lu Crow. At last he shook his head when he saw it. Everyone in this group is like a savior. What Tongtian Buddha didn't know was that the Buddhism leader who foreseed the future was eventually killed by the supreme rule and then reincarnated. Fate was shackled, and the supreme rule left a vitality. In the end, the Temple of Chishan wandered through countless reincarnations in the long river of time and space and came to the primitive universe. This great gift is a vitality given to the primitive universe by the supreme rules. If you grasp it, a cosmos lord will be born in this era, and if you can't help me, then prepare to flee. The gleam of vitality left by the supreme rule, except for the Lord of the universe. No one can drive away the taboo demon lord. Then there is a high possibility that a universe lord will appear in this era. The Tongtian Buddha who understood all of this squinted his eyes, and from his eyes, all the people present, only Jin Wuyang had a chance with him. No matter how they looked at it, they were not the existence of the great Tao of achievement. Everything has its own days. It must be impossible for the Chishan temple to leave the original universe, so there is no need for him to guard it. But watching the tiger fight from the top, he was also happy and leisurely. It would be good if the little shrimps at the bottom died a little bit, and those who fished in troubled waters would be saved. The many emperors outside the Chishan temple could only watch a few fourth-order emperors fighting under the protection of Donglin. He never expected that even the third-order emperors would not be able to get involved in the current battle. As for Tongtian Buddhas saying that they were to rescue Emperor Dongyin, everyone thought they hadn't heard it. Who would be so stupid to fight with the fourth-order emperor now? Even if Dao Gong is the bottom of the fourth-order emperor, these third-order emperors are far from opponents. Lu Crow, as the Tao ancestor of the great wilderness, has been staring at him. Not only is the one-handed wind demon on the verge of collapse, but also has spare capacity to deal with Jin Wuyang. If they dare to show their heads, they may be instantly killed by Lu Crow. In the distance, Emperor Dong Yin could not hold it anymore. The power of Fuqian seemed to be wireless, and it was rising steadily. At first he was very relaxed, but as he went to the back, the power of Fuqian increased, but his power was slightly reduced. Compressed, changed, and he soon couldn't hold on. The defense formation at the front of the battlefield had begun to shatter, and he lost the protection of the battle formation. He couldn't hold on for a few breaths under Dao Gong. The Yinshan array has 9 eyes, and he hides in one of them, but Da Huang has Dao ancestors after all. Lu Crow directly found his position and asked Dao Gong to come and kill him. Just kill him and others. The eyes are naturally extinct. The current Emperor Dong Yin can't wait to break the Yinshan formation, so that he can teleport and escape. He never expected that he would eventually be trapped by his own big formation, and he built a tomb for himself. Boom. The front eye defense was broken, and Emperor Dong Yan's real body appeared. As soon as he was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, he was covered in dust all over his body. Those who peeped into the temple of Qi, die. Dao Gong yelled angrily. The power of the whisk soared again, and Emperor Dong Yin, who had no defensive formation, was crushed instantly like thin paper. This is the power gap. Although Dong Yin had the top strength of Tier 3, he could not fight back against the monarch of Tier 4, even the bottom Dao Gong of Tier 4. Fighting higher levels will appear in the Dian Immortal level, but will never appear in the Emperor. In Dian Immortal, there may still be battles because of the existence of some external treasures. However, after becoming an Emperor, strength depends on the perception of Tao. Being able to fight beyond the ranks in the Emperor, at least in the primitive universe, hasn't heard anyone do it. Perhaps the former ancestor of the ancient gods could do it, but when the old guy became the Emperor, he was a fourth-order Emperor. There was no fifth-order Emperor in the primitive universe at that time. Chapter 51:45. With the unwilling roar, Emperor Dongyin completely fell. This being who could rank among the top 3 in the 3,000 Great Worlds just fell. Emperor Dongyin followed the path of evolution. He was not good at fighting at all, and he did not have a clone yet. This fall is a true fall. In the world of Tongtian Buddhism, Dongyin still had too little knowledge of the Fourth Order Emperor because he belonged to the same world. Although the primitive universe is big, there are still a few third-order emperors, and now one has fallen in less than a cup of tea. The birth of the Temple of Qixin is the beginning of a great era, and this era will be the node of the entire primitive universe. Good. Tongtian Buddha put his hands together, lowered his eyebrows, and meditated silently to save the dead soul Dongyin. Daogong, go to crack the big formation quickly. Lu Yaqiang was throbbing in his heart. As soon as the great formation opened, he was about to slaughter, accumulating hundreds of millions of years of anger. He wanted to turn the great wilderness into a Shura field and behead all those who peeped at the temple of discrimination. The magnificent road descended from the sky, and the fall of an emperor made his necromantic array stronger. If it is to kill a fourth-order emperor, his power can be increased. Lu Ya shook his left hand towards the void, and a death aura instantly invaded the entire void. The wind demon who had been suppressed and beaten seemed to be afraid of being beaten, and before Dao Gong went to break the formation, he himself immediately broke the Yinshin Great Formation. He wants to escape. Zhen Weiyang's trash can't stop the 6 crows. Tongtian Buddha is not doing anything above the void, and Dong Lin is going to protect the group of trash from doing anything. He now starts to suspect that these guys are working together to calculate him. Wind demon, don't! Zhen Weiyang shouted angrily. Once the Great Formation is broken, they will die faster, and the void will be unblocked. Not only can they teleport, but the 6 crows themselves can also teleport. What an idiot! Zhen Weiyang cursed in a low voice. The situation is gone. It doesn't matter if he arrives alone. Other people are miserable. The world of Tongtian Buddhism has all come out. Now Dong Yin has fallen. I am afraid that more will fall in the future. Donglin God Emperor's eyelids throbbed, and if he didn't do anything at this time, the men he brought this time would probably die in the Great Wasteland. At this time he had to do it. Lu Crow, your opponent is me. God Emperor Donglin flickered, and 6 purple diamond-shaped crystals appeared behind him. Wow! The huge white stone throne appeared at the feet of the Emperor Donglin. Donglin held the throne firmly, and the purple diamond crystal flew into the god's seat instantly behind him. This was obtained from a relic in the long river of time and space, and it was the amethyst throne left by ancient civilization. Boom! 6 purple rays of light shot out from above the throne, and the speed was so fast that the 6 crows had no chance to resist, and the purple rays of light directly passed through the large array of undead spirits controlled by the 6 crows. The light was invincible, and 6 holes exuding death aura appeared on the large array of undead spirits controlled by the 6 crows. The flesh body condensed by the endless great evolving immortal was instantly pierced by the purple light, which made Lu Crow stunned for a moment. But he with endless evolving power was nothing at all. The hole was instantly patched up, and his body was 1 step faster. Before Wind Demon could teleport, he squeezed Wind Demon's body. Wind Demon, where are you going? Lu Crow sneered, and then suddenly used force. Call. The wind demon held by him turned into a black smoke, and then disappeared. This is... Lu Crow was shocked. This great wasteland was his dojo. This wind demon was able to transform his body under his nose, and what he was holding was actually an energy clone. After discovering that he had been tricked, Lu Crow roared, and the towering figure disappeared in an instant. The moment he was stunned, he had lost the time to chase and kill the wind demon, and now he had to deal with the weak emperors. Flee separately. Dong Lin roared angrily. He has the most subordinates. Most of the Buddhist monarchs in the world of Tongtian Buddhism have clones, and they lose at most one flesh and some treasures when they die. Few of his subordinates have clones. If they die, they are really dead. Donglin realm is a rare higher world, but its foundation is not as strong as other higher worlds. He is the only fourth-order emperor in the East Forest realm, and there are only a few third-order emperors under his hand. This time the Chishan temple was born, he did not want to bring too many emperors, but these emperors did not want to go further. He wanted can't stop it. After all, in front of the avenue, the strong must fight. Who would give up such a great opportunity? Who would give up because of danger? If they were afraid of death, they would not stand out from the billions of dying immortals. None of you can escape. Lu Crow figure appeared behind many emperors, and there was also a death sickle in his hand. Teleportation also requires an instant world. It is this extremely short time that Lu Crow waved his sickle in his hand, and several emperors fell instantly. Some emperors who responded quickly only left half of their bodies, but the other half of their bodies appeared in another place in the great wilderness. The sickle that exudes silence. Everything that is contaminated will be swallowed up by life. The emperor who also had a different body fell in wailing and unwillingness. Many of the remaining emperors had already teleported for most of the time, but the emperors of the heavenly Buddha realm did not choose to escape, and their figures were hidden in the thousand treasures robes. Boundless Buddha turned his head and glanced at the temple of Qi for the last time, disappeared into the Qianbao robes. He has fought with Tongtian Buddha for countless years, and now he understands that if Tongtian were to kill him, he would have died long ago. Donglin Divine Emperor's eyes were red, and his disciples and clansmen among the fallen emperors were all dead at this time. Daogong, who had already gotten away, stopped in front of him, and he couldn't save it if he wanted to. It's better not to think about it, it's good for you and me. Daogong sneered and sneered. The battle ended with a complete victory. The Tongtian Buddha above the void also slowly lowered his figure and came to the crowd. Everyone, talk about it. Tongtian Buddha put away the Qianbao robes surrounding the Chishan temple and smiled faintly. Talk? Daogong also squinted the corners of his eyes. Talk. Tongtian Buddha's voice was firm. Jin Wuyang stood on the outermost periphery. Talk? If there is talk, these old things will not die. Even if they figured out and wanted to talk, they wouldn't talk to him. The enmity is too deep, and they have no more to talk about. Tell me about your conditions. Daogong said casually. At this time, he turned the offensive, and the right to speak was in his hands. Although Lu Crow is the strongest combat power and the Taoist ancestor of this world, the emperors in the Chishan temple have already pushed out Daogong and let Daogong represent them. Now I can only stand aside and let Daogong negotiate. Tongtian Buddha glanced at Jin Wuyang in the distance, and then at Donglin. Resolve him first. Yao Yao pointed at Tongtian Buddha with a smile on his face. Donglin God Emperor looked shocked, and then angrily said, Tongtian, you are crazy. You have to join forces with them to deal with me. Jin Wuyang was also taken aback in the distance, and he secretly asked what the Tongtian was doing. Chapter 51-46. The finger of the Tongtian Buddha made the Donglin Divine Emperor tremble. Now the remaining Tier 4 monarchs on the scene are 3-on-2, and even if they are lost, they can still retreat. Those monarchs will die if they die, and there is still no major problem with protecting their lives. Now that the Master Tongtian came out, his part-time job was killing him. Tongtian, you are crazy, cooperate with them. The Emperor Donglin was also a little panicked. He is the master of the higher world. Although there is a clone, what is here in the great wilderness is his strongest main battle clone, and the treasures he carries are of great value. If this clone falls here, plus the lost emperor, then it will be difficult for the East Forest realm to gain a foothold in the surrounding area. Dong Lin, you killed Dong Yin by protecting the reputation of those emperors, and I have to avenge such a grievance. Tongtian Buddha rarely revealed a vicious face. Dong Yin is the emperor of my 3,000 great worlds, and even the Tao ancestor of Dong Yin realm. Now he followed me to the great wilderness to seek opportunities, but was killed by you. How do you tell me to go back? The fierce light gradually rises in the eyes of the Tongtian Buddha. Luya looked at all this and thought about countermeasures. He couldn't guarantee that some of Tongshan's words were true. Dong Yan's death was indeed related to Dong Lin, but Tongtian did not rescue him at the critical moment. In his opinion, this Tongtian Buddha is just a smiling tiger. This is to use their power to weaken the combat power on the scene. If they lose, I am afraid it is them who are under siege now. Why? Don't you plan to do it? Tongtian hesitated. At this time they were fighting in their nests. Lu Crow and Dao Gong couldn't help him. After all, they were all here for the Temple of Qishan. If they were to kill a Tier 4 Emperor at this time, they might be able to shock many Xiao Xiao. After all, there is only one Fifth Order Emperor in the original universe, and the ancient gods are very far away from the Great Wilderness. Even if the treasure is used to move it again and again, it will take a long time. Most of the emperors and dying immortals around who can rush to this place now. First, deal with these people. Let the necromancers swallow the death aura and reach the perfect state. By then, with the power of the Qishan Temple and the blessing of the great desolate heaven, even if the Fifth Order Emperor comes, they will be able to deal with it. Dao Gong first glanced at Jin Wuyang in the distance, and then nodded towards Liuya. Do it! Boom! Dao Gong took the lead, and Fuchen instantly covered the sky and the sun, so that the Emperor Donglin had nowhere to escape. I'm going to stop Jin Wuyang, and you two will quickly kill the clone of Donglin. In the Fourth Order Emperor on the field, only Dao Gong is close to strength. The other emperors are of the Fourth Order normal level, especially the Tongtian Buddha, who inherited the origin of the higher world. Although the dojo is only the middle world, the origin of the higher world still allows him to Tao as extremely powerful. Tongtian, you shameless villain. Donglin Divine Emperor couldn't escape. Facing the two top-ranking emperors of Lu Crow and Tongtian Buddha, the divine body was quickly defeated, and the armor on his body was even more impressive. Torn by Lu Crow, Dao Gong in the distance suppressed Void while blocking Zhan Wuyang's path. Jin Wuyang, don't worry, it will be your turn later. Dao Gong sneered. When Tongtian Buddha talked to them, he secretly informed them that as long as they jointly killed Donglin, he would help them deal with Jin Wuyang. This is why they cooperated with Tongtian Buddha. Even if Tongtian Buddha used some conspiracy and tricks, their combat power on the scene was not weaker than that of each other, and Donglin was not far from death in the current situation. As long as they kill Donglin, even if Tongtian repents, they can use the Temple of Qishan to contain Tongtian, and Lu Crow and him can besiege Jin Wuyang, first slaying the feared clone of Jin Wuyang to avenge the enemies of the year. Dao Gong, you are as stupid as before. Jin Wuyang let out an evil smile. In the distant void, the Emperor Donglin was unbearable and directly detonated the clone of fear of divine power. The self-detonation of the Fourth Order Emperor is very terrifying. The endless white air waves roll. Even if the Third Order Emperor falls into it, he will be instantly strangled. As a Tier 4 Emperor, Lu Crow relied on the Great Desolate Way to reach the top threshold of Tier 4 in front of the necropolis, but didn't dare to resist and quickly retreated to the rear. Tongtian, it's time to close the net. Zhan Wuyang's eyes were cold, and the breath in his body rose to the sky. The Lord of the Heavenly Buddha's 1,000 treasures robes protected his body. His body was unscathed. After hearing Zhan Wuyang's transmission, he sighed, goodness. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away from the battlefield, the young novice monk and Jin Wushuang are talking with Dian Immortal in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Suddenly, a horrible breath came from the direction of the distant Temple of God. Boom! The air wave rolled all the way, shattering all the void in the core area of the Great Wilderness, and countless terrifying space cracks could not be healed for a long time. Is this the Emperor's method? Jin Wushuang was shocked. From hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could be injured by that breath. Fortunately, the weakest people present were 9-rank Dian Immortal. As for Jin Wushuang and Little Novice, both were the ultimate ways. They were no weaker than 9-rank Dian Immortal, and they could withstand this aura fluctuation. This is too horrible. A 9th-rank Dian Immortal in the East Yin world couldn't help exclaiming. Originally, They gave the emperor the guidance to come to the depths of the great wilderness to find the opportunity to become an emperor. When you read www.ukanshu.com, they were very excited and looked forward to the opportunity of the Temple of Chishan. Now that they feel that breath fluctuates, they all have a bad premonition. Sure enough, the opportunity for Dianxian to be promoted to emperor is not that simple. Why, Brother Jiuyu is scared. The speaker was the first emperor from the East Yin realm, who had the strength of the ninth rank of the Great Yin Immortal, and was also one of the most powerful Day Yin Immortals in this group of Great Yin Immortals. In addition to a few emperors in the Eastern Yin realm, his status is the highest, and he is the most promising talent in the Dongyin realm for hundreds of millions of years to become an emperor. His avenue is still the third-rank avenue. As long as the combination is successful, he will have the strength of the second-order emperor. Nowadays, there are still many worlds in the 3,000 great worlds that are no masters. He is a local practitioner. After becoming an emperor, he can naturally control a big world. Then he will have his own dojo. With his understanding of heaven, he can quickly become a third-order emperor. Become the pinnacle powerhouse in the universe. If you are afraid, you won't be here. Zhu Yu whispered with cold eyes. His foreign trade is somewhat similar to that of the Beijing Sengshu Jian Wushuang has seen, but his strength is very different. When he first met this group of people, the little novice secretly gave him a voice transmission and don't provoke the first 9 universe in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Hundreds of millions of years have passed since this chief Buddhist disciple on the Tongtian mountain has achieved the 9th revolution consummation. Legend has it that he has realized the 9 great avenues, and the strength of each one has risen to the 9th revolution consummation level. It is said that he has cultivated a certain special secret method. Once the secret method is completed, he can go to the Tao. As long as the Tao is successful, his Tao can be comparable to the ultimate Tao. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.